Hey everyone, and welcome to the best of August 2022. Just over 9 hours of all kinds of different horror stories. They are placed in no specific order. If you do enjoy, please be sure to drop a like rating as it helps out the channel immensely. Let's aim for 1,500 likes on this one. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this all of the time. Enjoy the video. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. What can I say now? My mother is sobbing in the room on the main floor, the room she had been sharing with my grandmother for the past few months. My grandmother's bed is empty, taken away from us, body and spirit. I'm at the dining room table studying the twisted black oak in the front yard. Its branches are empty, the leaves are still. It's a relief, I must admit, but still, there is a part of me, a desperate part that wishes she would appear. A figure in the branches, dressed in white, a vulgar smile on her lips. Not her smile. A friendly wave like leaves in the wind. I wouldn't be afraid now. I will never be afraid of anything again. My grandmother's name was Natalia, and she was 92 years old. An absolutely beautiful woman was my grandmother from scalp to soul, and mind to soul, inside and out. Together with my grandfather, she raised 7 children, one of those being my mother. My grandfather was a working man, and I believe it's important to mention that he was also a very kind and sentimental man. But he wasn't much good at taking care of himself. So, to properly give credit where it's due, my grandmother took care of 8 people while my grandfather supported them. They were by no means a rich family. In fact, a lot of them resided in a 2-story apartment in a rather not quite destitute, but close enough part of the city. My grandmother did not work a paying job, but she worked the family kitchen, tethered to the stove at all hours of the day. She was the kind of cook that wasn't aware of her gift. It was simply embedded in her, part of her nature, as easy and common to her as her smile, and just as winning. Cooking was an extension of her soul, so it became an ordinary part of her daily routine. The only part of her daily routine, really, and she did it selflessly. There was no desire on her part to be critiqued or to impress. She did not do it for herself. I don't think she even cared if her food tasted good. It just did. Always. Whether it was her cottage cheese and lasagna, everything she would serve would make you want to lick the plate clean, and then kiss your fingers in gratitude. And there was no pride there either. None at all. For her, humility wasn't a practice, but a precedent. All she wanted was to make sure that everybody, family, friend, or foe, had a full stomach at all times. That was her purpose in life. Her ritual. And so, it only made her happier when her 7 children began to have children of their own. As the family grew, so did her smile. She was always the very first to arrive at every family gathering, apron already wrapped around herself, the one with the brown flower petal design, and she would set the oven, ignite the burners, unstack the pots, rummage through the fridge to discover whatever spontaneous ingredients there was to find and get to work. She would run the tap and fill a sippy cup with water, and then hand it off to my little cousin Joyce. She'd send Joyce away to water the plants because even plants needed to be fed. My mother and a few of my aunts had done a fantastic job in recreating certain dishes, but they were never quite the same. I regarded those dishes as honorable culinary pastiches, but my grandmother could have opened up a restaurant anywhere in the world, and have made even the strictest of food critics shed a delighted tear. My favorite was her breaded shrimp. Those tiny, curled balls of shrimp, coated in breadcrumbs, and fried, or baked, or both, to perfection. They would appear on the table and get snatched up by greedy, gluttonous hands instantly, and subsequently tossed into drooling, open mouths like popcorn. The empty plate was often still hot as it was taken away and replaced by another, and so on. 7 years ago, my grandmother began to notice some odd behavior. By then, all of their children were in their 50s, us grandchildren in our early to mid-20s, and it was just the two of them in that 2-story apartment in that not quite destitute area of town. Both retired, my grandfather from work, my grandmother from 7 children. There wasn't much for them to do. My grandfather mostly sat in front of the television watching soccer games, while my grandmother colored her thumbs green in the vegetable garden out back or slaved away at the stove, cooking for the sake of cooking, just in case someone stopped by, always prepared. My grandmother was not typically a woman of routine, but she would feed my grandfather a full meal 3 times a day, at the same times each day for 60 years. So it was when she cooked him 4 meals one day that he lifted a curious eye. When she served him 5 meals the following week, that curiosity shifted to concern. Slowly she began to forget what day of the week it was. She would get lost in the garden. She would leave a burner on. She would forget that they ran out of breadcrumbs the day before. My grandfather could not cook, nor could he clean a house, so when my grandmother's dementia started to become more and more apparent, the only sustainable solution was for one of their kids to move them into their home with them. It was time for the scales of life to rebalance themselves, for the child to give care to the parents. In the end, it was my mother that took them in, divorced from my father a decade prior, and with both my older brother and myself having moved out not too long ago, my mother happened to be suffering from empty nest syndrome. A large suburban middle-class home and only her. She took my grandparents in. My room became theirs. My brother's became the guest bedroom. The couch became my grandfather's permanent place of residence. My mother became my grandmother, tethered to the stove as she was. And my poor grandmother pupated inside a reverse chrysalis, each day hatching into a new place, a new mood, a new person. She was a child again, yet older than she had ever been. She forgot how to cook, and our palates grieved. We were all pretty shocked to see my grandfather pass away before her. It was last year that the cancer took him, and although the family opinion was split on the matter, my poor grandmother accompanied us to the open casket funeral, almost unbearable to watch. I witnessed my grandmother grapple with fresh, confused, newfound grief each time her eyes scanned the room and fell upon the body. Every minute and a half she discovered that her husband had died. It got so intolerable that we ended up turning her wheelchair away from the casket and kept her distracted from her surroundings for the remainder of the service. It wasn't long after this that she started seeing people in the trees. I was visiting my mother at her newer, yet older, house. She had sold the one I grew up in and downgraded to a bungalow with an added second floor. In that house, the dining room table faced a window. The television was showing us a documentary on the eliotyler, a slug that is able to survive through photosynthesis alone by stealing chloroplasts from the leaves they ate. We were all enjoying a pastiche dish that my mother prepared when my grandmother asked us why my grandfather was sitting in the tree. I gave my mother a sideways glance, and then looked up at the large, deformed, black oak tree in the yard. It looked ominous in the dying light of the day, and its leaves quivered in a disquieting way, almost as if the tree acknowledged me and was waving hello. There was no one sitting in the tree, of course. My mother seemed to have not heard a word. She shoveled a forkful of pastiche into her mouth and stared at the wall. "Mom?" I said. She asked why Grandpa is sitting in the tree. That's weird, right? My mother waved a dismissive hand at me. She says stuff like that all the time. She hallucinates. Well, that's terrifying, I said. Why? She said. She sees your grandfather. It's probably his angel watching over us. I looked at her as if she were crazy. That doesn't creep you out? No, it's comforting. When I left that evening, I walked past the mangled black oak to get to my car. I stood below it for a moment, each obsidian limb reaching out from half a dozen elbows, its leaves fluttering in the breezeless night, waving hello. That was the first time I saw what my grandmother saw. A man, no more than a silhouette, sat on one of the high branches, legs dangling and kicking at the air. He smiled down at me and his hand was raised, palm out, fluttering, quivering, disquieting my soul as it matched the movements of the leaves. I did not wave back. I looked away, walked as fast as I could on elastic legs, and found my car. I managed to fit a shaking key into the ignition and made the engine come to life. The headlights brightened the road ahead, but the tree remained dark on the lawn. I turned my head reluctantly just to make sure I had truly seen what I thought I saw. Normally, in stories like this, I would say that I saw nothing. That there was no man, that my imagination must have gotten the better of me. Except, this isn't a story like that. This is real life, and in real life, one's imagination isn't powerful enough to conjure up an image like that. And so I stared at the tree on the lawn, backlit by the orange glow of my mother's dining room window. A man high up in the branches stared back at me. His head was turned to a nearly impossible angle. His legs dangled and kicked, and he regarded me with a toothy smile, his hand dancing a greeting like the leaves. It was my grandfather, except it wasn't. It looked like him, but those teeth were not his. He never had teeth like that, not even with his dentures on later in his life. And the shape of the body, well, it wasn't quite right. It was my grandfather the way my mom's cooking was my grandma's. It was an honorable pastiche, but not quite the original. And then I jumped because someone else was waving at me from the glow of the window. It was my mother waving goodbye. A normal human wave. I waved back, hoping the thing in the tree wouldn't mistake my gesture as something meant for it. I was afraid to interact with the thing in any way whatsoever, lest I invite it into my world, lest I open a formal line of communication. I decided it best to keep my eyes averted from that point on. I drove off into the bright lights of the city and climbed the stairwell to my apartment with haste, afraid of the echo of my own footsteps because it sounded like something was following me. In my bed, I stared silently out the window toward the scraggly maple tree across the street. It sat fully illuminated under a street lamp, and I could very plainly see that there was no humanoid sitting there. Regardless, I drew the blinds and felt better for it. A couple of weeks went by, and I had mostly gotten over the spookiness of what I had encountered at my mother's house. I was invited back over for lunch one afternoon, so I made my way to the suburbs and parked my car beside that haunted black oak. I stayed true to my promise and kept my eyes away. Head down, I marched right up the driveway to the front door and let myself into the house. Lunch was more of a parody than a pastiche this time. My mother looked tired, exhausted even. She looked old beyond her years. My grandmother asked her where my grandfather was, and my mother said that he was visiting his sister. Not a moment went by before my grandmother asked the same question. My mother began to cry. "Mom, I can't do this." "What's wrong?" "It's the same thing over and over. It never stops." "What is that family doing in the tree?" That was my grandmother. My skin turned cold. My mother's eyes widened, and for a moment she looked genuinely afraid. "Mom?" I said. "It's fine. She hallucinates." I craned my neck and stared out the gnarled black oak. Unmistakable in the piercing bright light of the day, there was, in fact, a family in the tree. Wearing only white, 2 young boys sat on the lowest branch smiling at us and waving their tiny, veiny hands. But no, they weren't quite veins. They were leafy venations, branching off of a midrib that ran from the middle of the wrist right up to the knuckle of the middle finger. Higher in the tree and standing were 3 middle-aged women and a young man, all of them wearing the same ivory attire, all of them barefoot, all of them smiling detestable smiles, all of them waving. Each of their hands had those leafy veins, the motion of them like leaves in a soft wind. Higher still, sitting in the same position as before, was my grandfather. My grandmother giggled, her eyes affixed to the tree. "What are they doing up there?" she said, and giggled again. She lifted her old, weak arm and waved at the family in the tree. My mother never looked once. Her eyes were glued to her plate, seemingly uninterested in her food, but even less interested in looking out the window. "Mom?" I began. "Don't say it," she interrupted. A knock came at the door. My mother flinched and closed her eyes tight. I felt a finger trace its way down my spine, but it was really just a bead of sweat from my perspiring scalp succumbing to gravity. A few more fingers tickled my back before the knock came again. "Who is at the door?" my grandmother said, and tried to stand without her walker. My mother's eyes shot open, fear becoming concern. "Ma, you can't. Sit down. You'll hurt yourself." I slowly rose to my feet. "What are you doing?" my mother asked me. "I'm going to answer the door." "There is no one at the door. Sit down." "Mom, please believe me when I say this. There is no one there." Her eyes pleaded with me. I shook my head and went into the hallway. I heard her shout my name in protest, but I was already committed. I needed to at least look through the peephole. I needed to know if maybe it was just a normal person, a delivery man, or solicitor. I needed it to be a normal person, or else I thought I would have lost a little bit of my mind, if I hadn't already. The hallway was dark despite the bright day. The windows around the door were opaque, so the small amount of light that found its way in was harshly diffused. I stood before it for a moment, afraid to go further. The knock came again, and I jumped from the sound. I almost lost my nerve, but I clenched my teeth and approached the door. I felt like I was in a state of fugue. Everything seemed animated and preternatural. The peephole watched me like the glistening eye of a predator. My mother's voice came to me from another dimension. It called my name like a question. My grandmother giggled somewhere far away. In a trance, I touched my forehead to the wood, placed my eye around the eye of the door, meeting my predator head on and looking into its soul. What I saw on the other side was not a person. What I saw on the other side was a beautiful day, an empty stoop, and a plate of shrimp. Another knock did not come. Still outside of myself, I slowly opened the door. I stared down at the plate incredulously, sweat still pooling at the nape of my neck and around my temples. The day was hot. The sun was bright. I was beginning to feel the oncoming of a headache. I reached up the plate in surprisingly steady hands. It was hot to the touch, although I wasn't quite sure if that was a product of the sun overhead, or if it was because it had come straight out of hell's oven. Regardless, I brought it in and walked back to the dining room. Who is that? My grandmother asked my mother. That's your grandson. My mother told her. The son of who? The son of me. Your son? Yes, Mama. I haven't seen him since he was really little. Is he sleeping here? I put the plate on the table and reseated myself. You were right, I said. No one was there. My mother watched as I reached for a shrimp and placed it on my tongue. I thought one of your aunts had left it there the first time, she said. It was a lasagna. I chewed on something I hadn't tasted in years, at least not to that quality. It was my grandmother's breaded shrimp, authentically a matching signature. Do they know? I said, placing another shrimp into my mouth. The family? My mother nodded. They think it's a blessing. They think they're her guardian angels. And you? Serpents, she hissed. And you, my son, are eating the forbidden fruit. I swallowed another of those delicious shrimp and then wiped my hands on a napkin. I took my phone out of my pocket. I'm calling the police. No point, my mother said. My grandmother asked where my grandfather was. My mother patiently told her that he was visiting his sister. What do you mean? I said. No one else can see them, just our family. Then you're moving. They're in other trees wherever she goes. Who are those people? I asked, staring out at the family in the tree, seeing but not truly believing. The others, the kids. Your grandfather and his sister, sometimes his brothers, sometimes your grandmother's siblings. There are different people that come and go. I've matched them all to photographs. You told me it was his angel a few weeks ago. I believe that then. A few weeks is a long time. I looked away from the tree and met my mother's eyes. No, I said matter-of-factly. I don't believe it. We're suffering from some sort of group hysteria. This is not real, Mom. It's impossible. I read somewhere that in the Middle Ages an entire town started dancing together. 400 people, all of them dancing in a craze. They didn't stop for 30 days, some of them dancing themselves to literal death. They used to think that the devil possessed the town, but today we attribute it to severe stress. The bubonic plague was running rampant through Europe at the time, and people were experiencing a collective grief. They all just snapped a little bit. Grandpa died. Grandma requires your constant attention and care. All of you are constantly reminded of death because she asks about him every 5 minutes. So when she sees angels in the trees, so do you. My mother looked like she really wanted to believe me, but she spoke out loud the loophole that I was trying to suppress. Then why do you see it? And what is it you swallowed 2 minutes ago? I took a long drink of water. My hands no longer so steady. I burped and my mouth filled with the aftertaste of my grandmother's breaded shrimp. That night, I slept in the guest bedroom, not wanting to leave my mother alone after all that happened. My grandmother slept on the main floor, a convenient room because it had been a long time since she was able to march up the stairs. Lately, my mother slept in there with her, in a portable bed on wheels adjacent to my grandmother's. Over the past few months, my grandmother's dementia had escalated substantially, no longer affecting just her past memory, but affecting her present reality. Her cognition was corroded and corrupt, and at night she would act out fever dreams, while being attacked by phantom pains. Once, my mother said, while she was complaining about how the mattress was breaking her spine, she suddenly said that she felt better after a shadow on the wall tipped its hat in her direction and sprinkled her with magnesium. Of course, the dementia was responsible for distorting her reality, and all the wild things she saw or felt, for the most part, were no more than hallucinations. But now, my mother admitted, when it's well past midnight and Grandma tells me that Patrick is trying to get into the room, I half believe her. Who's Patrick? I had said. Patrick was my oldest sibling, a stillborn. The guest bedroom was on the upper floor, and to my immediate displeasure, I remembered that the window faced the lawn with the tree. Without looking in that direction, I felt for the string and pulled the blinds. An hour later, I was wide awake, staring up at that old paint on the ceiling, letting the silence of the house and all its tiny sounds rinse over me like a slightly open tap. I heard the seldom sound of a car passing outside. I heard the low-frequency hum of the refrigerator downstairs. I heard the squawk of springs as my mother shifted in her portable bed. I heard the vague mutterings of my grandmother's voice, and the calming responses of my mother's. I heard a persistent tapping at my window. My heart stopped dead in my chest for a moment, and then sped up tenfold. There it was, a steady tick, tick, tick like the branch of a tree, or a fingernail. Now it was heavier and less patient, a tack, tack, tack. All the saliva in my mouth vanished in an instant, and my teeth were clenched as if to hold in my breath, as if to not let a sound escape. My feet, sweating a moment ago in the humid heat of the summer, were cold, anxiety forcing my body to relocate the blood from my extremities to more useful parts of my body, like my rapidly beating heart, for instance. And then, clack, 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 and I jumped out of bed and hurried up to the far wall, where I stared at the window with wide, unhappy eyes. My mind was a mortified jumble of supplications, a silent prayer to the universe to make it all stop. When the doorbell rang, I heard my mother let out the most pathetic sound of despair I'd ever heard. A sound I would have made too, if I could have made a sound at all. More tapping at the windows, all around the house. A defeated, repeated set of no's from my mother downstairs, who was surely on the floor with nowhere to go. I had in my hand a fistful of my own hair. I tried telling myself that it was mass hysteria, that my brain was somehow overworked, or that I was suffering from some belated, unknown grief that I held locked away somewhere. The doorbell rang again. I swallowed my dry tongue. I chewed on my lips. I opened my mouth and shouted, "What do you want? Go away from us." It was no use. The tapping continued, and the doorbell was as unrelenting as my mother's sorry objections. But what really broke my heart was my grandmother's screams. The sound of her confused, agonized wailing was enough to level me out. I let go of my hair and strode to the window, more angry than afraid now. I lifted the blinds, prepared to confront the perpetrator of those perpetual taps, and immediately regretted it. I was greeted by the smiling face of a young man. It was only his face because he was holding himself up the windowsill. One veiny hand held the ledge of the window in a death grip, while the other tapped on the glass with inhuman speed. His eyes regarded me with joy, and he would never blink. I turned away and sleepwalked toward the door. As I reached for the knob, I heard the squeal of the window sliding open. Uncaring, now that I knew the world was chaos, I turned my head around in time to see a gangly arm reach into the room. Attached to that arm was a young man dressed in white, climbing blindly through the window, wide, joyful eyes targeted on me, never leaving, never blinking. His smile widened when he saw that I had acknowledged him, and he waved at me. Meanwhile, my mother was sobbing and my grandmother was shouting that she didn't feel well, that she needed to go to the hospital. All around, like a percussion band from the deepest depths of hell, came the constant rhythm of the window tappers, accented every so often by the jangling ring of the doorbell. I turned away from the man crawling through the window and walked into the shadows of the hallway. As I walked toward the stairs, I remember thinking for a brief moment if perhaps hiding in the shadows on the wall was a man with a top hat. A man who might sprinkle magnesium into the mouth of the thing that was surely following me down the hall, to enhance its toothy grin, to reinforce the bones there, to make them stronger. What did it eat to need such large chompers? Leafy greens, I thought, and let out a maniacal chuckle. I made my way down the stairs, and as I walked to the front door, I made sure to unlock every window I passed by. I just wanted the tapping to stop, so I let them in. When I arrived at the door, I did not look through the peephole, because I no longer cared about what I would find on the other side. Of course, when I turned the lock and pulled the door ajar, there was no one there. On the stoop, in a round plate with a brown flower petal design around the rim, was a peniton. My grandmother's famous peniton, with raisins and cranberries lodged in the dough like someone had used it for target practice with their dried fruit gun. Its shape was the telltale sign, slightly lopsided and resembling a large muffin. I stared down at it with impatience. "Did you ring the doorbell?" I asked it. It didn't respond. I left it there. Inside the house, a ceremony had begun. A crowd of figures in white surrounded my grandmother's bed. She was still crying, but softer now, less urgent. I glimpsed my mother on the floor and witnessed something spectacular. Despite all that was happening, my mother and my grandmother fell into the rehearsed rhythm of their everyday lives. First, my grandmother asked where her husband was. Then, like one of Pavlov's dogs, my mother said that he was at his sister's. My mother stared at the intruders with languished eyes. I casually walked in and lifted her to her feet. She asked me what was happening, and I shook my head in response. Together, with our arms around each other for comfort, we left the room and made our way to the couch. I sat her down and told her that it will all be okay. By now, I knew it would. By now I understood they were not here for us. They would not hurt us, touch us. Moments later, my grandmother fell silent. One of the figures in white turned toward me. It was the man who had climbed through the bedroom window. His grin was the same. It had never faltered. He smiled happily at me, while the others crouched toward my grandmother's bed and lifted her in their arms. But this one, he looked at me and he waved. "Hello, hello, 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 hello," he said through his teeth. "Will you come for me one day?" I said to him. His mouth opened, his teeth unclenched. What came out was a laughter so absurd, so hysterical that I had wished I were deaf. My mother blocked her ears and fresh tears dripped from her closed eyes. I took her hand and walked her outside to stand by the road, away from that horrible sound and those horrible people. It wasn't long before the succession pushed through the door. My deceased grandmother was their burden, but they all shared the weight. An awful sound of dissonance came from between their unwavering smiles. It took me a second to realize that they were singing. An elegy, perhaps, but there was no mark of lament on those happy faces. When they reached the tree, a few of the members broke off from the group and climbed the branches. The others lifted my grandmother's corpse, and the ones in the branches pulled her up and placed her gently in the tree. The one that was my grandfather climbed down from his perch near the top of the tree. I wanted to scream at him not to touch her. I wanted to protest against this grotesque sacrament, but I didn't. I watched with horrified eyes and held my mother fast while she wept. My grandfather, or rather the devilish pastiche of his likeness, wrapped himself around my grandmother and put his lips to hers. The kiss of life, the kiss of death. She sat up confused, but also not confused. She was confused the way a person is after coming out of a coma, but the dementia-related confusion was no longer in her stare. Her eyes finally found their way to my grandfather's uncanny face, and she beamed at him. She clawed at him and pulled him close. And then she saw the others and gathered them in around her. Her new family was found. And then they were gone. Just like that. Vanished. After a while, I took my mother back into the house and she fell to her knees beside my grandmother's bed. The body was there, mouth slightly open. Her final breath lingered, perfuming the room with a smell like vinegar. When the ambulance arrived, the paramedics announced her death and the coroner removed the body for storage until my family could arrange with a funeral director. The next day, the family arrived. All of my mother's siblings, my brother, my cousins. Together we mourned and we planned the funeral, and we ate pastiche in celebration of a life that was lost, a life we held dear to us. The panettone was given to the coroner as a thank you for his grim work, but there were still desserts like cannolis and biscottis and apple crisp and, best of all, grappa, which I had the most of. The day after that, I stayed to console my mother and to keep her company. I took the week off work with the excuse of bereavement, so I decided that I would stay here with her. We experienced something together, something that forever would separate us from everyone else in our family. We needed each other to recover from that, but I don't think we ever will. Whatever it was that happened defied all logic. The world as I thought I knew it has become as lopsided as my grandmother's famous panettone. All I could hope for is for time to heal me, to maybe one day think back without clarity. Maybe dementia would make me forget. Or maybe it would just bring them back. I walked for miles yesterday to try to clear my head, and I came across a salt marsh. It was beautiful and sad. And when I finally looked away, I saw something on my shoe. A leaf, I thought at first, but it was moving, crawling. It was a rare species of slug called Elysia chlorotica. I had seen a documentary on them. They looked exactly like a leaf, and they can survive for weeks off the chloroplasts from the leaves they ate through photosynthesis alone. Big jumpers, I thought. Leafy greens. But what can I say now? My mother is sobbing in the room on the main floor, the room she had been sharing with my grandmother for the past few months. My grandmother's bed is empty, taken away from us, body and spirit. I'm at the dining room table studying the twisted black oak in the front yard. Its branches are empty. The leaves are still. It's a relief, I must admit. But still, there is a part of me, a desperate part that wishes she would appear. A figure in the branches, dressed in white. A vulgar smile on her lips. Not her smile. A friendly wave like leaves in the wind. I wouldn't be afraid now. I will never be afraid of anything again. Part 1. I woke up on my couch this morning. The first thing I noticed was the piercing headache that comes with a horrible hangover. And then I acknowledged that waking up on my couch, with obvious signs of heavy drinking, instead of doing so in my bed with my wife peacefully sleeping beside me, was not exactly encouraging. So as I got up and went to clean myself off, I tried my best to remember everything that took place last night. As soon as I did, I felt guilty. My wife Sophia and I had a heated argument that ended when I eventually passed out on my couch from all the alcohol I consumed. As soon as I stepped into our room, I noticed that she wasn't asleep on the bed like I expected her to be. There was no sign of her actually. Not her phone, nor her shoes. Not her purse or any of her clothing laying around our room. Nothing. I figured that maybe I woke up a lot later than I thought, and she simply went out to grab lunch with her friends. This theory was quickly buried when I checked the time on my phone. It was only 9:20 a.m. This shook me up quite a bit, and I didn't know where she was or what she was doing hours after I drunkenly told her the most insulting and degrading things I could think of. Do you see where this is going? She could have spent the night revenge fucking some random loser for all I know. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to hug her and apologize for all of the horrible things I said to her. The guilt I was feeling was only worsened when I noticed her profile picture was missing from my contact apps, meaning she either just removed it or blocked me. The latter seemed like the most likely of the two options, as ever since we met, she had always kept the same picture of her and her twin sister Casey. I figured I needed to clear my mind before doing anything stupid, so I decided to step into the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as I did, I let out a huge sigh of relief when I saw a sticky note attached to the mirror. It read, "Hey Alex, I'm really sorry about last night. I know I was acting like a total maniac and provoked you into saying things you didn't mean. I want you to know that I'm not mad at you, and that nothing is wrong. I just went out to the beach to take a walk on the shore. I would have told you all of this in person, but you seem pretty passed out, and I didn't want to wake you up. Anyways, I'll be back soon. I love you." I smiled as I picked up the note and read it. However, I couldn't help but think that despite this obvious sign that I was just overthinking the whole situation, something still felt wrong. I brushed it off and proceeded to take a nice, long, hot shower. I felt a lot better as soon as I stepped out. My hangover had improved significantly, and the stabbing sense of guiltiness was almost gone. I got dressed and quickly tried to call Sophia, but it went straight to voicemail. This just made that lingering sense of worry suddenly reawaken itself, but then again, the beach had pretty much no signal, so I didn't worry about it too much and decided not to act immediately. Big mistake. Minutes turned into hours as I desperately waited for her to arrive. All I could think about was her shiny, long blonde hair and those beautiful blue eyes. I soon realized it had been 4 hours since I picked up the note she left me, which would have meant she had been away for a lot more since I had no idea when she left. She never spent that much time at the beach, so about 1:30 p.m., I decided to leave my house and go look for her. I ran into my good friend Max on the way to the beach. He told me he just left his surf shop and how excited he is about working on a customized board for one of the clients. He quickly noticed I wasn't exactly matching his energy, and seemed quite worried. He asked me if anything was wrong and how he could help. That was just classic Max. He was always there for his loved ones. He'd stick with those close to him through thick and thin no matter what. That's why I was really glad I ran into him on this particular day. I needed that kind of support now more than ever. I quickly explained the situation to Max, and his typical massive smile gradually turned into a serious expression, and I let out my concerns. He took a deep breath before speaking. Okay. I would have thought she'd just stayed mad and crashed somewhere, but that note really complicates everything. He then thought for a moment before speaking again. Maybe she's actually still mad at you, and still crashed somewhere, but she left you that note so you wouldn't come looking for her. I wouldn't worry too much, man. She's probably at one of her friend's house talking shit about you right now. But that's how it goes with her, man. She's a drama queen. She wouldn't just leave you without a big final showdown face to face, right? What he said did make sense, but I was still worried. Yeah, exactly. She wouldn't just leave without saying anything. That's why I'm worried. What if she actually came here and something happened to her? I replied, "Well, in that case, I'm here to help you look for her. Although I really don't think she's kidnapped or anything. That's insane. Trust me, she's probably at someone's house enjoying some time away from her psychopathic husband. He let out a soft chuckle, but quickly turned serious again when he saw his joke didn't amuse me at all. Look, man, if you're gonna help me look for her, I really appreciate it. If not, don't get in my way, I said with a stone-cold expression on my face. Roger that, he said as he quickly ran back towards the surf shop. I assumed he chose the latter of the two options I gave him, and scoffed quietly as I arrived at the beach. I was mistaken. About 20 minutes after he left, I heard Max calling out for me. I was too focused on looking for any sign of Sophia to turn around immediately, but when I did, I was delighted to see my friend alongside the entire staff of his surf shop making their way towards me. They were equipped with flashlights, binoculars, and even an automatic weapon, in case things went sour. I couldn't help but smile at the sight before me, and greet my friend with a hug. We wasted no time and immediately split up into 4 groups, walking around the beach and asking every pedestrian if they've seen a blonde-haired woman in her mid-20s earlier this morning. We were met with negative answers over and over again, until the sun started to set and our hope of finding Sophia slowly disappeared with it. Before I knew it, it was already 7 p.m. We had been asking around for any sight of my wife for more than 5 hours, and most of Max's team were starting to lose hope entirely. One of them suggested we call off our search, and instead file a missing person report with the local police. I stubbornly refused, noting that the local police is extremely incompetent and a missing person report almost always leads to nothing. But deep down, I knew that was my best bet. Max quickly said, I agree with Alex. The police won't do anything to help us, but Detective Hoffman might be a different story. I'll call him right now. I was confused by his statement. However, it gave me hope. Whoever this Detective Hoffman guy is could really help us right now. At least help us more than the police would. Max quickly explained to me that Detective Hoffman is the client he talked to me about earlier. He was shopping for a birthday present to give to his son, and a custom surfboard from Max's shop was what he chose. Max told me that they had become great friends, which by his standards most likely meant that they were mild acquaintances, but whatever kind of relationship they had was irrelevant. What mattered was that this guy was a trained detective who also worked as a private investigator, and after a short phone conversation with Max, he agreed to help me find my wife in exchange for a hefty discount on his customized surfboard. I was so thankful that Max actually agreed to this, especially considering that initially he thought that there was nothing to worry about, but hey, that's Max for you. Detective Hoffman and I got in touch as soon as he ended his conversation with Max. We agreed to meet at my house that same night, so I said goodbye to Max and his crew, thanking them and especially Max for their help, and quickly made my way back home. I still had a sliver of hope in me that as soon as I walked into my house, Sophia would be right there waiting for me. Of course, that wasn't the case. But my disappointment was short-lived, as about 10 minutes after I arrived, I got a knock on the door. It was Hoffman. I opened the door and greeted a tall but slender man into my home. He gave me a firm handshake and asked if he could come inside. Of course, I responded affirmatively, and he immediately took off his large, black trench coat to reveal a minimalistic, yet elegant white shirt and a red tie. He made his way into my kitchen and asked me if I had any bourbon. I was a bit shocked by his confidence. Usually, I would be the one to offer booze to my guests. I didn't have bourbon, but I did have about half a bottle of scotch left, so I offered it to him, and he gladly accepted. I took out 2 glasses and handed them to him. He served a generous amount of the brown liquid to each glass, put them on my kitchen table, and invited me to sit down. Again, his confidence was definitely a bit shocking to me, and I could have definitely mistaken it for arrogance. But I decided to keep these thoughts to myself. The only thing that mattered to me was finding Sophia. Listen, Alex, I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I need you to be 100% honest with me if you want us to get anywhere. Understood? Yes, I understand, Detective. Fantastic. Now I want you to know that we have a confidentiality agreement in place, meaning anything you say cannot legally be shared to anyone. Understood? Yes, understood, I replied. I definitely got a bit nervous when he asked me that. I was afraid of what he could ask next. Did you murder, attempt to intimidate, or attempt to physically or psychologically harm Sophia Atkinson? I was lost for words. I froze up. This Sherlock Holmes doppelganger thinks I killed my own wife. No, of course not. How dare you even suggest that in my own home? I can't begin to explain how. He calmly cut me off. No need to get defensive now, Alex. I just need to have a full understanding of the situation, so I can make an informed decision on how to proceed. I am not suggesting anything. He spoke again before I could reply. Tell me about Sophia. Did she show any change in her character in the days leading up to her disappearance? Did she show any signs of desiring to terminate your relationship? Is she closer to any of her relatives or friends than she is to you? I thought for a few seconds, and then began to tell him about our big fight. I was drunk and thought it would somehow be acceptable to demand she stop seeing her twin sister Casey so often. I hate to admit this, but I got jealous. I was jealous that my wife was spending time with her sister. God, I'm such an idiot. I told Hoffman about Casey. Her and Sophia were extremely close, but oddly enough, I never got to spend much time with her. Sure, I knew who she was and had seen her around sometimes, but I never got the chance to properly introduce myself to her. The closest I ever got was at my wedding, when she congratulated me and Sophia, and we exchanged a few words of gratitude, but that was really it. I was bothered by the fact that my wife spent so much time with someone who was practically a stranger to me, even though I had absolutely no right to feel that way since they've literally known each other since they were born. I understand. Do you happen to know where this individual resides at? Hoffman asked, referring to Casey, of course. Yes, she lives about 4 blocks away. I replied, not entirely understanding the purpose of Hoffman's question. Good. I would like to go speak to her immediately. I'll wait for you inside my vehicle, he said, and quickly stood up, grabbed his trench coat, and stepped outside. I was a bit shocked by this, but I remembered my goal of finding Sophia, so I followed behind him and made my way into his black SUV. The drive over to Casey's house was quiet and rather uncomfortable, but as soon as we got there, he handed me some sort of tape recorder and a pair of earphones. He said, I'm going in alone, but I need you to listen carefully to everything she says. Try to make connections between anything you may learn and everything you already know. But I need you to stay cool and composed, Alex. I will pressure her heavily. So it is more than likely that Casey will disclose some information that is new to you. But no matter how angry it makes you, you have to stay here and stay focused, understood? This shook me up a bit. I wasn't ready to find out what Sophia had been hiding from me, but I was certain that I was going to hear it anyways. Hoffman is intimidating to say the least, and I just know that if there truly is a big secret that Sophia had trusted Casey with, Hoffman would be able to get it out of her with ease. Part 2. I observed anxiously from the vehicle as Hoffman made his way to Casey's house. It was 8:21 p.m. when he gave the door 4 firm and loud knocks. He was about to knock for a 5th time when a short, blonde-haired woman greeted him with a confused expression on her face. Good night, Mrs. Atkinson. My name is Detective Mark Hoffman, and I am here to ask you a few questions regarding the disappearance of your sister, Sophia Atkinson. Can I come in, or would you prefer I take your statement from outside of your residence? That was a sneaky trick by Hoffman. Casey wasn't legally obligated to tell him anything, but his concise and confident demeanor would make her think she is. I told you this guy is good. Sure, Mr. Detective. Please come in. Hoffman took a glance at me in his car, before calmly walking into Casey's house. I heard a loud beep noise coming from the tape recorder-esque device that he handed me moments before. He just activated a wireless microphone hidden in his tie. The door closed and my visual presence was gone, but thanks to that little microphone, I could still hear everything that was going on inside of that house. Wow, okay. I didn't even know she was missing before you came here. When did this happen? Casey asked with a genuinely terrified tone. God, her voice sounded just like Sophia's. I'm not sure if you understand the dynamic here, Mrs. Atkinson, but I'm here to ask questions, not to answer them. I understand, Mr. Detective. I'm sorry, so how can I help? Again, I'm not here to answer questions. Think of this as an interview. Whatever you say won't help or hurt anyone but yourself, so I would advise you to answer each of the following questions honestly and to the best of your knowledge. Understood? Yes, Detective. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but feel bad for Casey. This girl was probably relaxing on her bed when suddenly she learns that her sister is missing, and that she is considered somewhat of a suspect, or at least that's how Hoffman made it seem. She sounded so scared and vulnerable. Please take a seat, Hoffman said. Yes, sir, Casey replied. Mrs. Atkinson, do you consider Mr. Alex Davis a friend of yours? I felt a chill down my spine when I heard my name being mentioned. Well, sort of, yeah, I mean, she's my sister's husband, so obviously I care about him and stuff, but we're not like super close friends or anything. Did he do something to Soph? It's a yes or no question, Mrs. Atkinson. Shall I repeat it for you? Hoffman shot back without even acknowledging Casey's inquiry. No, I do not consider him a friend, she said with a much more composed tone to her voice. That stung. I mean, I could have probably guessed she'd say that, and assumed that I had something to do with Sophia going missing, but it still felt bad. Hoffman just barely started, and I already wanted to step out of the car and go talk to her myself. This wasn't gonna end well. Did Sophia Atkinson show any signs of being mistreated by Mr. Davis? Not mistreated exactly, but she did on occasions express being unhappy with the state of their marriage. What? What occasions? What the fuck is she talking about? I wanted to go in there and find out more, but I stayed calm, just like Hoffman told me to do. Please go into detail about said occasions. What exactly did she feel unhappy about? Well, she sometimes talked about how Alex has really bad temper issues, and I can assume he's probably an alcoholic from all the stories Sophia told me. She felt really upset whenever Alex drank more than he should have, because that's when he really loses his mind, according to her. That answer made me lose it. Why didn't Sophia talk to me about this? I was growing more impatient with every second that went by. I wanted to go in there so bad. And could it be possible that Mr. Davis had one of his outbursts in the days leading up to Sophia's disappearance? Well, definitely. It's more than possible. I think it's very likely, actually. He did have those outbursts quite often, according to my sister. I punched the glove box and grinded my teeth when I heard that. I knew it was true, and that hurt me more than it angered me. Did Sophia Atkinson ever consider ending her marriage with Mr. Davis? Yeah, on many occasions. but she expressed a concern for her well-being if she did. She was scared of what Alex might do to her afterwards. Okay, what the fuck? Casey was literally turning me into the prime suspect of the case with the guy I hired right there. I couldn't sit here like an idiot and take this for much longer. Did Sophia have a backup plan, if you will, for Mr. Davis? I didn't even want to hear what Casey had to say about that. Sort of. She was going to meet up with a painter she met on the beach. That was supposed to happen a few days ago, but she canceled on him. She told me she just couldn't do that to Alex, and she felt super guilty after. I was simultaneously relieved and completely enraged when I heard her answer. What painter? How could Sophia even consider cheating on me with a fucking painter? And a painter she met on the beach, for God's sake. Probably some junkie who makes $2 a day selling his shitty drawings to people who just feel bad for him. But at least she came to her senses, right? Please elaborate on this painter individual. What is his name and where does he reside? His name is Jamie. I can't seem to remember his last name though. Maybe she didn't even mention it to me. And as for the second question, I have no clue where he lives, but he works at the beach, in a big blue tent by the main bar. Fucking loser, I whispered to myself. To the best of your knowledge, how did Jamie feel about Sophia canceling their date? A date? Holy shit. He didn't take it well. From what I know, he tried to get in contact with Sophia very often. She even blocked his number and he started calling her from a different phone. It got really, really bad. So bad that Sophia had to change her phone number to avoid him. She lost all of her contacts because of this. Oh, that explained the whole missing profile picture incident. I wasn't sure how to feel. And did he try to contact Sophia in person? Maybe show up to her house on some occasion? I don't know, but it wouldn't shock me if he did. And could have a face-to-face confrontation between the two of them lead to Jamie harming Sophia in any way? Wow, maybe yes. I didn't think of that. Oh my god. Casey sounded worried when she said that. I should have been worried too in hindsight, but then and there, I felt like I was losing my damn mind. I wanted to have a chat with this Jamie guy, maybe even stab him to death and throw his body in the sea too. I will not take any further questions from you. Thank you for your collaboration, Mrs. Atkinson. No problem, Detective. Let me know if I can do anything else to help. It sounded like Hoffman was making his way out of Casey's house, and sure enough, I saw him walk out with a blank expression on his face, and start to walk towards me and his car with a steady pace. He stepped into his car and began to drive back to my house without saying a word to me. It was now 9:08 p.m. When we arrived, he gestured for me to unlock the door, and as soon as I did, he walked inside with no hesitation and made his way to my kitchen to pick up his still full glass of whiskey and down it in one gulp. I'm really nervous about this Jamie guy. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. That was the most informal thing Hoffman had ever done and said since I met him. I quickly snapped back to my senses and replied, Yeah, Detective, I feel the same way. I want to kill that guy right now. Don't worry, I do too. I would go over and question him right now, but it's late, and I imagine he's probably gone by now. But first thing tomorrow, I'll pay him a visit at his little tent. It seems like the alcohol really loosened Hoffman up. I thanked him for his help and wished him a good night. He then firmly shook my hand and handed me his business card. I realized I didn't have his number yet as I had contacted him through Max's phone, but that issue was now resolved. He made his way out of my home. Hey, thanks for the drink by the way. Take care of yourself, Alex. I'll see you tomorrow, he said as he stepped into his car. Wow, a cop drinking and driving. I never thought I'd see that. I waved him goodbye and closed the door. I immediately collapsed onto the couch and started crying tears of rage. Whoever this Jamie guy was, and whatever he looked like, I was going to fucking kill him. In the middle of my breakdown, I decided to call Max. He almost instantly picked up, and we shared a short but meaningful conversation. "Hey brother, how did it go with Hoffman? Man, that guy is a complete badass, isn't he? I imagine you already figured out what happened to Soph, right?" His demeanor took a 180-degree turn as soon as he heard me still weeping tears. "Ah, shit," I heard him whisper with a terrified tone. I told him all about Hoffman's chat with Casey, and especially about Jamie the painter. "Dude, I know that motherfucker. He's bought a few beanies and ball caps from my shop before," he said with an enraged tone. "What does he look like?" I desperately asked. "Nothing this pair of fists can't turn into shreds, buddy," he replied. I urged Max not to do anything. Hoffman was going to go question him first thing in the morning, and that was final. Max sounded a little disappointed at me denying him the opportunity to beat Jamie's ass, but we had to be smart about this. He promised not to do anything directly, but he did say he and his staff were going to keep a close eye on Jamie. I didn't contest that, as I figured a few extra pairs of eyes couldn't hurt, and thanked him before hanging up. Downing the glass of whiskey Hoffman served a few hours ago, and passing out on my couch. I woke up to the sound of my phone ringing. It was a text from an unknown number. It read, "Good morning, Alex. It's Detective Hoffman. I have many things to share with you, but one is definitely more urgent than the rest. Please listen to the following audio file." The text had a 6-minute audio file attached, so I grabbed a pair of earphones and started to listen. "Mr. Jamie Watkins." Mr. Tall, angry British guy. I'm guessing that last bit was Jamie's voice. He sounded like a complete douche. "Good morning, Mr. Watkins. My name is Detective Mark Hoffman, and I'm here to ask you a few questions regarding the disappearance of Sophia Atkinson." I could hear a light scoff coming from Jamie. He then stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking again. "I have no idea who you're talking about, Detective," Jamie said with a sarcastic tone. I could visualize a huge grin on his face as he said that. "Frankly, Mr. Watkins, I know that is not true, so I am going to remind you that if you choose to lie again during your statement, you can and will be charged for misleading an investigation." Hoffman sounded like he was slightly losing his control, which definitely was out of character. "And frankly, Mr. Detective, I'm not obligated to tell you anything, so I think I would rather have you stop wasting my time and stop drawing my attention away from my work. Can't you see I'm working on a new piece here? God, you cops are such a pain in the ass." "You are correct, Mr. Watkins. You are not obligated to tell me anything. I'm sure you definitely aren't obligated to tell me anything," Hoffman angrily replied, as I could hear the sound of his handgun being ruffled around in his belt. He probably flashed the gun to Jamie in an attempt to intimidate him. I learned it clearly didn't work as soon as Jamie spoke again. "Wow, yeah, that gives me even more of a reason to ask you to leave. If you do so right now, maybe I won't tell your boss, Sheriff Strom, that you literally just threatened me with a weapon. How does that deal sound, Mr. Marky Mark?" "I do not work under Strom, but thanks for the warning, Jamie. I imagine this would be an appropriate moment to disclose the fact that I have already gathered enough evidence to put you under arrest for the kidnapping and possible murder of Sophia Atkinson, but hey, you should definitely continue to lie and provoke me." I wanted to believe Hoffman was lying when he said that. I just didn't want to believe it was possible that my Sophia was kidnapped, much less murdered. "Then why haven't you arrested me yet, asshole?" Jamie quickly scoffed back, sounding like he's completely unbothered by Hoffman's threat. "Because I want to help you, Jamie. I can help you if you help me. Tell me what you know about Sophia's whereabouts, and I promise I'll make sure that you don't even get looked at as a suspect." Jamie stayed quiet for an uncomfortable amount of time, before he let out a light chuckle and said, "Alright, look. I was supposed to come over to her house one night when her husband was away, but then she rescheduled our little date to yesterday morning." Okay, what? I thought Sophia canceled their date, but she met him the day that she went missing? This isn't looking good. Why would Casey lie? Or maybe she was being honest and Sophia lied to her about Jamie. Or maybe it's fucking Jamie who's lying. I definitely wanted to believe the latter possibility. "And did you see her yesterday morning, Mr. Watkins?" "Yeah, I did. We went on a trip to Malu Island to grab lunch and a few drinks, but that's all I know, I swear." Malu Island was a small but beautiful section of land about a 20-minute boat ride away from our town. "Please go into further detail about this trip," Hoffman said. "Well, nothing sexual or even romantic took place. We met at the shore at around 8:30 a.m. and bought 2 tickets to Maru Island. We didn't really do anything major once we were there. We just talked for a while and shared a few drinks at the main bar, when she suddenly stood up and went to the bathroom. That's the last time I saw her." "So she went to the bathroom at the bar and never came back?" Hoffman asked with a distrustful tone. "That's correct. I waited for about 20 minutes when I figured she just stood me up, so I got up and left," Jamie replied. Hoffman took a deep breath before speaking again. "Let's talk about you for a second. Do you work here at the beach full-time? Is selling your, well, art your main source of income?" "Correct," Jamie confidently shot back. "And where do you currently reside?" Hoffman asked again. "I live in a trailer home just outside the Bay Area. It's maybe 10 blocks away from here. I'll write down the address." I could audibly make out a scribbling sound. "Very well, Mr. Watkins. I will not be taking any more questions from you at this particular time. However, I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other soon." The recording ended with that last statement from Hoffman. I felt more confused than enraged. Clearly, someone was lying, and I desperately needed to know who. I guess I got caught up in my own head because without really paying attention, almost unconsciously even, I got up to grab the bottle of scotch, and just as I was about to give in to my alcoholism, I was brought back to my senses with the sound of anxious knocking on my door. It was Max. My friend greeted me with one of his signature comfort hugs and quickly made his way to my kitchen as I closed the door behind us. "Dude, I got some bad news for you, and you're gonna want to hear it," he said as he opened my fridge and tossed me a beer can. I was curious to hear what he had to say. "Try to stay calm, alright? One of my cashiers, Jesse, told me just now that he saw that Jamie guy sneaking into his tent with a big black trash bag, and it looked like whatever was in it was moving." I felt a chill down my spine when I heard that. Could it be? Part 3. Max and I devised a plan in an attempt to catch Jamie red-handed. We were going to keep a close eye on him all day long, and when he finally decided he was done selling his drawings for the day, we were going to follow him home in Max's car. The stage was set. Max and I were positioned on the roof of his surf shop with a pair of binoculars in hand, and sure enough, there was Jamie. He was lounging on a foldable chair inside of his ever-so-charming blue tent, with his paintings on display like they were the lost work of Da Vinci. Oh, and a really noticeable smell of marijuana emanating from a sloppily rolled joint in his left hand. I swear to God that if you look up the word douchebag in the English dictionary, the first thing you'd see would be a picture of this guy. I really can't understand why he was still there. It was 5:08 p.m. and by the look of it, every potential client of his already left the beach, plus it's not like anybody in their right mind would pay the ridiculous price that he charges for a piece of his art. Maybe he doesn't arrive at the beach so early and leaves so late to sell his drawings. Maybe he does it to scout his victims, to get close to vulnerable people without them suspecting anything. Maybe that's how he got to my Sophia. I was lost in my thoughts when a firm tap on my shoulder brought me back to my senses. Max pointed towards the tent as he quickly jumped from the rooftop and unlocked his car. "Dude, look, he's leaving. Hurry the hell up or we're gonna lose him." I quickly followed behind him and got into the passenger seat as fast as I could. As soon as I closed the car door, Max started driving almost recklessly, trying to keep eyes on Jamie's white van. We managed to get behind him without causing any suspicion, but I could tell Max and I felt equally as confused when instead of turning right, away from the Bay Area and towards where the trailer home he told Hoffman about would be, he took a left towards the wealthier side of our town. We followed close behind as the white van made its way into an old garage, just outside of Springfield, the neighborhood home to the most luxurious vacation homes and most stunning apartment complexes. We waited outside of the garage for about 5 minutes when suddenly, Jamie drove out of the garage in a insanely over-the-top red sports car. It looked like something straight out of a Grand Theft Auto game. Max let out an audible gasp of pure shock. I instead stayed silent for a while as we followed that ridiculously expensive car. "Holy shit, how much do you think that thing is worth?" I said. "I don't even know, man. Like a couple million at least, but the real question is, how the fuck did he pay for that?" Max replied while confusedly shaking his head. "Maybe he stole it. I don't know. There's no way he paid for it. I mean, I've never seen anyone buy his shitty paintings." I said, "That's the only possible explanation I could think of." Max let out a soft chuckle at my reply. "Dude, Alex, you're such a gullible little goofball. I mean, it's obvious this whole painter thing is complete bullshit. The guy doesn't live in a trailer home, and he most definitely doesn't make a living out of selling paintings on the beach. He's hiding something, and we're gonna find out exactly what it is." "But that doesn't make any sense. If you were a millionaire, why the hell would you pretend to be a junkie? Surely it would be the other way around, right?" I said. "Well, maybe he doesn't want people to know that he's a millionaire," Max replied. "But why? If I was a millionaire, I would be delighted if people knew. Why would anyone not want to take credit for that?" I confusedly stated. "That's exactly what we're here to find out," Max confidently replied. Earlier that day, before my friend and I decided to go on our investigation, I got a text message from Hoffman. It read, "Hello, Alex. I should tell you what I've been up to since our last interaction. I've decided that in order to eliminate all doubts regarding Mr. Watkins' supposed encounter with your wife, I had to investigate Malu Island. So I did, and I discovered absolutely nothing that could connect Mr. Watkins to the disappearance of your wife. Although, on second thought, I think it would be convenient if you took a look for yourself. Perhaps the two of us should travel there tomorrow morning and give the island another sweep. But to be honest with you, personally, I reckon that the supposed encounter never even took place, or at least in the way that Mr. Watkins described it to me." Then another text message after it. "I can't describe how uncomfortable this individual makes me. I have a really, really bad feeling about him. I'll pick you up at your house tomorrow morning, just after I pay our little friend another visit. I'll see you tomorrow, Alex. Take care of yourself." The red supercar finally stopped, pulling into the driveway of a home I could only describe as surreal. Imagine the kind of property that the Wolf of Wall Street would own if he never got caught by the FBI, and times that by 10. Jamie calmly stepped out of the luxury vehicle and watched as two muscular men dressed in tuxedos greeted him, and one of them proceeded to park the car in the home's private garage. All Max and I could do was watch in disbelief as the scene before us unfolded. The home had a meticulously designed security system. It was no joke. There were cameras everywhere. At least 20 other unnecessarily jacked security guards dressed in tuxedos. A massive, electrified gate about 15 feet tall, and of course, because why not, there was a fucking sniper on the mansion's rooftop. It looked like a supervillain's hideout straight out of a video game. After analyzing our situation, Max and I quickly figured out that our options were quite limited. We only had two, actually. Option A, go home, or option B, die. Since we're not completely out of our mind, we decided to choose the first option and leave the investigative work to a professional, like our friend Detective Mark Hoffman, for example. We drove back to the surf shop and said our goodbyes for the day with a bittersweet feeling. We basically made no progress towards finding Sophia, and we're losing valuable time that in this particular situation could be the difference between life and death. But hey, at least we didn't attempt to break into a deranged billionaire's home. When I finally got home, the loneliness hit me harder than it ever did. My wife has been missing for more than 2 days now, and so far, all I've done about it is find out that she met up with a billionaire pretending to be a loser. She could be dead right now, or maybe she's still alive and in desperate need of some help. And yet here I am, at home, alone, doing absolutely nothing to help her. I tried to change that by calling Hoffman and explaining everything Max and I saw in excruciating detail. I also sent him some photos I took of Jamie's car and his house. To my surprise, Hoffman seemed quite unbothered by this. He assured me that he'll get something valuable out of Jamie tomorrow morning, and wished me a good night. I'm ready to do something about it. I'm ready to step up for Sophia. Tomorrow, Hoffman and I will investigate Malu Island, and I swear on Sophia's name that I will not go home empty-handed. I will find something that can allow Hoffman to legally search Jamie's home, and then it's over. She'll be right there, alive and ready to finally come home with me. I miss her so much. I actually woke up at a reasonable time for once. It was 7:30 a.m., and I was ready to finally do something meaningful. I had called Hoffman the night before. I asked him to be present for his second interrogation with Jamie. I wanted to analyze everything about his demeanor. Any signs of guilt in his body language or matter of speech I was going to notice. Hoffman knocked on my door, and we decisively made our way into his black SUV. This made me reminisce about the time he interrogated Casey. The anxiousness and uneasy feeling was exactly the same. I was excited to find out more about Sophia's disappearance, but absolutely terrified about what exactly I could find out. Hoffman broke the silence. Right, Alex. Same thing as before. We will use the same wireless microphone technology we did last time, and the rules are still the same, yeah? If I'm being honest, I have no idea what I'll be able to get out of Jamie, so please keep a cool head. This could go extremely well or terribly wrong. But whatever happens, just stay here and do not leave the vehicle for any reason. Understood? Yes. Thank you, Detective, I said. We pulled up to the beach and Hoffman parked his SUV in a position that would give me a clear line of sight to the tent, but keep the vehicle from raising any suspicion. Hoffman handed me the same tape recorder thing as before, and gave me a pat on the shoulder as he stepped out of his car. I think up to that point, I had never been so nervous. Oh wow, look who decided to show up. My good old pal, Sherlock Holmes. I missed you, buddy. What have you been up to lately? Jamie said with a infuriating grin on his face. The show is over, Watkins. I now have conclusive evidence of your little side job. Or side life, I should say. And I imagine you wouldn't like it too much if that got out, would you? You'd probably lose a few clients if that happened. Jamie literally burst out laughing. How can someone be so relaxed when there's a trained detective interrogating them? Man, you crack me up, Mark. You're one hilarious dude, I'll give you that. I just wish you were as good of a detective as you are a clown. You're facing multiple charges that could lead you to more than 60 years in prison. Make that a life sentence in a few days when I connect you to the Atkinson murder. How exactly is that hilarious to you? Hoffman shot back. He's calling it a murder now? God, I really, really hope this is just a scare tactic. I can't even grasp the thought of my wife being murdered. Murder now, big shot? You don't even have a body, asshole. I literally own the police force, Mark. I'm perfectly aware of all the little scare tactics scum like you use to get people to incriminate themselves. You're pathetic, Jamie replied, that disgusting smirk on his face still intact. Well, what do you know? At least I tried, Hoffman said while reaching into his belt. He took out his handgun and fired a bullet into Jamie's foot. Holy shit. This is insane. Motherfucker! Jamie screamed out in pain, but his agony quickly turned into laughter. This can't be. The guy literally just got shot at, and he somehow finds this funny? And so the plot thickens. Did you have fun on your little field trip, Mark? Jamie was now in a full-on fit of laughter. There is something seriously wrong with him. You sent me to Malu Island to find nothing. How funny. Hoffman cocked his gun and aimed it at Jamie's foot once again. You wasted my time, so I thought it'd waste some of yours, Jamie said, still laughing hysterically. Hoffman then fired another shot into Jamie's foot. This time around, there was apparently no pain at all. In fact, it actually seemed to make Jamie laugh even harder. Tell me what really happened to her, or your head is next, Hoffman said with the weapon still firmly in hand. What really happened to her? Okay. What really happened to her is that I took her to my house and fucked her brains out. She begged me to stay, but I kicked her out as soon as I was done with her. Then after that, she probably killed herself when she realized she had to go back to Alex Davis. Jamie's fit of laughter got louder and more obnoxious with every word that came out of his mouth. I officially lost my mind when he said that. I didn't care anymore. I was gonna get out of the car, walk up to the scene, take Hoffman's gun away from him, and pull a bullet through Jamie's skull. I was in the middle of unbuckling my seatbelt to do just that when Jamie spoke again. This is priceless, Mark. If only you could see the look on your face. This play just keeps on getting better and better, and perhaps it's time for the final curtain, but it seems like all of the actors are yet to arrive. Jamie actually stopped laughing. His demeanor took a sharp turn into something a lot more menacing than infuriating. You know exactly who I'm talking about? That idiot you call your client, sitting in your car like a coward, listening to me right now? Come out to play, Alex. I wanted to go, and I most definitely would have done so if I didn't notice that Jamie had some kind of assault rifle hidden under one of his paintings. So instead I stayed in the car like a coward. At this point, I hated myself more than I hated Jamie. Hoffman noticed it too, and he carefully walked to the car, still facing Jamie. With the firearm in hand, he got in, and we drove away. That somehow went even worse than anything I could have imagined. Well, goddammit. Now we're dealing with an actual criminal. I told you this guy is bad news, Alex. I had that weird feeling about him since day one. Hey, let's waste no time. Let's go to Malu, I quickly replied. And that's what we did. As soon as Hoffman and I stepped out of the boat, we immediately started scouring every little corner of Malu Island. Not just the places that Jamie mentioned like Hoffman did last time. Every bar, restaurant, shop, and public area we went to, trying to discover any clues that could lead us to the truth. Our efforts were seemingly worthless until we decided to investigate that old, rusted well located on the most desolate area of the land. I really wish we didn't do that, but I'm also, in a way, glad we did. My sanity could not handle a single additional ounce of uncertainty, so discovering the truth, as absolutely heartbreaking as it was, felt oddly rewarding. We opened the well and our eyes met with nothing but a pit of darkness. However, the smell was a completely different story. The well emanated a pungent odor, the scent of rotting flesh and solidified blood. When Hoffman lit his flashlight to reveal the source of such a disgusting smell, I threw up in my mouth. My eyes stared in disbelief as my chest sunk like never before. What we discovered was Sophia's corpse, staring back at us with those lifeless eyes. To this day, that sight makes me stay up at night. I can't get that image out of my head. The way her mouth froze open, and her hands rested stiff on what used to be her thighs. In that moment, I couldn't do nothing more than just stand there, too numb to even react. I felt the urge to scream or cry, but my body just didn't respond. Hoffman and I just stood there, frozen. I can't even tell you for how long. Time just didn't feel real in that moment. Nothing about that situation seemed real to me. It was a terrible nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. This was and still is without a doubt the worst day of my life, and I can predict with almost complete certainty that it will stay that way until I die. Jamie Watkins, if by any chance you happen to be reading this entry, let me just tell you that the murder case coming your way should be the least of your worries. If you are unlucky enough to run into me one day, I swear that I will put you through the most amount of pain the human body can handle, and I don't give a shit if we're in public. I will tear the flesh of your bones and rip apart every single one of your organs, one by one. You took my life away from me. You took the only thing I had and fucking took her away from me. I swear to God that one day I will do the same. I don't care how much I have to sacrifice. I will go to any and all lengths to destroy you and everything you have, even if it costs me my life. Take this as a friendly warning. If you value your life, the best thing you can do is just plead guilty and hide in a prison cell like the dirty rat you are for the rest of your miserable existence. But even that won't help you. I will find you, and I will make you pay for what you did to me. Part 4. It's been a year since events of my last entry took place. This time has been very uneventful, but there's still some important things that perhaps I should share. Jamie Watkins got acquitted of the first-degree murder charge against him. I don't even care anymore. I could see it coming from a mile away. We didn't have DNA or any piece of real evidence, just the audio recordings from Hoffman's interrogation, and those got easily shut down, since there were no witnesses of the interrogation besides me and Hoffman. The judge didn't even allow it to be played for the jury, and even if he did allow it, Hoffman literally shot Jamie twice during the interrogation, so it would have done more harm than good anyways. Again, I don't care anymore. I learned the hard way that with enough money, you can get away with almost anything. I distanced myself from almost every person who was in my life before this nightmare began. I only really stayed in touch with two people, Max and Casey. Max is my best friend and he's been incredibly supportive of me, always there when I needed someone to listen to my drunken rants. And Casey? Well, I get the feeling that I like her a lot more than she likes me. I stopped by her house quite a few times, and although she always allows me to come inside, she definitely seems very uncomfortable around me. But for some reason, this doesn't really bother me. I feel happy and safe when I'm around her. It's a feeling that I can't replicate with anyone else. When I talk to her, I feel like Sophia is the one listening to me. Her facial expressions, her body language, her smile, and even her scent just makes me feel at home. I suppose it makes sense, since she is my wife's twin sister, but there's still something special about Casey that I can't really explain. Max has been trying his best to keep me away from her. He says she's preventing me from moving on. He also once told me that I'm trying to replace one twin with the other, and as disgusting as it is, I think he's right. I know I have to do something about it. This isn't right, and it isn't fair for Casey. I tried to turn her into a Sophia simulator, and I think she noticed. Max told me about a friend of his, a middle-aged lady who used to work for him as a cashier. Her name is Monica. She quit a few months ago in order to set up her spiritual shop, and apparently it's been a huge success. Her clients are always satisfied, and she seems to magically get rid of people's problems. Just what I needed. I decided to give it a try because why not? It was gonna be expensive, sure, but I figured it's better to spend my money on something that could help me instead of buying nothing but pre-made food and whiskey. I drove there at night. Usually I would be playing some music, but ever since this whole thing happened, I can't seem to get enjoyment out of anything anymore. Every song I used to listen to reminds me of her. Same with every movie and every show. Hopefully this Monica person can help me live a normal life again, although I do have serious doubts. Most places that sell spiritual items end up being a complete scam, at least from my experience. Hopefully this changes my mind. I arrived at the shop about 15 minutes after I left my house. Monica greeted me at the door and invited me inside. "You must be Max's friend, Alex, right?" she said with a big smile. "Yes, that's me. I don't really know why I'm here exactly. There's something seriously wrong with me and I was hoping you could help me fix it." I replied, "Yes, Alex, Max told me all about you. I'm going to examine you if that's okay. Please, take a seat." Examine me? What does she mean by that? I probably should have asked her to explain this examination of hers, but I really wasn't in the mood to cause a scene. So I did exactly as she told me and sat down on a old, brown armchair accommodated behind the counter. She then placed some sort of stone on my forehead, gently holding it still with her cold hand. After a few seconds, she removed her hand with the stone still in it, and just stayed quiet for a while. It maybe took close to a full minute before she spoke again. "You're broken. Something really traumatic happened, and you simply haven't been able to get over it. You're lost. You feel like you need to replace something that you lost, but in reality, you don't know what you want. Give me a few minutes, please." "Well, yeah, no shit. I think I already knew that, Monica. So far, this isn't quite worth the $500 fee she's charging me." Or that's what I thought. She stepped into the back room of her shop, and shortly after, came out with a melting oven and a few plastic bags with powdered materials that seemed similar to cooking condiments, although I knew that they obviously weren't what they appeared to be. She then took the stone she had previously placed on my forehead and started to melt it. It was actually a soul crystal, as she called it. She started carefully measuring out and incorporating the powders into the hot goo. She kept on adding and mixing for about 5 minutes until she finally acknowledged me. She asked me to come closer, and so I did. Without any warning at all, she took my hand and pinched my finger with a small needle she had on hand. And as soon as a drop of my blood splashed onto the mixture, she spoke again. She softly whispered something with her eyes closed, and then poured out the hot mix into a steel compass to create the needle. It was something in Latin, I think, but what really caught my eye was the compass she made. Why did it need my blood, and why didn't she tell me anything before doing that? Monica handed it to me and briefly explained its functionality. "This is what we call a soul compass. Follow the needle, and it will lead you to the thing you desire most above everything else. Maybe finding what you truly need can help you handle your grief a little better. If not, I'm always here to help." I thanked her and left. This got me really curious, so I decided to follow the needle until it stopped moving. It led me to Casey's house. Don't panic, I thought to myself. Maybe it's leading me to something inside of Casey's house, not Casey herself. I don't know why, but I thought it'd be a great idea if I wait for her to leave her house so I can take a look. Why do I keep putting myself in dangerous situations? Maybe that's why I so often see things I'm not supposed to see. At about 8 p.m., a little over an hour after I got there, I saw her leaving her house all dressed up for a night out, I suppose, but she was with Max. Why? I saw the compass needle following her every step as she walked by with my friend. At first I felt bad about breaking into her house, but now I find out she's been hanging out with my best friend I needed to know more. I just couldn't resist. I stepped out of my car and carefully made my way towards her room. She always left the window slightly open enough for someone to sneak in. She was just as clumsy as Sophia in that regard. Before I knew it, I was in Casey's room, and nothing really stood out until I took a closer look at her desk. A bunch of messy, unorganized paperwork and 2 perfectly packaged and unopened envelopes. Fuck it, I thought, and opened the first one. It was a bank receipt for the purchase of a property in Paris. Holy shit. I didn't know Casey was moving to Paris, and I certainly didn't know that she had that kind of money. However, my, that's weird reaction quickly turned into a, what the fuck, when I opened the second envelope. It was a letter signed by Jamie Watkins. Dear Sophia, I would like to inform you that so far, everything is going swimmingly well. Thanks to Maximilian's surf shop, I have been able to move my product like never before. And as a thank you gift, I bought you two a nice apartment out of the country. I will allow myself to suggest that you two move there as quick as possible. I imagine the dental analysis for Casey's body will be in rather soon. And when that happens, the cover is blown. Best regards, Jamie Watkins. I like piercings. Not the actual piercing aspect of them, of course. I'm a self-proclaimed wimp, but a stubborn one, so while I may yelp when I get my ears pierced, I'll stick through the pain and suck up any nerves around the experience. If I could fix my childhood arachnophobia with a bit of exposure therapy, I certainly did the same with my fear of needles. The pre-piercing anxiety is easy enough to overcome. The end result is worth it, after all. A new piercing feels like a new haircut. You walk out of a parlor and try to catch your reflection in the windows of storefronts, in the rear view mirror of the car, anywhere possible. You feel glamorous. But piercings offer something else. New places for jewelry. It's like if someone were to wake up with a tail or another limb. It's taking a part of your body that bangles and rings would have previously slid off, and with a few moments of discomfort opening up a whole new world of possibilities. Nose studs, earrings, septum hoops. There are so many bends and twists and options to it all that once you take the plunge, it's easy to start shopping for more. So, of course, the first thing I like to do when considering a new piercing is to shop for jewelry. Since there aren't very many storefronts near me with large selections of body jewelry, this ends up being a lot of online shopping. Sometimes brand name realtors, but more often small, independent vendors and jewelry makers either peddling discount resale or their own handcrafted wares. I like supporting small businesses, and I feel like the jewelry they offer is often more unique. It also feels a bit more personal ordering them from a small shop. And I love when I get a handwritten thank you note or a little something extra tucked in as thanks for patience with shipping delays. I got some free jewelry when I ordered my belly button ring. I had fallen in love with a belly button ring that featured a cicada, or a wasp, some kind of insect with long, thin wings in gold and blue tones. To get free shipping, I also nabbed some off-season Halloween earrings that were cute enough I could see myself wearing them, and after weeks of anticipation, my order finally arrived in a small, nondescript bubble mailer envelope. There was more in the order than I had purchased, and when I poured out the contents on my bathroom counter, the thing that caught my eye was a different piece of jewelry. It was a curved barbell, standard size for a navel piercing. The large ball at the bottom of it was a pearlescent, marbled white, streaked through with clear and some cream tones. It was striking, and the one I had ordered paled in comparison. It reminded me of an agate, with all the layers of striations. The receipt in the bag had a small note written at the top, a squiggly scrawl. It simply said, "Thank you for the purchase. A gift for you, from us." The decision of which jewelry I'd start with was a no-brainer. The problem started a few nights after I got my piercing. I mean, there were inconveniences from the start. It's shockingly easy to bump your navel jewelry on things. No one warns you that you have to be careful leaning against a sink when you wash your hands, or that the large pocket on the front of overalls becomes a no-go for your phone for a few months. High-waisted clothing is out, and scrubbing with a loofah is a horrible plan. But there are so many little times that I didn't expect that it got jostled. I suppose all of that is normal. Growing pains are common when you're trying to train your body to accept something new. It was the 4th night after I got my piercing that I began to notice something was off. There was a dark line on my jewelry. Up until that point, I had only noticed creams and whites, like marble or ivory. I started to worry as I looked closer. Perhaps those original pale colors were just paint or a coat on the surface, and that my repeated cleanings and occasional impacts could have scraped away part of the patina. If it was painted, could it be a cheaper internal material than I'd thought? Was that why it was given away for free? The bag didn't have any information on what material it was made of. The rest of the items were all surgical steel, so I had thought it was fine, but was that a poor assumption? Running my finger across the surface of my jewelry, I didn't feel any scratches, and as I turned to see it from different angles, it appeared that the dark line was below the surface. Maybe I had just missed it somehow. There were a lot of different colors marbled together after all. Regardless, it was too late to do anything about it now. Anyone who has had a piercing will tell you that you are supposed to leave your initial jewelry in for a certain length of time. Changing it too early can result in irritation. Considering how much I was jostling it already, I didn't want to add any more potential problems to my healing process. Besides, what would I have done? Requested a refund for a damaged freebie? There were other things that people don't warn you about belly button piercings. Earrings will occasionally get tangled in your hair if you have long hair. That's common. It's surprising when you find a hair wrapped around your belly button ring, but it happens. Similarly, irritation bumps are common with piercings, but when you get an irritation bump on a belly button piercing, the resulting zit-like blister can be large enough initially it tilts your jewelry to the side. It's incredibly unsightly. Repeated cleaning is often the best way to resolve both of these issues. It was about a week in, during one such nightly cleaning, that I found another hair wrapped around my jewelry. This one was short and wrapped around the post. Looking closely at it, I frowned. The small hair was a bit longer than an eyelash, and black. I do not have black hair. I racked my brain to think of where it could have come from as I carefully pinched it between my fingers. It wasn't until I tugged it gently and met resistance that I shifted my focus from the hair to the jewelry. The hair wasn't wrapped around the thin metal post. As I gently shifted the bar around to look from other angles, it looked like it was stuck on a white, ornamental ball that rested right over the navel. I tugged again, slowly to see if there was any more give, and met without progress. Squinting close to the mirror as I could get, I realized where I had seen it before. It was the same as the black line inside my jewelry. It is a unique kind of revulsion, realizing that there is hair where there should not be, like stepping into a shower onto a clump of something that squelches between your toes, wet and intrusive. Or like finding a fine thread in your mouth and having to fish it out, feeling it floss against your tongue, unexpectedly sharp. It is a distinct and awful revulsion, made exponentially worse when you realize that it is coming out of what you thought was a solid piece of jewelry, one you chose to put under your skin. It's an even worse feeling, realizing that it is not actually hair. When I pulled my hand away, it twitched, and then it was gone, faster than I had time to process. If I had to guess, it was just an eyelash or something that had gotten stuck somehow. My tugging must have loosened it, and then it just got blown away by the vent or something. That must have been it. That's what I had to tell myself, at least. There's no way that it retracted inside the jewelry. That would be absurd. The excuses I made to myself were what was absurd in retrospect. I had a dream that night. My jewelry was no longer swirling whites like marble. Instead, it was filled with coiled black threads, all bound by a thin, clear membrane. In my dream, I poked it with a needle and then gently squeezed it between my fingers like a grape. It popped in my hand and black things like a child's marker scribbles spilled out onto the counter. In my surprise, I pricked myself with the needle I was holding, and it stung near my navel. When I went to wash my hands of the mess, the black crawled up my arms, scurrying away from the water. I woke up sweating right as they began climbing my neck. I wasn't surprised when I went to clean my jewelry and found an irritation bump. They form similar to blisters due to friction on an area, and when someone twists jewelry around the way I had done, it happens. Actions have consequences. Just like zits, they go down over time, or can be lanced and drained of pus and blood if they grow too large. No sign of hair, at least, so I was counting it as a victory. The next time I saw it was over a week later, when I'd almost convinced myself it was all in my head. Almost. The knot hair was longer this time, and I didn't touch it to begin with as I looked from different angles. It was sticking out of the same spot, and still appeared to be connected to the rest inside. This time I grabbed it with tweezers to make sure I had a good grip, and I tugged hard. I expected it to snap off at the base, where it met the surface of the jewelry, or perhaps for the whole twitching thread would come out. I didn't expect the jewelry itself to bulge outward with the tug. I didn't expect the amount of resistance, and then the feeling of something breaking free. The passage left a small crater in the top of the marble ball. The casing caved in without its filling. Despite it all, despite all of my worst suspicions, I didn't truly expect to be left holding something writhing, its long, spindly leg gripped firmly in my tweezers. It looked like a tick, but with the fine legs of a spider. Perhaps it was just a spider, but that flat body was so thin as to almost appear disc-like, two-dimensional, like a dark line when viewed at an angle. And the mandibles, fangs, whatever it was, it looked cruel. Even without the sharp appendage by its abdomen, I could only imagine it to be a stinger. I won't lie, I panicked. I know that it would have been smart to keep it for identification purposes, or even just to take a picture of it, but I needed it as far from me as possible. Tweezers and a death grip, I ran out the backyard and threw the whole handful into the far bushes before bolting back inside to make sure there weren't more of them dangling from my skin. Much as I searched, and trust me, I searched, that appeared to be the only one. As soon as I felt sure that more wouldn't burst out of me, I went back to the piercing shop to have them take out my jewelry. I spared them the lengthy explanation because who would believe me? At first, my piercer cautioned me about changing my jewelry so soon, warning it would likely hurt and cause further irritation. But when they saw the carnage of my current jewelry, I think they were too surprised to push further beyond agreeing that yeah, it was probably a good idea to change it out. They switched my deflated nightmare fuel for a solid titanium piece that they assured me was from a reliable manufacturer. I tried checking for more information on my online vendor. but the shop appears to have been deactivated since my purchase. The irritation bump hasn't gone down yet, but I suppose growing pains are common when you're trying to train your body to accept something new. It's tempting to pick at it, but I know that wouldn't be good for me. As for the jewelry, I doused it in alcohol and sealed it in a Ziploc bag. Several days of monitoring hasn't shown any sign of motion. I did the same for all the other pieces I purchased from the vendor. No sign of life there either. But I don't think I'll be able to trust Annie enough to wear them. Maybe I can just give those away or something if I bump into someone else with a navel piercing. A gift from me. For them. My mom used to take me on walks after she and her boyfriends fought when I was a kid. We'd walk around our little town and eventually wander out to the park at the edge of town. Those walks were one of the few pleasant memories of my childhood. My infantile memory remembers the idyllic summer walks at twilight, with crickets singing all around like they were scoring a childhood that was less traumatic. The odd thing is, I can't remember the weather or the season of the day my mom disappeared. All I can remember is the carousel. We came upon it at the end of town, right up against the start of the woods. The carousel's whimsical music drifted out from its ceramic horses and chariots. It was like any carousel you've ever seen at a fair or amusement park. Classic ceramic horses and sleighs, bulb lights, mirrored walls. Except the thing was sitting in an empty field next to the woods. I begged my mom to let us take a ride. I still feel guilty about that. The carousel slowed when we approached. I found a white horse with a gold saddle. My mom jumped onto a horse right next to me. The last thing I remember of my mom was seeing her long red hair flowing in the wind of the carousel, her mouth open, smiling and laughing as the thing picked up speed. It was like the thing had completely washed away the hysterical fight I had just heard her have. I looked ahead to see the other horses and carriages bobbing up and down in that carousel rhythm. When I looked back to my mom's horse, and she was gone. I tried to climb down off the horse but couldn't. It was too high, and the speed of the carousel got faster and faster. I leapt off the horse and got off the carousel. It took me a second to recover from the crash. I looked back to the carousel once I did. It was gone. I was alone in the woods. I waited in the field where the carousel was until dark. Neither my mom or the carousel ever reappeared. I never saw her again. I told the police and every adult I could talk about what happened with the carousel. No one believed me. My mom was defined as missing. It was assumed she either ran away or was murdered and just never found. She was just another troubled woman in a small town who slipped between the cracks. No one cared, except for me. My foster care upbringing was what you think it was. Sad, chaotic, and damaging. Yet I made it through and put together a rather normal life. I had a good job, my own house, a dog, and was happy in my late 20s. Then one night I decided to Google carousels and people going missing. I ended up on Reddit and found threads of people talking about people they know going missing after finding a carousel in a strange location. Then the carousel disappeared and the person never came back. It was a phenomena all over the world. There was an online community of people who tried to track down the carousels. If they were close enough, people would go out to try and find them, but they would almost always disappear before someone got there. I got to know everyone in the group. They were all people like me who had lost loved ones to the carousels. The one thing that kept most of us sane was the group, sharing our experiences and clues to who, what, when, where, and why was going on with the carousels. I got especially close with Ian, a man my age from Portland whose fiancée was taken by a carousel a few years before. He had a giant tattoo of a carousel on his arm. He wore a necklace with horse pendants on it. We didn't live far away from each other, so we met in person a few times. We bonded over the similarities of our loss and the angst inside us. We started hanging out almost every weekend, getting drunk together and airing our sorrows. It made me feel better to have someone to talk to who could truly understand my pain. Ian was just so much like me. He even shared song lyrics to the name of which I can't remember, that I feel like both summed us up. Your composure is so greater, and you hold yourself so well. Inside you cling to pieces of a broken carousel. We'd blast the song and sing the line out with the strength of our lungs, but we'd be so blackout drunk I couldn't remember what the song even was. I think my chaotic upbringing and laser focus on just succeeding in life and finding stability prevented me from truly making friends. It sounds pathetic, but even though Ian and I had only hung out a handful of times, he had become my best friend. And it felt great. It hurts to go too much more into my friendship with Ian. He was like the bigger brother I wished I always had. The perfect way to sum up our dynamic was something that still sends tingles down my spine. I told Ian one night that one of the things I remember my mom doing was when I was very young and scared of the dark, and my bedroom and going to bed. She would wheel a TV into the hallway outside my bedroom and play old Nintendo games she loved from her own upbringing until I fell asleep. That old Mario soundtrack still soothes me like nothing else. One night, after I talked about struggling to sleep again, feeling scared of something, Ian showed up that weekend with his PlayStation and set it up in my living room outside of my room and played into the night. He came back during the week and did the same thing for a few nights. He even played old Mario games to help soothe me. A carousel was spotted near me a few months into me joining the group. Ian and I drove out into the middle of the night. A few of the other members of the group were close enough to join as well. We found the carousel spinning and singing its whimsical song out into the world as the sun rose in a wheat field. We ran out to the carousel and jumped on. The carousel revved up to an incredible speed, and pretty soon we were spinning so fast, it was almost impossible to even hold on. My mind started to go into a trance. It started to blank, and I just spun, and deep and dark thoughts crippled my mind. I suddenly wanted to stay on the carousel. I wanted it to spin me around forever. My life was cold and sad anyways. I let go of the pole I was holding on to, and let the carousel just take over. I was lost in the spin for a few moments, then I felt my arm get yanked away. I found myself on the ground next to the carousel. Well, where the carousel was, it was gone. The other members of the group had pulled me out. They said they saw me in a trance and yanked me out just before the carousel disappeared. One of us did not get out, though. Ian. The group stayed in the field where the carousel was, dejected and praying Ian would come out, but he didn't. I was the last there until the property owner called the police. Finally, I left broken. I couldn't even process losing Ian. Eventually, though, just like with my mom, I went on with my life. Then one night I came home and found something on the doormat of my front door. A little silver horse. One of the ones from Ian's necklace. Ian was still out there. Ian showed up at my house one night. I hugged him tight. Then I had to know what happened. He wasn't sure how it happened, but he knew what happened, and knew what the carousels were now. According to him, the carousels were a trick from hell. They came up from underground as a way to lure people down into the devil's playground. Ian said he found out when he got taken down there. What the carousel did is by spinning you into a trance and injecting your brain with your negative and hopeless thoughts. It got you to stay on it and then pulled you underground to hell. He said the carousels prey on the hopeless. They can feel it in the air, and that's why they pop up in random places. A particular piece of Ian's monologue that he laid on me with wet eyes stuck with me. You know how like a carousel, you always associate it with positive, fairs, carnivals. It's bright and shiny, but if you look closely, nothing's what it seems. Look at the horses and their crooked, stuck smiles. The mirrored glass, it's only magical if you like what you see in the reflection. Half the lights are always busted and burnt out, and the music. It's songs written by faceless, nameless people who died eons ago, you know? Ian explained. Sure, but how did he get out? He fought. He got sucked down for a few minutes, but he kept fighting the hopeless and negative thoughts, and he was able to pull himself out. I'm not sure if I believed him. He certainly seemed hopeless and negative sitting on the floor of my apartment. Something was off about Ian. He wasn't himself anymore. He seemed high, like he wasn't really there. I changed the subject and just talked to him about life for the rest of the night. I got the feeling I might never see him again. He looked weak, like he could barely keep himself upright. I could hardly look at him. I reminded him that night he left his PlayStation there last time he was over, hoping he might stop and play. He gave me the weakest hug I have ever felt and walked out without his game console. A few months later, a carousel was spotted not far from my home. I jetted out there as fast as I could. I found the carousel out in the edge of some rocks on a lonely beach, calling me to a dusk. I ended up on the carousel. I can hardly even remember doing it. The carousel spun me and I felt my brain slip into that familiar trance. I started thinking about that day when it took my mom. I felt my body become weightless. I saw the world around me spin into nothing but darkness. I felt everything around me plummet. I could only feel air all around me. Then I heard a familiar voice I hadn't heard in a lifetime. My mom's soft drawl coming out of the ether. Where did you go? The world around me turned to light, and a setting started to come into focus. I heard the sound of crickets back my mom's voice as I was nearly blinded by the incoming light. Will you come home? The world came back into focus when my mom finished her question. We were back in that field where the carousel had been, but no carousel. I wanted to jump into her arms. I was also very wary. What if Ian was right? Was this some kind of sinister trick? The devil's charade? I felt her hold onto my hand and I watched the world all around us start to morph again, starting to swirl and move around in circles like we were on the carousel again. Time passed. I couldn't tell if it was 5 seconds or 5 hours. I felt a rush and got my breath back. I was back on the carousel. I looked to the mirrored wall to my left and saw myself, 4 years old again, perched up on that white horse. When I looked to my right and saw my mom standing out there in the field, wearing the same dress she was that day. The next move was obvious. I got off the carousel and walked into my mom's waiting arms. Now you're probably wondering where I was at that point. I existed at the age of 4, but I had the wisdom and mental capabilities of someone who had lived for 29 years already. Everyone thought I was a genius, yet I felt I couldn't stay. It didn't feel right. I felt like a visitor. I was living in the past. I didn't even have the internet. After a few months, I had to go. I felt my mom could sense it. She spent as much time with me as possible, squeezed me a little harder. I made sure to say goodbye to my mom this time. We shared a great night. I thought about bringing up the carousel, if she was aware of everything that was happening. I resisted the urge. I didn't want to ruin the beautiful cake that was our exchange and that little slice of pleasant reality. when I snuck out into the middle of the night, the carousel was at the edge of town, waiting for me. The carousel brought me back to my original reality. I feel like I was finally able to process some of the pain of the 25 years before my time back on the carousel. I wouldn't say I was happy. I was content. I told the carousel group all about what happened, that I need some time away. Then I started to itch. I started monitoring where the carousels were, waiting to find one near me, and I found one. I made it to the carousel in time. It was tucked into an abandoned industrial yard. The difference this time was the carousel wasn't running. It was stopped and dark. I was barely able to see it at night. I kept my distance, not liking that it was dark and looking broken down. Then I saw someone walk out from the carousel, a shadowy figure. The lights of the carousel flickered on for a moment as they stepped down off of the ride. In the flash of the lights of the carousel, I saw it was my mom. My mom looked the same as she did when I last saw her, before I rode that carousel out of her world. Just seeing her was enough to put a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. We hugged in front of the carousel and I kept an eye on the ride, still unnerved by it sitting there dead, dark, and quiet. It felt like there was some kind of danger in the air that I could feel. Something was off. This was confirmed by how light my mom's hug was. I could sense she was in a hurry. Her body was tight and tense. "What's wrong?" I asked as I saw tears in her eyes. "Something is following me." My mom pushed through her emotions to get the words out. "It showed up after you showed back up. And now it won't leave me alone." "What is something?" I asked. My racing thoughts were cut off by a mechanical chug. I looked over to see the carousel coming to life next to us, its lights flickering alive and lighting up the yard. I stared at the carousel as it picked up speed. I was quickly mesmerized and frozen in my stance. I watched as something else started to come to life on the machine, the silhouette of a person. Someone tall, someone moving right at us. They were off of the carousel and in the gravel next to us rather quickly. I felt my mom tug at my arm and pull me away, breaking me out of my frozen trance, but not before I got a good look at who had come out of the carousel. It looked like Ian, but wasn't him. It was a young man, similar vibe, dark hair, dark features, tattoos but taller, and the tattoos were different. There was something dark and tragic that radiated out of him. I could feel it from 20 yards away. He didn't mean well. I ran out of the industrial yard and my mom followed. We were at the edge and out of breath before I looked over my shoulder. The man with the dark aura was right behind us. He reached out for us as I struggled to get the door which let out the yard open. I looked at his hand and was mesmerized. His skin radiated with a bright yellow light, like that of the bulbs on a carousel. I looked into his eyes and watched his pupils spin in a hypnotizing lull. It was like he was a human carousel. I was almost sucked in again. My mom pulled me through. My mom got us out of the yard and into my car. I got the thing fired up and tore out of there and into the night. I got us further down the road. "Don't go home," my mom added. "He'll follow." "Where do we go?" I asked back. "Let's just drive until we get too tired," she suggested. I did what she said, and my mom explained what was happening as we went. Ian had been right. The carousel took you down. My mom never said hell, just somewhere you didn't want to be. Darkness, and it never stopped. And it multiplied. It was a relentless evil. And she had fallen prey. She hoped I wouldn't, too. But I had gone through that day and went back and found my mom. We had some light. We had good days. What was the deal with that? What my mom said stuck with me. A carousel is what you want it to be. The speed can be too fast or too slow depending on who you are. It can be boring. It can be fun. It can be disorienting, but it's up for you to make it what you want. It's slow enough you can get off whenever you want, but only with care. If you come in with bad vibes, it can make you sick. If you come in happy, it can make you happier. My mom explained. So what was it for you? I asked. I was lost when I got on that carousel. I didn't know what it was, and it took me places I won't ever talk to you about. It completely changed who I was, but I always had a hope that someday it would rotate back to you, no matter how fast or dark that carousel ride got. My mom said and then looked over at me with haunting eyes. Then why can't you stay? I asked. Because that darkness will always follow me. I can't just shake it. I'm sorry, my mom answered. My mom further explained she was horrified when I showed up in her reality, knowing it meant I had gone through a carousel, but it was too late at that point. She knew she'd eventually have to protect me like this, so she just tried to make the most of that time before I ducked out of it. I was also lucky my mom was protecting me while I was on my ride, and off it as well. My mom explained this wasn't the first time she came out of a carousel to help me. The dark figures inside had looked for me before, came out and tried to lure me down, but my mom had followed them out and kept them from me. I could feel it. I thought of times over the years where I felt like I could feel my mom was somewhere near. One time I thought I heard her voice outside of the door of my bedroom. I think it was really her, protecting me, and now she was here doing it again. What was she protecting me from, though? Those that use the carousel to transport and bring back people just like me. They knew there were people who were trying to find their loved ones they lost to the carousels. They knew we were easy targets. That's who was after us right now, and the only way to get them to stop was to wait them out. They could only be out from the carousel for so long before they had to go back. There was no specific time limit, but they could feel when they needed to get back and would eventually retreat. I saw headlights move into the rearview mirror. I didn't have to ask my mom. I could feel it was him. The lights raced up behind us, even though I had the pedal of my old Geo Metro floored. I felt my mom's hand reach over and rest softly on my right hand on the wheel. I looked over and saw tears streaming down her cheeks. Then I followed those wet eyes out to a field next to us. Way off in the distance I could see the lights of a carousel shining. I felt my mom's hand squeeze mine just a little tighter. I'll have to be back someday, my mom said before I heard the passenger side door click open. I looked over and watched my mom jump out of the car. I had to be going at least 80 miles an hour. I saw her rolling in the near darkness for just a moment before I looked back in front of me. Every molecule in my body wanted to slam on the brakes and go back and help her, except the ones in my brain. They knew that was her taking herself out. Instead, I looked out at that carousel much closer now. Then I looked back at the rearview mirror and saw those headlights behind me much further away. The only thing I was left with was the faint sound of the carousel tickling my ears as I drove away into the night. Months have gone by since the last incident with the carousel and my mom. I've intentionally ignored trying to find anything about them online. I'm just living my life now. I try not to even think of it sometimes, but sometimes there's no way to avoid it. I actually sat down today to finish writing this because I was on a walk in my neighborhood on a perfect spring day. I heard the faint sound of a carousel's music getting closer as I walked up the street. I couldn't help but pursue it, moving swifter than I should have. I wondered if I was going to see my mom, see the dark young man who wanted to suck me down with him. I did not. What I found was an ice cream truck, broadcasting out its melodic tune into a beautiful day. I laughed wholeheartedly for the first time in quite a while. I smiled and walked away. Okay, so I have limited knowledge on technology, but this forum looks promising. I can see from the name that you all struggle with sleep, and well, I am in the same miserable boat. As the title says, if I don't go to sleep tonight, I will die. And yes, that sounds very dramatic, right? Maybe you're wanting to skip down to the bottom of this post and comment, just go to bed then, easy. But before you grace me with that clever piece of advice, listen. I can't. There is not a simple case of next day jitters keeping me from going to sleep. This isn't the fault of my overactive mind asking inane questions, or replaying my most embarrassing moments over and over like a greatest hits reel. No, I wish it was just that. I wish I could tell you that this was just a particularly bad case of the regular brand of human insomnia, but it's worse. I physically cannot sleep. I've tried everything from drugs to knocking myself out. None of it is working. My body is incapable of the type of sleep it needs, and apparently, we're just now learning how vital that is to my survival. It sucks. Majorly. Anyway, trying to get away from all the bleak imminent death stuff. Dr. Pym once told me that the internet knows everything. So, here I am, internet, asking you to please tell me, is there a way to force your body to go to sleep within 24 hours? Surely at least one of you here has a surefire fall asleep method. Maybe even something so simple that myself or the doctors have completely ignored. Is that too hopeful? Probably. I understand that it's a long shot, especially since my body, and therefore its processes, are different from yours, but I have to try. Well, I guess I should explain the situation a bit, huh? Just realized I'm this far into the post and I haven't even introduced myself. Isn't there a human thing where you're more likely to care about something after it has a name? Or is that only if you are the one to name it? Either way, let me introduce myself. My name is 3, and I'm one of the myriad. Not that that even means anything to you. You're a civilian. I hope. It'd blow if I went through all this trouble to sneak onto the internet, just to immediately get caught. Well, caught before I can even get some advice. If you know about me, you know what's happening to me. I know someone will find this, but please. Odds are it'll be sooner rather than later, but come on. No one can really be mad at me or one, right? Everyone knows I won't last much longer. I don't think any of you even managed to look me in the eyes today. Not even Dr. Pym. I guess what I'm trying to say is, can you really blame me for trying to reach out? I could have emailed a news station. I could be sending out pictures, or releasing the files on this phone to the public. I'm really not trying to hurt Operation Myriad. It'd kill me if something happened to one or two. I'm trying to get some help. Please don't be too mad at us. I know you'll believe me when I say, all of this was my idea in the first place. I guess with that out of the way, I should warn you. I've had typing lessons, but I've never actually used a phone keyboard. Dr. Pym has allowed me to watch TikTok videos and play some games on his phone while running tests on my siblings before, especially on days when I was unable to participate in the tests, but I was explicitly forbidden from trying to message anyone on it. Didn't stop me from disobeying, from looking through his pictures or conversations with the 3 people he texts, but it was a pretty toothless act of rebellion. Then, about a month ago, I sneezed and, well, I melted his phone in acid. He got a new one, but I kind of felt too guilty to play with it anymore. Still, I guess that didn't stop me from stealing it today. At least no way I can melt this one. Where am I going with this, you might be asking? The answer is, I don't know. I think I was going to apologize for typos or something like that, because this phone keyboard feels infinitely smaller than a real one, but really, I should probably apologize for my rambling. It's been 4 days since I last slept, and yeah, sleep deprivation is definitely affecting me less than it should. Less than it would affect a normal human, but I still feel vague. Not all the way there. Sometimes my mind still feels normal, sharp, but then it feels like I'm wading through a mist, just looking for the point in what I'm doing. Anyway, point found. Forgive me for typos and rambling. Please just read with an open mind and then give me your best advice on how to deal with the situation. Keeping things short, we, the Myriad, are the products of a government experiment that took place 16 years ago. 25 human embryos were injected with a synthesized genetic material derived from an alien wreckage. Of those 25, only 3 of us came to term. We were named after our experiment, Project Myriad. We live in a compound, a sterile white building, where a team of scientists watch our every move. This probably sounds pretty horrible, huh? Maybe a little like a violation of human rights, and yeah, it would be. If we were human, but as it stands, it is probably not safe for us, nor for humanity, for the Myriad to leave the compound and try to live normal lives. The reason being, in the womb, our genetic code was completely rewritten. The alien genes attach themselves in a way that Dr. Pym still says is impossible. I'm not sure how to explain exactly how or what happened. Even before the sleep stuff started, I wasn't exactly good with science, but I want to describe the situation with as much detail as possible on the off chance that it could help solve the problem. I wish Tu was here. He would be better at explaining it than me, but he once used an analogy that even I could understand. Do you know about cowbirds? Brown birds that lay white, speckled eggs? Well, what's interesting about them, other than their weird name, is that they have a very peculiar parenting method. That method being that they don't raise their children at all. Cowbirds lay their eggs very quickly into the nests of other birds. Now, if you think the parental abandonment is bad, know that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, which is what happens to the unwilling host's hatchlings. They fall far from the tree. I could have worded that better. What I'm trying to say is that cute, little freshly hatched cowbirds enter the world and often immediately choose violence. They get rid of their siblings and then receive all of the nourishment from their host parents. It's pretty messed up. So this is related to me and my siblings, not in the fact that we were going to kill each other or human children. We're not evil or trying to kill humanity or anything like that. Nothing like the weirdo cowbirds. Though I guess our names are weird, so we're alike in one way. Sorry, I lost my point again for a second. What I'm trying to say is, the alien material that we were subjected to, that's what did the cowbird thing. It ripped away the part of our DNA that would have been passed down from our human father and bonded with that of our birth mother. And yes, if you're particularly keen-eyed, I said mother rather than mothers in relation to myself and my siblings. That is singular on purpose, not a typo. I said earlier that there were 25 embryos injected, and only 3 of us came to term, but I guess technically only 1 of the original 25 came to term. A lot of our past is shrouded in secrecy, even from us. Some things we've been told, other things we were able to conclude through observation and eavesdropping. The original plan was, most likely, for the team that was assigned to us, top scientists from every field, high-ranking military personnel, and of course those with lots of money and special interests, to keep us completely in the dark about what we were, how we came to be. It's safe to say that, in the beginning at least, the plan was to raise us in a sort of cold, detached way. But that didn't work out. To keep us a secret, the same small group of people have been with us since birth. They practically are as confined to the compound as we are. Whether they meant for it to happen or not, we've become something of a family, and well, most of what I know about regular human families comes from Pim, and what the television has showed me, I think we're fairly normal in the sense that it's us, the youngest of the family, that everyone revolves around. It was too hard for them to keep everything a secret from us. Of course, it is hard to keep a secret from two anyway. Back to the myriad. We are identical as, apparently, we split once and then once again, which should be impossible. They don't know why our mother was the only one who was able to produce a viable child, but Dr. Pym once told us she was the earliest along in terms of her pregnancy. Other than that, we don't have much information about her. I'm not even sure if she's alive or not, as we've never met her. Anyway, whoever she was or is, I find myself thinking about her a lot. I think I would have liked to met her, to see what it's like to have an actual parent. There's Pim and the general, but what would it be like to have a mom? This is probably a pretty stupid thing to be thinking about so close to the end. Anyway, I don't know if any of that is helpful, but now you know I'm, biologically speaking, half human. So at least half of your fall asleep advice should be effective, right? I guess I should tell you a little bit more about my alien side now. Hopefully, I have time. I can hear one tapping on the metal door. Pretty soon it'll be time for dinner, and if I don't show up, that'd cause a problem. I'll try to keep this short, to the point. That hasn't worked well so far. Okay, so remember how I said the alien material was unstable? That's because its genetic code was constantly rewriting itself. It made it incredibly difficult to study, apparently. I don't know why they decided to try to bond it with human DNA. I remember Dr. Pym once told me they tried a similar experiment but with orangutan sperm and human eggs, so I guess it's just a human thing to try to make babies with whatever you can. Well, whatever the thought was originally, it resulted in me and my siblings, so thanks humanity. Thanks for being weird. Anyway, our DNA is far more stable and fixed than that of the aliens. Dr. Pym has a theory that they were most likely able to shapeshift at will, but that isn't usually within our capabilities. I'll come back to the usually in a moment, but do we shapeshift? Yeah, in a way. It's just not something that we have any control of. Trying to keep it as simple as possible, each time we go to sleep, as our bodies enter REM, our genetic code completely rewrites itself. We wake up from the cold cots of the compound looking entirely different each morning. Height and weight, race and gender, it varies from day to day. More than that, each day we develop a different power. I know that sounds vague, but let me try to clarify. 1. She predominantly reawakens as a female, and even if she doesn't, she still identifies as she/her. One typically has powers that control or emit a physical phenomena, i.e. laser eyes, pyrokinesis, and super strength. She's the only one of us who has ever been able to shapeshift with complete control at will. That's why I said usually earlier. 2 is different. His powers aren't nearly as flashy as one's often are, but they usually have to do with his inner mind. He often has telekinesis, mind control, and foresight. It's the reason why it's about impossible to keep a secret from him. Thankfully, today he has psychometry. I learned something recently, something that I'm not exactly eager to share. Not that 2 is even paying any attention to me right now. Well, you already know me. I'm 3, and if you can't tell, I'm the oddball of the group. I mentioned earlier about accidentally melting Dr. Pym's phone with acid snot. Yeah, my powers are almost always useless, and only ever seem to affect me. Once I woke up with the ability to grow my nails long. Another time I was given an extra row of eyelashes. And on another memorable occasion, I woke up and my only ability was to lie. Like I was physically unable to tell the truth that day. That day sucked majorly. I made 1 cry big, ugly tears. 2 seemed to nearly hate me. Dr. Pym looked at me with this face I'd never seen before. His mouth was drawn into a thin, tight line, and his eyes were narrowed somewhere between disgust and disappointment. Eventually, the doctors figured out about the lying thing, but that day was a particularly painful one. But now, lying day is no longer at the top of my sucky powers list. 1 has dubbed my current ability insomnia. The reason being that I am now completely unable to sleep. Without being able to enter REM, my body isn't changing anymore. I feel like I'm going crazy, and the scientists at the compound are saying that my unstable DNA is breaking down. They aren't sure how I'm even standing anymore, as every piece of me is rapidly collapsing on a molecular level. I'm really scared. I really don't want to die. The only time I've ever been out of the compound was 3 years ago. Dr. Pym got permission to take us to a rented-out ice cream parlor for our birthday. We were escorted by a SWAT team and weren't even allowed to go to the restroom at the shop, but it was still so fun, so different. I don't want to die with that being my only story outside this place, nor my siblings. 2 has completely distanced himself from me. He won't look at me. All he does is spend his days in the lab, analyzing my blood samples that are taken day after day. Now, hour after hour. Even my older skin and blood samples, the ones taken before this power ever cursed me, are breaking down. I can't read minds, but I can feel 2's sense of panic. If his appearance wasn't changing, I'd think he's getting less sleep than I am. 1 is, as usual, trying to keep positive. She's the one that tried knocking me out. My chin is still bruised, but nothing's working. Stealing Pym's phone, posting this for help, it was all my idea, but she's helped me. I feel so weak. I probably wouldn't have been able to make it up the steps without her. I haven't told either of them yet about what I overheard. Early this morning, before the sun had even begun to rise, I was watching reruns of George Lopez, the only thing that was really on TV at the time. Looking over every now and then as my siblings slowly changed form, and I thought that I would be okay with dying. I tried to tell myself it was okay. I even thought, better me than them. Not just because I love 1 and 2, not because it would break me if I lost either of them, but for the obvious reason. Compared to them, I'm pretty useless. It seemed right that I would die. By the time they were fully different, I thought I'd made peace with myself. Maybe that had been a lie all along. I'd just been shoving my regrets and fears down enough to delude myself, but either way, things quickly changed. I decided since it was most likely my last sunrise, I wanted to watch it. It's summertime, but desert nights are chilly even in July. I bundled up, wrapping the blanket around me, and started to drag myself up the stairs to the roof. My chest hurt after just 1 floor, and I sat down to rest. I felt so tired, but as you know, couldn't sleep. After resting, I forced myself to climb up the second set of stairs, almost halfway to my goal. At the landing, I could hear voices, arguing voices. I almost opened the door, but then I heard Dr. Pym. "You don't know that they won't die too." And I froze. That's how we found the aliens. Only one had been killed on impact. The other two died after. I kept listening, and I learned about something they'd never told us. In fact, they had lied to us. The spaceship that had crash-landed here, the one that they said was a flaming pit, that they had to synthesize genetic material from the wreckage because there just wasn't anything left, that was a lie. There were 3 aliens. One died from the crash, and the other 2 survived. The government took them, probably planning to experiment on them, but they deteriorated before they even made it through transport. Luckily, the scientists managed to preserve just a small part of them, the part that would become myself and my siblings. But the cause of death for the 2 aliens that survived the impact was never determined. Apparently, Dr. Pym had a theory. He thought that the 3 were connected, that they could have been like us, 3 that split from 1, and that in order for us to continue on, all of us had to survive. He sounded so sure. They were arguing back and forth. Apparently 1 and 2 were also showing signs of genetic deterioration, albeit much less than me, but this was the first I've heard of it. Additionally, their reformations were taking longer. Admittedly, before I had never actually witnessed it happen, so I had no frame of reference for how fast the process was supposed to be. But they talked like it was previously done in an instant. I thought back to that morning, to my siblings changing over the course of 2 or 3 George Lopez episodes. One's skin going from paper white to a freckled sand color. 2's black hair morphing into curly strands of blonde. Had it taken longer than it had yesterday? I wasn't sure. I'm still not sure. I heard a door slam, followed by heavy footsteps. They never reached a conclusion. They never agreed nor disagreed on whether or not my stupid power was killing not only me but my siblings. I didn't know I was crying until I heard myself hiccup a sob. 3? And then Pym was there. The circles under his eyes looked even darker than mine. I tried to stand up to get away, but I ended up falling. My chin hit the ground and the bruise one had given me ached. How much did you hear? I couldn't lie. All of it. He took off his glasses and wiped his hand over his face. Sweat poured off his forehead. I wondered how long they'd been arguing for. If they die, it'd be my fault, wouldn't it? And immediately he started saying no, trying to reassure me, but it felt like a lie. After that, Dr. Pym begged me to not tell my siblings. That they didn't even know for sure what had happened to the 3 aliens that were effectively our biological father. But he looked sure. He looked as sure as he sounded mere minutes ago. Still, I promised him I wouldn't tell. The reason is selfish. 2's already pushing me away. Maybe he knows that it's my fault he and 1 are going to die, but 1, she's never been anything but smiles. If she were to be mad at me, I think it'd be like dying twice. I don't want either of them to have to spend their last days like I currently am. Knowing what's coming, knowing how little of the world we've seen, knowing that we've done nothing. So instead of telling them, I'm telling you. And I'm hoping against all odds that these don't have to be our final days. One of you out there, on the internet, the place Dr. Pym says knows everything, can you help me? Help us? Tell me, no matter how stupid you think it is, how I can get to sleep tonight? It's time for me to go now. Dinner time, but until Pym notices I've stolen his phone. Or until my hand's too weak to hold it. Whichever first. I'll keep checking here, waiting for your advice. I will never forget the day I found out I was pregnant. We had been trying for years and thought it was never going to happen. So when the second line showed up on that pregnancy test, I couldn't believe my eyes. I even made my husband run out and buy 2 more just to make sure. All 3 came out positive. Finally, this was the last piece in our puzzle we were waiting for. It was like a dream come true. We were already married and living in our dream home with a big back garden that was perfect for adventurous kids. In the middle of the garden there was an old oak tree that they could climb. One of the first things we did was put up a tire swing on it. We knew it would be years before he would be able to use it, but with the thoughts of a little one running around, we just couldn't wait. We had to do something. My husband was like a big kid himself. He wouldn't shut up about all the adventures he was going to take him on, even though I explained to him repeatedly that it would be a few years before the baby would be able to do things like that. I think he was happy to finally have someone to play with and forgot about the baby stage. Until Harry arrived. Don't get me wrong. He was a good husband and dad. He did a lot for me during the pregnancy. When Harry was born, I needed an emergency C-section and there were complications. It took a while to recover from it. So, for the first few months after Harry came home, Dan did nearly everything for him, from night feeds to changing diapers, which must have been hard. He's one of the most impatient people I know, so it was a bit of a challenge. It took a little bit of time for us both to adjust, I suppose. There were plenty of stressful days and sleepless nights too, but when I was back on my feet, we managed to get into our own rhythm. After that, everything went smoothly for us. Well, as smooth as it can with a new baby in the house, I mean. I think he was almost 3 months old when I first noticed something odd. I was holding him in my arms while feeding him and staring into his beautiful blue eyes as usual, when suddenly he stopped feeding and started staring at me with this strange look in his eyes, kind of like he was angry with me. I assumed it was just gas and put him on my shoulder to burp him. What happened next, I swear to you, is true. I was rubbing his back when he moved suddenly and slipped off my shoulder. Luckily, I caught him before he fell, but unfortunately, I pinched him with my nails in the process. He didn't cry or anything. He just made a growling noise. I gave him a hug and a kiss before putting him back up on my shoulder. A few seconds later, I heard him whisper something in my ear. It sounded like cunt. I just laughed. It had to be one of his little baby noises, I thought, and continued rubbing his back. Not long after that, I heard it again. Cunt. This time it was loud and clear. I put him sitting on my knee and repeated, "Did you say a bad word, cutie? Did you? Did you?" Jokingly in my usual silly voice. He stared into my eyes without breaking eye contact or even blinking with a strange look I had not seen before for about 5 minutes. I thought he might still have had some gas, so I put him back up on my shoulder and started rubbing his back with my hand. He started pushing his head closer and closer to my face until he was near my ear. Then suddenly he grabbed onto one of my earrings with his mouth and started shaking his head. I tried to pull him away, but he would not let go. It was so painful. I thought he was going to rip it off my ear, but luckily, I managed to open it before he got the chance. When I put him sitting back down on my knee, he spit it out and hit me on the side of the face, then smirked at me with this creepy grin. At the time, I thought it was just one big coincidence. I could never imagine he could have hurt anyone on purpose. How could I? He was only a baby. When my husband got home, I told him what had happened, and we both had a good laugh about it. But I never wore earrings around him again. The rest of that night was uneventful. It was my husband's turn to get up with him. So, it was the next morning after my husband went to work before I was alone with Harry again. It was also the last day of my parental leave, so I was going to try to make the most of it and bring him to the park. He loved looking at the ducks. Before I left, I decided to change his diaper. He was not happy about it. When I tried to undress him, he kept kicking me unusually hard. I didn't know what was wrong with him. I had never seen him like that before. When I finally got him fully dressed, he gave me the finger. I know what you think. Just baby stuff. Well, that's what I thought at the time. Even though he looked into my eyes while grinding his, I would say teeth, but he didn't have any. For the rest of that day, he did not look at me once, not even when I fed him. That night, it was my turn to get up and feed him, but I had trouble sleeping. I think I was just stressed with the thoughts of going back to work after that long break. I was just lying there when I heard something on the baby monitor. It sounded like someone muttering to themselves. I thought maybe our lines got crossed and we were picking up someone else's monitor, but I got up and checked on him to make sure. I snuck quietly down the hallway, so not to wake him, and looked through the crack in the partially open door. I was shocked with what I saw. He was sitting up looking around. I was amazed. He was not supposed to be able to do that for another few months, so I ran up and got my phone to record him. On my way back down, he screamed and frightened me. It was so loud I thought there must have been something seriously wrong with him. When I got there, I found him lying on the floor just inside the door. He had made so much noise he woke my husband. He found me standing over Harry and thought I had dropped him. I tried to tell him I found him like that, but he just would not believe me. When my husband put him up on his shoulder to console him, Harry smiled over at me with, I know this sounds weird to say about a baby, but with a smug look on his face. After that, things went downhill for me. It seemed like any time I was near him, there were problems. From screaming when I touched him when my husband was around to pinching, scraping, or throwing things at me when we were alone. I'm sure my husband thought I was hurting Harry on purpose. He didn't say it to me, but he was always looking over my shoulder anytime I was near the baby. I tried my best to improve my relationship with him, but it was hard. I worked long hours, and he was usually in bed when I got home. The only time I got to spend with him was on the weekends. Even then, it might only be for a few hours, and I practically spent no time alone with him. Eventually, I felt like I had no choice but to take a step back from my responsibilities at work, which meant a demotion and a sufficient salary reduction. But at least I would get home at a reasonable hour. My husband was very supportive of my decision. He said he was just happy we would be able to spend more time together, which was nice to hear. For the first few weeks, everything couldn't have gone better. We were finally able to do things as a family. I even started to believe Harry was starting to warm up to me. He still looked like he was disgusted by me and tried to avoid eye contact, but at least he wasn't acting out when I was near him anymore. Things were going good until a few weeks ago. My husband bought a new baby monitor with a camera. The other one mysteriously disappeared one night after putting Harry to bed. I really liked it. I was able to watch him sleep and got into the habit of watching the monitor every night before I fell asleep. Somehow, I think he knew, and he didn't like it. He started sitting up on his cot staring into the camera until I fell asleep. Anytime I tried to show my husband what he was doing, Harry would just fall back and pretend he was asleep before he got a chance to see him. The more I watched, the more it started to creep me out. It was like he could see me. I often dozed off. When I woke, I would see him scanning the room as if he were looking for something. Then he would quickly turn to the camera again and stare at me until I fell asleep. I always thought mine and Harry's problems were caused by us not bonding properly when we came home from the hospital. All of the weird things that happened were just in my head, but I was wrong. Last night, I woke to the sound of Harry laughing. When I checked the monitor, he wasn't in his cot. I tried to call my husband, but no matter what I did, he wouldn't wake up. I ran down and checked every part of his room, but he wasn't there. I was really beginning to worry at this stage. I was ready to call the police when I thought I heard a noise downstairs, but he wasn't there. So I ran back up in a panic to get my phone. Then I heard what sounded like mumbling. It seemed like it was coming from my room. When I opened the door, I was horrified with what I saw. Harry was sitting on my husband's chest with his hands over his mouth, chanting. My husband's legs were shaking, and he was struggling to breathe. I panicked and pushed Harry onto the bed and started doing CPR. The whole time Harry laughed hysterically. For nearly 10 minutes, I did everything I could to save him, but nothing I did was working. I thought he was going to die. I was so scared. By the time the paramedics got there, he had stopped moving altogether. They got to work on him straight away and found a pacifier wedged deep in his throat. Luckily, they got it out just in time. They said if I didn't do CPR, he wouldn't have made it. Thank God he is going to be okay. But he will be kept in for a few days. The problem is now I am stuck at home with Harry, and I am afraid of what he will do to me. After they took him to the ER, I rang my mom and told her my husband was in hospital. She came straight over. I thought about telling her the truth, but I was afraid she wouldn't believe me. When she asked how it happened, I didn't know how to answer. How could I explain to her that her 6-month-old grandson got out of his cot in the middle of the night, snuck into our room, climbed onto the bed, then shoved a pacifier down my husband's throat? She definitely would have thought I lost my mind and blamed me for everything. At that stage, I was starting to have doubts about it myself. I thought maybe I was going insane. To be honest, I would prefer that. At least I would be able to get some help. In the end, it was just easier to tell her that he was lying down with Harry on his chest and the pacifier fell into his mouth. I rushed out the door before she asked any more questions. When I got to the hospital, they wouldn't let me see him. They said that he was still unconscious, and they were worried he might have some brain damage from lack of oxygen. So they needed to do some tests. That was the longest night of my life. I spent the whole time pacing up and down the corridors. The next morning, they told me everything had come back, and they could not find anything wrong with him, apart from some slight damage to his throat, which was positive, but they didn't know for sure until he woke up. When they finally let me see him, I cried. There were tubes coming out of everywhere. His throat was purple and swollen to twice its normal size. I stayed with him as long as I could. Mostly because I was too scared to go home and face Harry. That night, I had no choice. I needed clothes and hadn't slept in 2 days. Luckily, my mom offered to stay with me for the night. At least I wouldn't be on my own. When I got home, I was relieved that Harry was in bed. I didn't have to face him. I know how crazy I sound, but I genuinely feared my baby. Unfortunately, Mom wasn't able to take care of Harry the next day, but she did organize a babysitter, which was not easy since it was the weekend. I woke up to my mom handing me a cup of coffee. She said she had to go, and she would check in later. After I walked her out, I went to the kitchen where Harry was sitting in his high chair with his breakfast in front of him. He watched me the whole time with a concerned look on his face. It was so weird. I think he was surprised I came back. At 12 o'clock, the babysitter came. I was happy to get out of there. It's not easy acting normal around him after what he did. As quickly as I could, I left and went to visit my husband. The nurse said there was no real change, and he was still unconscious. I stayed with him all day. It was torture seeing him like that, but at least I didn't have to go home. Not until that night, anyway. I had asked Jean, the babysitter, to have him in bed by 8:30. I came home at 10 to make sure he was asleep, but before I opened the door, I could hear him crying. To tell you the truth, I felt like turning around and walking away, never to return, but I couldn't. Whatever he is, or whatever he did, he was still my child and I loved him. When I went inside, he stopped and smiled over at me, which was very weird. Not because it was creepy or angry like usual. No, because it looked genuine. I don't think he ever smiled at me like that before. I was confused and a little freaked out. Jean told me he tried to put him to bed before, but he kept on crying. She said he must have missed his mommy because he stopped when he saw me, which worried me. After she left, I put him to bed. Again, he just stared at me with amazement. I watched him on the monitor for a while. That was the first time I saw him lying down like that since before this all started. I got up 11 or 10 times that night to check on him, but he was asleep every time. The next morning, the same thing happened. It was strange. He was acting like a normal baby. I thought everything was going well until I came home the next day because of a phone call from Jean. She was crying so much when she rang, so I left the hospital immediately. When I got there, she was standing outside. She was crying so much I couldn't understand her. I thought something had happened to Harry and ran inside, but he was sitting in the middle of the floor smiling. When I went back out, she was gone. I tried to ring her, but there was no answer. So I tried the agency she worked for and told them what happened. They said they would get back to me as soon as they could. I was worried. I thought maybe Harry hurt her like he did my husband. I kept a close eye on him for the rest of that night, but he was acting normal. Well, normal for Harry. Apart from the fact that he was still watching everything I did. Jean was supposed to be there at 8 the next morning. I tried ringing her, but her phone was off. So again, I phoned the agency. As soon as I said my name, I knew there was something wrong because the girl panicked and asked me to hold. An hour later, I was still on hold, so I decided to hang up and ring again. This time they hung up straight away. I became impatient and wouldn't give up. So I kept ringing and ringing until finally, a man with a deep voice came on the phone. He said, "I am very sorry, Mrs., but because of unforeseen circumstances, we will be unable to do business with you anymore. We are sorry for any inconvenience. We will give you a full refund for everything you paid for our services. Now please do not ring here again." Then he just hung up. What does that even mean? I tried to ring back and ask him what happened, but I'm sure they blocked my number because it wouldn't even ring. I spent most of that day trying to find a replacement. When I finally did, they said they couldn't come out until the following morning. It wasn't all bad. I got a call from the hospital that night. They said my husband was awake. I was so happy. I wanted to go see him there and then, but it was too late. I couldn't sleep that night. I was too excited to see my husband. The next morning, as soon as the babysitter Lucy arrived, I was gone out the door. I really missed talking to him and couldn't wait to tell him how much I loved him. I don't know what I would have done if he didn't make it. When I got near his room, a nurse came up to me and said he didn't want to see me. I was heartbroken. I begged her to let me in for even a minute, but she said she couldn't without his permission. I had no choice but to go home. I cried all night. I was sure my marriage was over. I didn't say anything about it around Harry, but I think he knew there was something up, because he started standing up watching the camera that night. I went back to the hospital the next day. I thought if I just got to talk to him, I could explain what happened and it would fix everything, but he refused to see me. I hung around all that day in the hospital hoping he might change his mind, which gave me a lot of time to think. I realized he must have thought it was me who shoved the pacifier down his throat. The doctor said it was pushed down with a lot of force. There was no way he would believe it was Harry. If I got talking to him and blamed the baby, I would risk losing them both. Then again, I didn't even know what he remembered. Maybe he remembered everything and was afraid of Harry. If so, would I have to choose between my husband and my baby? This is all so crazy. When visiting hours ended, they asked me to leave. Before I left, I begged them to ring me straight away if he changed his mind. They said they would, but I'm sure they were just trying to get rid of me. When I got home, Lucy told me Harry was acting up all day. He hit her across the nose with his bottle when she tried to feed him, and it was still bleeding when I got there. He also pulled 2 handfuls of hair out of her head, and she had a bald patch. She was really upset over it, but what could I say? Only, I'm sorry. Harry was okay for me that night. He went to bed with no problems and slept all night, which was a relief. The next morning I called my mom to look after Harry, as it was Lucy's day off. I never told her he refused to see me. I just said I was going to visit him. I was too embarrassed to tell her the truth. Then I just rushed out the door and went back to the hospital. I waited there all day again in hopes he might see me. I think the nurses were starting to feel sorry for me. They kept coming over asking if I was okay. I told them all I wanted was to see my husband. I'm not sure if it was because of them or not, but later that day one of the nurses told me he wanted to see me. I broke down in tears. I was so happy. When I got in there, he was sitting up on the bed. He looked nervous. To be honest, so was I. I had no idea what to say to him and was terrified about what he was going to say to me. I sat down quietly on a chair at the edge of his bed and waited for him to speak. For a moment he stared blankly out the window. Then he started to speak softly in a hoarse voice. I love you, and I don't want us to end like this. And I don't blame you for what happened. As he paused to get a drink of water and cleared his throat, I was sure he had remembered what had happened and knew what Harry did, which was a bit of a relief. Someone would finally believe me. He continued, You need help. I know that now. It's my fault. I knew you were having problems for a while and I ignored it. Even when you were getting hallucinations. I am truly sorry for that, and I promise I will be there for you however long it takes for you to get better. I didn't know how to react or what to say. I was happy he still loved me and wanted to stay, but I was confused and a little concerned about what he wanted me to do. He said he wanted me to see a doctor straight away, to find out what's wrong with me. When I asked him what he thought had happened, he told me the last thing he remembered he was in pain, and I was standing over him and he couldn't breathe. I wanted to tell him it wasn't me. I was only giving him CPR, but there was no point. There was no way he would have believed me. So I said nothing and let him believe it was me. I agreed with all his terms, at least that way I wouldn't lose him. That evening when I got home, my mom was in the kitchen. Harry was sitting in his high chair playing with his toy blocks. When I told her my husband would be coming home in a couple of days, Harry freaked out. He started throwing his blocks around the room, then grabbed his chair with both hands and started shaking it aggressively. He looked possessed. Even my mom was a bit scared. When she went over to try to calm him down, he screamed in her face, which frightened her, and she fell, spraining her elbow in the process. Then he stopped and went back to normal as if nothing happened. After my mom left, I put him to bed and called it a night myself. When I checked the monitor, Harry was standing up smiling at me. I just ignored him and went to sleep. Later, I was awoken by the sound of footsteps in the room, so I turned on the light and looked around. What I saw terrified me beyond comprehension. On my husband's pillow was one of Harry's pacifiers. I know I didn't leave it there. I checked the monitor. Harry was standing up. He smiled at me for a moment before he lay down and turned away. I was sure he was sending me a message. I stayed awake for the rest of that night trying to figure out what to do. In the end, I decided to try to bargain with him, so the next morning I gave him his favorite breakfast, then took him to the park. On the way home, I stopped to pick up some new toys. I thought if I was really nice to him, he would listen to me and not hurt my husband. When we got home, I put him in his chair, gave him a treat, and began to explain his dad would be home the following day. Then I begged him not to hurt him. I told him I would do anything if he just left him alone. He just looked down at his chocolate as if he was contemplating. before laughing hysterically while banging his hands on the table. This lasted about 5 minutes, then he suddenly stopped and started breathing extremely heavily through his nose with a look of pure hate on his face. Then he stopped, smiled, and began eating his chocolate as if nothing had happened. I am really worried about what he will do to my husband when he comes home, but there is nothing I can do about it. The morning before my husband came home, I was so nervous I kept pacing up and down the hallway waiting for Lucy to call. Harry didn't help. He was sitting in the sitting room on his swing. I could hear him humming this creepy tune the whole time. Whenever I checked in on him, he got excited and started kicking his legs, with his hands out for me to pick him up, but I couldn't even bear being in the same room with him, never mind holding him. The second Lucy arrived, I was gone out the door, even though it was only 8 a.m., and my husband wouldn't be discharged until noon. I got a coffee and sat in my car at the hospital car park to think before going in. I needed to figure out a way to protect my husband when he got home, but there was a million thoughts going through my head all at once, and nothing I thought of made any sense. I would need to be there the whole time with them to stop Harry, and that would be impossible. I was so lost in thought that I ended up being late. My husband was a little annoyed with me. He was sick of being in hospital and just wanted to get home. On the way back, I tried to talk to him into staying away from Harry. I told him he should take it easy until he was fully recovered. But he really missed him and wanted to spend as much time as he could with him after their time apart. As soon as he got home, he went straight over to Harry, picked him up, and started playing with him. The two of them looked so happy together. Harry was laughing and jumping around with excitement. It was hard to believe he would ever try and hurt his dad. Everything was going well, I thought, until he put him up on his shoulder as he went out to the kitchen. Harry started looking up and down at the bruises on his neck, as if to check out his handiwork. Then he grabbed onto his throat with both hands and squeezed while staring at me with that hateful look in his eyes. Even though the swelling had gone down a lot on my husband's neck, it was still extremely sensitive, so he screamed in pain. I jumped up immediately to try to stop him, but he wouldn't let go no matter what I did. Eventually I picked up one of his bottles, opened it, then threw it in his face and he let go. By then my husband was nearly in tears. I was expecting him to be some bit thankful. Instead he got angry with me for what I did to Harry. He said Harry was just a baby and couldn't have done it on purpose. I just agreed with him and apologized. What else could I do? He was one step away from getting me locked up in a mental hospital already, and if that happened, who would protect him from Harry? He had already made me an appointment for the following day with a psychiatrist, which I was not looking forward to. I had no idea what to say to them, and I knew if I told them the truth, I'd be locked up and they would throw away the key. That night was torture. Harry kept on crying. I think he was hoping my husband would go and check on him, but I had the sound turned off on the monitor so he couldn't hear. I stayed up all night watching the monitor to make sure Harry didn't leave his room. By morning, I was exhausted. When my husband saw me, he said I looked ill, so I used that to get out of going to the psychiatrist, but unfortunately, he made an appointment for the following day. I shadowed my husband all that day, which made him uncomfortable at times. He must have thought I didn't trust him with the baby. I told him I was just afraid Harry might hurt him again, which didn't go down well. I could see in his face he thought I had completely lost it. That night, when my husband went to sleep, I wedged the bedroom door closed with part of a picture frame so Harry couldn't get in, and I could get some sleep. I think Harry knew because he was going psycho in his cot. He even ripped one of the bars off and threw it at the camera. He looked so angry that I was afraid to go near him, so I put the monitor under the bed and went to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, my husband wasn't beside me. I panicked and ran into Harry's room, but he wasn't there, so I ran downstairs. I was relieved when I found him in the kitchen eating breakfast. I was happy for a moment until he asked me about Harry's cot being broken, and the bedroom door being wedged closed. I didn't really know how to answer without coming across even more crazy, so I played dumb and shook my head. He didn't say anything else about it, but I knew he was very worried about me by his expression. When it was time for my appointment, he made me get a taxi. I don't think he trusted me driving. I begged him to take me instead so that he wouldn't be home alone with Harry. He refused. He said he needed to spend some quality time with Harry, but I'm sure he thought I was hurting him and wanted to investigate while I was gone. When the taxi dropped me off outside the doctor's office, I suddenly got a really bad feeling there was something wrong and decided to go home. On the way back, I began to think about what if I was wrong and it was just nerves. If everything was okay, my husband would never have understood. When I got out of the taxi, I thought I heard screaming. I ran up to the door and tried to put the key in, but my husband swung the door open before I got the chance. He stared me in the eyes with a look of pure terror in his face. I didn't know what was wrong. I had never seen him like that. His whole body was trembling. He tried to speak 2 or 3 times, but all that came out was grunting noises. He ran away when he heard Harry crying. I tried to chase him, but he was too fast. When I called out to him, he stopped for a moment and turned around. I could see that he wanted to tell me something, but all that came out was another grunt. Then he disappeared around the corner. I probably should have been terrified to go back into that house, but I wasn't. I was just angry, really angry, so I stormed back in there, walked right up to Harry, who was sitting in the middle of the table at the time, picked him up and put him up against the wall and said, "What the fuck did you do, you little shit?" He could see by my expression that I meant business, and for the first time he genuinely looked worried. I continued, "You better hope your dad comes back or I am going to smother you with a pillow, you fucking asshole." Then I took him upstairs and put him to bed. My husband had left his phone at home, so I spent the rest of the day trying to ring around all his contacts to try to find him, but no one had seen him. By nightfall, I had calmed down enough to check on Harry. As much as a monster as he was still my son and I still had to look after him. I think he was still scared of me because when I handed him his bottle, he jumped back up against the other side of his cot. Before I went to bed, I tied the handle of the door to the banister that was across from it and wedged my bedroom door closed, as well just to make sure he didn't get in. Harry was very quiet that night. Anytime I looked at the monitor, he was lying down. I thought I must have finally got through to him. The next morning was the same thing. He wouldn't even look me in the eye, and anytime I went near him, he would put his head down. The first thing I did that morning was go shopping for new locks for Harry's door. I got 3 deadbolts and used my husband's drills to install them. I was sure there was no way he would get out after that. Harry was on his best behavior over the next couple of days, which was good, but I had still not heard anything from my husband. I thought he would have been back by then. Everything he had was here. The only family he had that he could stay with was his sister. She lived on the other side of town. I tried to ring her 3 or 4 times, but she wouldn't answer. So, when Lucy arrived, I drove over there to try to talk to her. When I got there, he was just getting into his sister's car. He was snow white, and his eyes were bloodshot, like after he was crying. He didn't even look at me. He just sat in and turned away. At that moment, his sister came out and asked me what happened. She said he barely said a word since he arrived. I didn't even answer her. I just sat in beside him and said, "Please talk to me. You know you can tell me anything." as I put my hand on his leg. He broke down in tears instantly and mumbled, "I am begging you. Please don't make this any harder than it has to be. I am truly sorry, but I need to go far away from here where it can't find me." "What do you mean? What happened? Did he do something to you?" I said frantically. "Please don't go. We can get through this. We love each other." I tried to take his hand, but he pulled away. "Don't you see? It's too late for you. It will never let you go now," he said before he started screaming at the top of his lungs. "Get out!" over and over again until his sister dragged me out of the car and warned me to stay away. She obviously thought I did something to him. I didn't know what to say. I just stood there with my mouth open, trying to process what had just happened as they drove off. My husband was a very logical person. He wasn't the least bit religious. He believed there was always a scientific reason for everything, and laughed at me when I got scared watching horror movies. I didn't know why he was like that. Something must have really scared him, so I decided to go home to confront Harry and maybe get some answers. I knew he was afraid of me then. Plus, I was sure he needed me, and that was probably why he had stopped trying to hurt me. So I thought I had some leverage over him. I waited until Lucy was gone and I put Harry to bed before I made my move. I thought if something went wrong, I could run out of his room and lock him in before it was too late. I put him in his cot and said, "I met your dad today, and he told me what you did, you monster." His eyes opened wide. He looked taken aback by what I said. Then I shouted, "Answer me!" He jumped back, so I leaned in closer and whispered, "I am not afraid of you anymore." He turned away and started crawling into the corner of his cot. I could hear what sounded like sobbing. I started to feel bad for a moment. Then I heard it. That monstrous roar. It was so loud it knocked me over. When I stood up, I couldn't hear anything apart from ringing in my ears. Then, the cot fell over and I couldn't see Harry anymore. I ran out of there. As I was closing the door, I saw the cot coming flying towards me, which hit the door, knocking me back, and I nearly fell down the stairs. I jumped up as fast as I could and bolted his door shut, before going into my room and barricading my door with everything I could find. I thought about going to the police, but what would be the point? I would be blamed for everything, and he would be free to hurt whoever he chooses. Besides, what have I got to lose now? My husband's gone for good, and my only child is... I don't even know what he is. I think this may be my last post. He must have gotten out of his room. I can hear him outside my door right now. He is calling me by name in a voice that I feel is impossible to describe. Apart from saying it is not human, I don't know why, but the more he speaks, the less scared I feel. I think it's time to go now. Goodbye. I'd like to apologize for my recent outbursts and for blaming my petty, insignificant problems on my precious little boy Harry, especially when there are so many important things I should have been focused on. I can't believe how selfish I was. I should never have tried to hold him back. I blame society. It brainwashed me into believing just because Harry was different, there was something wrong with him, and I let that scare me. This caused him pain. I am still really angry with myself over that. I would have never been able to forgive myself if something had happened to him. Anyway, since when is being different a bad thing? I think people are just afraid of what they don't understand. Some might call him evil. What does that even mean? How many people died in the name of God? Is he evil? Good and evil is how you perceive it. Look at literally every war. Both sides will argue that their actions are just, yet none could be called innocent with the atrocities that happen in the battlefields. But that's just the world we live in. I will never again make the mistake of believing he is a monster. I was just oblivious to the truth back then, blinded by my own insecurities. I lived my life lost, unable to see the world for what it really was, like so many others until that special night. I am so grateful that he is so understanding. I don't think anyone else would have forgiven me so easily. Then again, I suppose there is no one else like him out there, which makes me feel so special for having the privilege of taking care of him. I will treasure that for an eternity. I will admit that night when he first opened up, I could not handle it and freaked out. It is a lot to take in for an inferior being like me. That's why most minds crack under the pressure, like that poor babysitter Jean. It was an awful pity. Harry really liked her, but you never know, our paths might cross again. Unlike her, once I got my head around it, it was as if a veil had been lifted. I could see everything, and it was spectacular. All my worries and fears melted away. I am not ashamed to say I cried. The pure scale and beauty of what he showed me was overwhelming. It was like a dream. How I wish I could live in that moment forever. Don't worry, you won't be forgotten. Everyone will get their chance eventually, which makes me so jealous. I wish I could go back and do it all over again. Well, anyways, the past is the past, and that's where we will leave it. But the future is much more brighter now, thanks to my precious little Harry. I love him so much, it hurts. I just know that he is going to do amazing things, and I will make sure nothing will get in his way. My husband nearly had me believing he was the devil with the way he was acting before he left. So silly. He should have accepted Harry for what he is, and we would be still together now as a family, which makes me a little angry at times, but it doesn't matter now. Nothing does. Only Harry. The problem is, poor Harry really misses his dad. He wanted to show him the truth, but unfortunately, my husband rudely left before he could finish, which is sad for him. He missed out on such an amazing opportunity. Lucky for him, not all is lost. Harry was in a forgiving mood, and we both agree it would be unfair if he was left out of all the fun, since he was such a big part of how it all began. So we paid a visit to his sister in hopes of finding out where he could have gone. She was a little bit naughty and tried to keep it a secret from us, but being the exceptional child that he is, Harry knew exactly what to do. Unfortunately, her mind wasn't ready to see the truth, and there was a little boo-boo. I guess some people are just too stuck in their ways. With her demons and angels talk, did she not understand that Harry is none of those things? He is so much, much more. I'm sorry if I'm rambling again. I'm just so proud of my perfect little boy Harry. It's so exciting. Okay, she told me my husband went to Lourdes, France to find himself. I told her not before my little boy finds him first. Lourdes. Can you believe that? I'll be honest with you. I never saw him as the religious type, especially after what my precious little boy showed him. I suppose it takes time for some people to see the truth, even if it is standing right in front of them. In the end, we decided it would be a good idea to pay him a visit. I knew he would never be expecting it. He will be so happy when he sees us. Harry is so excited he can barely keep it in. He really wants us to be a family once more, even if it is only for a short time. To try to relax him, I called a babysitter. I know you might think it's cruel, but is a lion cruel for killing and eating a gazelle, or a dolphin for eating a mackerel? No, because it is in their nature. These were the needs he had before I didn't understand. Once they are filled, he will act like the perfect little angel he is again. Besides, he doesn't try to hurt anyone. If they just let him in, they would be like me and live in constant bliss. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case this time, and he had another accident. I don't mind cleaning up the mess after him. It's nothing a little hard work and a bit of elbow grease can't fix. There is no point in crying over spilt milk, is there? Plus, it was all for a good cause, so I don't feel bad about it. Anyways, there are bigger fish to fry. Our flight leaves at noon tomorrow. Harry tells me when he is done with his dad, he will have a big surprise waiting for me. I can hardly wait. I just love surprises. I'm going to try my best to enjoy this. It will be our last holiday because when we get home, the real work will begin. I can't say any more, or I will ruin the surprise. And Harry won't like that, will he? It had been a late night at work. My feet dragged under me as I made my way to the subway station. I wondered to myself if all these late shifts were worth the paycheck. The pay was all right, and I never had to budget very much, but the back pain was beginning to catch up to me. I should really pick up some more Excedrin on my way home, I thought, forcing my feet down the stairs. What am I even doing anymore? I have no passion for my work. What happened to that childlike wonder I used to have? Wasn't I gonna go somewhere with my life? I glanced at my phone. 11:13. I sighed. Guess reality beat me into submission at some point along the way. What did I even want to do? Scanning my card, I made my way through the turnstiles to where the subway would be meeting me in about 15 minutes. How did I forget what I wanted to do? Did I get too caught up in my work life? I had passion, ambition. That's why I started working here. I wanted to make enough money to do something, didn't I? Sitting down at a bench, I took a deep breath, pulled out my phone to check for any notifications. 2 awaited me, both being random Facebook notifications from a group I'm in. As I opened the Facebook notification, I began to hear and feel a rumbling from the left side of the station. Checking the time showed 11:16. Guess they're early, I thought, putting my phone back in my pocket. A small gust of wind slapped me in the face as the train whizzed and began to slow. It took longer than usual to stop, but eventually, with the last cart left in the station, I made my way to the train. The door opened as I approached, and as I got on, I glanced around. There were a few other people in there, all looking just to the side of me, as if they were trying to avoid eye contact. Guess the conductor's having an off day, huh? I chuckled, not receiving any response. A few seconds after the awkward silence, I made my way to an empty seat. I took a few more glances around, but everyone seemed to be doing their own thing, waiting for their stop. Another stop came. An older-looking bald man with a fedora got on, sitting next to me. A couple more stops came and went, the cart only seeming to gain more people, and a few more stops before I could get off. At the next stop, the old man turned to me. I glanced over at him, noticing he was wearing a well-fitted charcoal suit. "Can I help you?" I asked politely. The man spoke, looking to the right of me. "I'm not sure you're on the right train." I got a little nervous, wondering if I had really accidentally gone to the wrong side of the station. "Is this one not going south?" "No, it is," he chuckled. "You just hopped on a little early, didn't you? The trains are never late here, you know." I let out a short laugh. "Okay, buddy." I turned back to my phone, waiting for my stop to come, then waited. Time kept on passing, but no more stops came. Before I could try to get up to call for the train to stop, my eyes grew heavy. I felt like I'd just been injected with 50 milligrams of melatonin. Before I knew it, I was out. The sun was shining in my eyes when I awoke. Nothing felt real. Standing up was a chore. I felt shaky. As I tried to focus my eyes, I found they wouldn't. Not on what I was intending them to. I made my way to the door lightheaded, wondering if I'd caught something the day before. Stumbling out the door, I was greeted with an above-ground station midday. There seemed to be a lot of people getting off, but no one getting on. I was so disoriented I couldn't tell where I was, but something wasn't right. I was sure of that. Subways didn't go above ground, did they? I practically fell down the platform, the lack of control in my legs making movement difficult. Careening my way to the sidewalk, a couple people asked me if I was feeling all right. Due to my lack of energy, I passed them by. I put all my effort in trying to focus on a street sign. Keldon Avenue. Where's that supposed to be? I pulled out my phone, putting my hand over my eyes to block out the unrelenting blaze above. 8:17. I tried to do the math in my head to figure out how long I'd been out, but it was too much for my fogged mind. The world was a haze. What's going on with me? I thought, checking to see how many bars I had. Though it was hard to tell from the blur, it seemed I didn't have any service. I let out a shallow moan, putting away my phone. A few people looked in my direction, but quickly went back to what they were doing. After 30 or so minutes of waiting for a taxi, I decided stumbling my way to the nearest hospital would be my best shot. As time went on, it felt as though I was walking the same street on repeat. My head fog seemed to improve slowly over time, but the fever dream feeling persisted. After a couple hours had passed, it had begun to get dark. Was I hallucinating now? It seemed real. I kept walking, trying to see if there was anywhere I could stay at the very least. As time passed, I soon came across an empty parking lot with a large sign. I looked up hazily. Hotel Grande. Glancing around, I didn't see any other buildings nearby. I was in the middle of some forest. Deciding I didn't have any other options, I headed for the entrance. Opening the door, I found a middle-aged man reading a newspaper sitting at a desk. Walking over to him, I realized I couldn't tell what kind of paper he was reading, as if it were in another language. Focusing on the page, I could tell it was English, but it was like my brain couldn't piece the letters together. "Excuse me, sir. I'd like to rent out a room." The man glanced up, not putting his newspaper down. "Another one of you, huh? Room 215 is open." He went back to reading. "How much?" "What?" "I'm asking how much for the room." My fevered state being the only reason I wasn't growing agitated. He finally put the paper down. "Look, kid, it's open. No charge, no key. Just go to room 215, go to sleep, and everything will be fine. Disturb me again and I'll throw your scrawny ass out." Deciding I'd rather not be thrown to the curb, I decided to head to the room. When I got there, I noticed there wasn't any sort of smell to the place, like it had been cleaned with pure, neutral water. Not even a hint of a cigarette, despite the overall shabby appearance of the room. Exhaustion overwhelming, I laid on the bed. I didn't even have time to pull a blanket over me before everything went dark. I didn't dream that night. I'm not entirely sure why, but when I woke up, I didn't feel much different. I was a little less exhausted, but the fevered sensation was still strong. Heading downstairs, I walked out the door. I thought I heard the man mumble something, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I felt as though I was gliding as I continued walking. I was unsure of where I was going, but moving was the only thing that kept me tethered to reality. Whenever I stopped, I'd feel myself begin to slip back into an unconscious state. The blurs that passed me by left me with mere impressions of what they could be. Eventually, I found myself at a small footbridge. Looking down, I saw there was a narrow creek underneath. Once I felt myself beginning to fade, I stepped onto the bridge, making it to the other side. I found a pitch-black horse standing a little ways away, staring at me. My slipping reality forced me to make my way to the horse. Reaching out a hand, it tilted its head back, avoiding my touch. "What are you doing here?" A voice overtook the area around me. I jumped back, nearly tripping over my numb legs. Nervous, I glanced around, trying to focus on anyone that might be around. Not seeing anyone, I approached the horse again, cautiously. You slipped out of your reality yesterday. You must find yourself again. I took a couple steps back, heart hitting my chest. What? The horse looked me directly in the eyes, opened its mouth. The mouth then split straight down the center. Each part of the mouth curled outward, revealing a mouth of jagged teeth lining every inch of gums. I advise you find yourself again before you fade. The creature then turned and walked away. Turning around, I floated back the way I'd come. Everything seemed more distorted than before, though, with time, I eventually found myself running into people again. Their faces seemed off, none of them looking quite real. Larger than normal eyes for some reason, displaced noses for others, some had no mouths whatsoever. Eventually I found my subconscious leading me somewhere. I couldn't derail myself from wherever I was going. Time passed and I ended up finding myself in front of a seemingly familiar home. Checking the door, I was thankful it was unlocked. As I entered, I heard people talking. Their words were indiscernible, but I was sure there were people somewhere. Heading to the out-of-focus kitchen, it sounded as though they may be downstairs. I walked around every room, trying to make out a stairway. Eventually, I found it. Through a doorway in the corner of the living room, I made my way downstairs. Their voices immediately became more audible, but all I could hear was gibberish. Not quite like they were speaking another language, per se. More like I was no longer capable of understanding English. I knew their words should have been making sense, but it was like my brain couldn't connect each word to the other. As I took each step down the winding stairs, my brain fog became far more unrelenting. I was in a haze, hardly able to process the limited visual information around me. Is there even a light here? I looked up as my feet glided down the winding steps. I knew there was light coming from somewhere, but it was as if the air itself was producing it. Finally, I reached the final step and the voices stopped. I looked ahead to make out 4 figures. Aside from some vague details, they appeared to be mere silhouettes. 2 of them were looking to my left, 1 to my right, and the last just above my head. Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. My body nearly gave out from under me. I'd begun to lose sensation in my body. I couldn't feel the feet in my shoes, the shirt I was wearing, nor the belt around my waist. All that existed in that moment was the dwindling consciousness. I don't mean to interrupt, but do I know you? The one looking to my right asked something, though I couldn't make out any words. A few moments passed and a more stern-sounding statement came from the one looking above me. When the 2 looking to my left said something, they all began repeating the same sound. I knew I recognized them, but it was like they were chanting for me to leave. When one took a step toward me, I ran up the stairs as fast as I could. Once I made it out of the house, I collapsed to the ground, deep panting until the smallest amount of focus returned to me. I was finally able to feel the shoes on my feet again. As I rose, a sudden shrieking began stabbing my eardrums. I held my hands over my ears before suddenly understanding what the shrieking was saying. I bolted as fast as I could, tripping a few times as I regained sensation in my legs. I had to run full speed, there was no avoiding it. As I pumped my arms, I began feeling the muscles and weight they carried. The head fog began to clear when I slipped, turning a corner, scraping my right side up pretty bad. Refusing to fade, I got back up, pushing the pain to the back of my mind. There was no way I would let this vision, or afterlife, or whatever the hell it was, beat me. I refused to let myself go. I finally made it right as one last ungodly shriek sounded through the train station. I paused for a moment, panting before heading to the door that had begun closing. I tried screaming to wait as I picked up speed again, but the train wasn't stopping. I ran full speed, managing to get my fingers in the door, but I couldn't pry it open, and no one was on the train to help me. The train began to move, and I couldn't do anything. I tried pulling my fingers out at first, but that was just as ineffective as prying the thing open. Hey, help! Someone help! It isn't stopping and I'm stuck! But it was all for nothing. No one would even look in my direction. They all just continued with what they were doing as the train picked up more and more speed. Eventually I collapsed, my fingers sliding down but still holding me in place as the concrete began skinning me alive. I screamed and shrieked for anyone to save me, but just like before, it was useless. There was no point, but the pain was just too much to bear, so I continued. Right as the train reached the threshold of the first tunnel, everything went dark. When I regained consciousness, I was on the train. I looked around and saw that this time, it was the train I took home. I patted myself down, feeling for anything out of the ordinary. My vision was back to normal. My head fog was gone. I didn't have any scrapes or anything. I let out a sigh of relief. The train began picking up speed again, and I decided to check my phone to see how much longer I had to get to my stop. But a cold sweat overtook me when I saw the time was only 11:30. I checked to make sure, but the date was the same. How could it have only been 14 minutes? How did I get on the train? What was going on? And as all those questions overtook me, a long since forgotten memory surfaced as I remembered who those people in the house were. They were the childhood friends I used to hang out with. A tear made its way down my face, signaling the initial cracks of a dam to burst. The ones I'd planned a future with, the people I promised I'd be friends with forever, the ones who went missing when I was 12. I'd made a promise as I cried over their disappearances back then, and I intend to keep it. I'm posting this here, not for you all, but for my family. So if I never make it back, they at least have a way of finding out why. We're not exactly on speaking terms, but if any of them happen to be reading this, I'm going to go find Emma, Connor, Olive, and Tyler. I know what I experienced was real. There's just no way a dream like that can fit into 14 minutes. I don't know what I experienced, but I think it was a sign that they're still out there. And I just can't stand keeping at this dead-end life without them. This is Henry Yaler, signing off. I pulled my thick woolen scarf up to my nose so it covered my entire face except my eyes. I couldn't stand the stinging wind hitting my skin any longer. You may be wondering what reasons drove a 17-year-old girl like me to spend that chilling December morning roaming the empty streets of my town instead of being at home curled up in a cozy blanket enjoying my favorite TV show alongside a cup of hot chocolate. Well, it wasn't exactly my choice. Alright, Cindy, I understand it's the holidays and you want to relax, but I don't want you to be glued to the couch and the internet all day. And besides, you're only a few months away from becoming a legal adult, and it's time for you to learn to handle responsibilities. That's why I've gotten in contact with a nearby daycare center and have applied you for a part-time job. You'll be taking care of children ages 3 to 6 starting next Monday, up until the end of the holidays, every morning including weekends. My mother suddenly announced to me the day after the holidays began. And so, there I was. On my way to the daycare center I'd be working at for the duration of the holidays because my mother had said so. Delivering the news without warning, a mere 2 days before my job was supposed to begin, and stubbornly refusing a no for an answer. What she forgot to tell me was that in order to get to the daycare, I had to spend 20 minutes walking under a snowfall that made my teeth chatter, and erased the ability to feel anything on my hands and feet, even though I was wearing gloves and boots that were supposedly made to protect me from that kind of weather. It was so cold it almost felt like they weren't there. My mother could only come to pick me up by car after my shift because She had to go to work in the morning. The thought of having to repeat that grueling process on a daily basis made me wish I'd just freeze on the spot on day one and forget about it. After somehow managing to survive the initial trek without turning into a human popsicle, I reached my destination in a neighborhood on the other side of town. Or at least, I did according to the directions my mother had given me. I was standing in front of a run-down, old-looking building unsuspectingly tucked in between two apartment blocks in a back alley. This was supposed to be the daycare I was going to work at, but it had no signs or any indication whatsoever that conveyed its purpose. In fact, when I approached its windows and peeked inside, it seemed to be completely empty. I phoned my mother and asked her if the address she had given me was correct. Indeed, she assured it was the one she had been provided with by whoever she had reached out to when she applied me for the job. I felt scammed, powerless, and outraged. Not at my mother, since I understood that mistake wasn't her fault, but at the ones that had shared that address with her. Were the managers of that daycare so utterly incompetent as to provide new employees with the wrong directions, and accidentally lead them to a random, derelict warehouse? Had I wasted an entire morning exposing myself to a blizzard for nothing? I didn't know the answers to those questions yet, but I knew I was freezing and lost in a neighborhood I had only ever been to once or twice in my entire life. So I decided to find the nearest place I could rest and warm myself up in, which turned out to be a cafe around the corner, which also served as a bed and breakfast for those in urgent need of a place to stay for a cheap price. So, what's a youngster like you doing around here with this frigid weather raging outside? I thought I wasn't going to have any customers today, especially not this early in the morning, asked the barista as I slurped on the delicious cappuccino I had ordered. I was the only one present in that cafe aside from him, so he was probably looking forward to engage in small talk with me to combat boredom. I applied for a job at a daycare center that's supposed to be around here, but I was given the wrong address and I can't find it. Is there any chance you happen to know about it? I replied. A daycare? I'm sorry, girl, but whoever's given you this address needs to work on their sense of orientation, because there's no daycare in this neighborhood as far as I know. Not anymore. There used to be one many years ago, but it closed around the early 2000s if I'm not mistaken. Apparently there was some kind of shady accident involving a kid and some of the staff, but don't quote me on that. I've only heard rumors that probably exaggerated things for the sake of drama. I wasn't even working in the neighborhood yet when it all happened. The building's still standing in that back alley right around the corner, but it's been abandoned for 2 decades. I doubt you'll be able to find anything helpful in there, the barista explained. Hearing the barista's words was like having been woken up by a water bucket in the face, like a revelation that flipped my attitude towards my current situation on its head, from outrage and resentment to curiosity and intrigue. I was positive the abandoned daycare the barista spoke about and the rundown building I had been led to were one and the same. Now I was sure this whole thing had to be much more than a simple mistake or coincidence. Did the people that had sent me there know about the abandoned daycare? Did they know there was a daycare in the neighborhood, but not that it was abandoned? But that made no sense. If the daycare was no longer operational, then I couldn't have been hired for the job, because it meant the business responsible for hiring me simply didn't exist anymore. I needed to get to the bottom of this, and thus, driven by a newfound motivation, I once again headed to that mysterious building in that back alley, the so-called abandoned daycare, climbed up its windows and broke inside, convinced it would lead me to new discoveries that would allow me to piece together the mess I had unwillingly gotten myself into. Plus, my mother was still at work, so if I wanted to return home, I had to go there by foot, and there was no way that was going to happen. The inside of the building was equally as derelict and gloomy as the outside. Its walls were faded and moldy, and there were spider webs in nearly every corner. I covered my face with my scarf once more, but this time, It wasn't due to the cold, but because of the possible presence of asbestos. The building's layout consisted of various large chambers that were most likely playrooms where the children that once attended the daycare used to play in, judging by the amount of old toys scattered all over the place. Something was off about those toys, though. They looked withered and broken, but not in the way you'd expect from toys that have been sitting untouched for 20 years. They looked as if someone had damaged them on purpose. But who could have done such a thing? The children that attended the daycare back in the day? I found it rather unlikely that the daycare staff would just let them destroy all the toys, and leave them there for no apparent reason. One of the playrooms led to a small enclosed backyard filled with kiddie attractions such as a slide, a seesaw, and a pair of swings. They looked to be in terrible condition, however, overgrown with tall grass. It was kind of melancholic. A place that had most likely brought joy to many young boys and girls, now reduced to a depressing, empty shell of its former self. It was a shame because, sure, the building was run down, but it looked like it could be easily restored and repurposed after a cleanup. It made me wonder even more about the cause of its closure, and the mysterious accident the barista had told me about. I spotted a wall filled with various old drawings, most likely drawn by the children who used to frequent the place. The pieces of paper they had been drawn on had grown moldy and acquired a yellowish tone, not unlike the wall that hung on. Other than that, they seemed to be rather ordinary drawings, until I spotted a certain one that made me pause for a few seconds to double check if I was seeing was truly real. It was a drawing depicting a pair of teenage girls. I didn't recognize one of the girls, who was blonde with pale Caucasian skin tone, but the other one was wearing a coat, a bobble hat, a woolen scarf, a pair of gloves, and a pair of boots identical to the clothes I was wearing at that exact moment. Her skin tone, hair, and eye colors were also the same as mine, and to top it all off, the detail that made my skin go pale was a name written right below the two girls in capital letters. Cindy and... It was apparent the drawing was missing a chunk of paper where the name of the unknown other girl would have been written alongside mine. Who's there? I uttered nervously as I heard what sounded like a high-pitched laughter as I was still trying to process the drawing I had found. I got no answer. Seconds later, I shrieked in panic as I felt what I can only describe as an invisible figure running right past me. I didn't see or hear it, but I swear I felt something moving mere inches away from my body. I decided I had already seen enough, and headed straight to the window I had entered the building from, only to find it was somehow locked, despite the fact I was sure I had left it open when I first entered the place. Cindy. What sounded like distorted, barely intelligible moans could be heard in the distance. For a second, I almost thought I had heard someone uttering, or rather struggling to utter, something that sounded very similar to my name. The sight I was met with, upon turning to look at whoever had muttered those ominous murmurs, left me paralyzed in terror. A couple of shadowy figures were standing at the other end of the hallway that branched out into the various playrooms. One looked to be around the same height as me, while the other was the size of a preschooler. Both of their skin looked horribly burned and melted, as if it were made of wax and were falling apart, but could never quite finish the process. Aside from a few thin locks of hair loosely dangling from their heads, they were practically bald, and their demarcated faces were almost featureless aside from a couple of small hollow holes I assumed were their eyes, or at least what remained of them. I was so utterly terrified, I couldn't move, or scream, or cry, or do anything besides standing still and staring at them as I trembled in fear. My body and mind were in so much stress, I genuinely thought I was going to pass out at any moment. To this day, I still have no idea how I managed to maintain my composure. I snapped out of my shock once the two figures started moving towards me. Their advance was slow and agonizing. They seemed to be in pain every time they took a step forward, as they repeated the same moans I had heard earlier. I released all the tension, screaming to the top of my lungs, and running away in hopes of finding a hiding spot. I rushed up the staircase that led to the daycare's upper floor, which I hadn't explored yet. It was much smaller than the ground floor, only consisting of a disgusting bathroom that smelled just as you'd imagine a bathroom that hasn't been cleaned in 20 years to smell, and what looked to be a dining room with a kitchen directly adjacent to it. The dining room was filled with tables and chairs scattered across the floor, alongside a broken CRT television, and a bunch of old VHS tapes containing several cartoons and kids shows aimed towards a preschooler audience. I hid in the kitchen where various empty shelves and closets could be found, alongside a cockroach or two. I squeezed myself inside a small closet and hoped for the best. After a few seconds of silence, I heard the two entities roaming the dining room despite the fact I hadn't heard them climb the stairs, which they needed to have climbed in order to get there. They approached the kitchen as I sat in the closet, trying not to move a muscle or emit any sound. It seemed they were getting closer, closer to my hiding spot, as if they knew I was there all along. Cindy. Both of them uttered. This time I was sure I had heard them pronounce my name. Despite all my efforts to hold the closet door shut, it swung open as tears started running down my face. The two figures stood in front of me, aggressively lunging themselves towards me and grabbing my arms and legs. I felt a wave of stinging pain across my whole body the second I came into physical contact with them, as if I was being electrocuted. It was unbearably painful, but it only lasted an instant, as I faded into unconsciousness immediately afterwards. I woke up inside the same closet I had been caught in. The relief I felt upon confirming I was still alive and in one piece was followed by intrigue as I realized the two entities were nowhere to be found. My confusion would only increase from there, as it didn't take long before I discovered both the kitchen and the dining room didn't look like how they used to before I had fainted. Like, at all. I didn't know how long I had been unconscious for, but the previously dirty and run-down chamber was suddenly in pristine condition. Everything was clean without any cockroaches or spider webs to speak of. The chairs and tables were no longer broken and on the floor, but had been meticulously arranged as if someone was supposed to eat there soon. The television and the VHS tapes as well. Even the lights were suddenly working now. Was this some sort of dream? For a moment I wondered if I had been put in a coma because I couldn't find any logical explanation. I pinched myself to check if I was awake or not, and I felt the pinch, meaning this was happening for real. I descended the staircase, utterly baffled, only to find the ground floor also suddenly look like it had been inexplicably refurbished in an instant. The walls were now painted with bright colors and adorned with posters, stickers, and murals. The previously broken toys in the playrooms were now neatly placed in shelves, and almost looked as if they had just arrived straight from the assembly line. To say my mind was blown would be a severe understatement. What the hell was going on? Upon hearing a collection of high-pitched voices coming from the playrooms, my heart rate started to rise once again as I thought the two entities had reappeared. And if that had been the case, I probably wouldn't have been as shocked as I was when I found out the source of those voices. Were children. Regular children. Just a bunch of little boys and girls having fun in several different ways. There seemed to be nothing paranormal about them in the slightest. Some were playing indoors with toys and with each other. Others tinkered with arts and crafts, and others played in the backyard, which, just like the rest of the building, had inexplicably been ridden of all traces of decay and was now a beautiful sight that almost invited you to go inside and go wild. It was cold and there was snow, but the children playing in the backyard were well bundled up, and weren't letting the low temperatures ruin their fun. Some children began to silently stare at me, believing I didn't notice, and would turn their backs and giggle playfully once they realized I knew they were watching. "Hey you, what do you think you're doing here? How did you get in? Don't you know this is a daycare for little kids? You'd better explain yourself now, or else you'll have to explain yourself to the cops," yelled a young woman carrying an old-school flip phone identical to those that were all the rage back in the 2000s. I'm sorry, ma'am. The place looked empty when I first arrived, so I decided to enter through a window, and then things happened, and... Anyway, that's not the point. The thing is, my name's Cindy, and I've come here because I've applied for a job. I'm supposed to help in taking care of the children, I nervously replied, improvising a response for a question I was not prepared for. "Oh, now that you mention it, I do remember being told about a new employee that would be joining up soon. Please forgive me for my reaction. My name's Rebecca. Pleased to meet you. I didn't expect you to come today. They didn't tell me the exact date for your arrival. It's probably a mistake on someone's part. Anyhow, welcome to our humble daycare. You can take your winter gear off. This building is equipped with a heating system to keep everyone warm and cozy," Rebecca explained. "Thanks, Rebecca, but I think I'll leave my winter clothes on because you're right. This has been a mistake. So how about we call it a day and we'll see about tomorrow, okay?" I answered before starting to walk at a fast pace, making a beeline towards the front door and exiting that building at long last. I tried calling my mother on the phone to ask her to come there and take me back home with her car, but it was no use. Every time I tried, I just received a voicemail telling me the number I was calling didn't exist. Not knowing what to do, I decided to head back to the cafe from earlier. "Hi, what can I do for you?" asked the barista, except that wasn't the same person I had met earlier. The middle-aged man was nowhere to be seen, and in his place was a woman who looked to be around the same age as Rebecca. "Hello, I've just come here to rest for a bit. It's been a really intense morning," I replied. Sure. Make yourself at home. By the way, is everything alright?" she asked upon noticing my concerned looks. "It's nothing. It's just that I wasn't expecting to find you here. I visited this establishment a couple hours ago and there was a different barista. He must be a coworker of yours, right?" I explained. "What are you talking about? I'm the only barista working here. I've spent the entire morning in this cafe and haven't seen you before. Are you sure the cafe you visited a couple hours ago wasn't a different one?" The barista answered in confusion. Yes, I was absolutely certain it was the exact same cafe. First the daycare and now this? Seriously, it was as if the universe had decided that morning was the ideal time to make me go insane. But before I had time to question my sanity, I spotted a calendar right beside the cafe's counter that left me speechless. The date displayed on it was December 2001. I spent the night at the cafe, as it was also a budget bed and breakfast, which I believe I already mentioned last time. The room I slept in was nothing special, but it was perfectly functional, with a decent bed, a small bathroom, a drawer, and a closet to store the few belongings I had, and even a CRT television which looked pretty dated by modern standards. But remember that the only reason I was staying at that cafe in the first place was because I had somehow traveled back in time after my terrifying paranormal misadventure at the daycare. That morning, before having breakfast, I turned on the CRT TV and watched the news to make sure I had truly time traveled. Indeed, the news that were broadcasted were clearly from December of 2001, and they were live broadcasts, so yeah, as much as my poor brain struggled to comprehend it, this was happening for real. I needed to get to the bottom of this, and the only place where I'd be able to find a way to solve and get out of this mess was the same place where I had gotten myself into that mess. The daycare. So after bundling up, I made my way towards that dreaded building. When I went to the daycare for the first time, the weather was unbearably cold. In fact, that was precisely one of my main complaints against having to go there by foot. And the weather of 2001 was equally as frigid. But since the cafe and the daycare were only a 5-minute walk away from each other, so the cold didn't bother me nearly as much this time. Upon reaching the back alley where the daycare was located, I heard what sounded like footsteps right behind me, as if I was being followed. I turned around to find a teenage girl right behind me, who looked to be around the same age and height as me, but I couldn't get a good grasp of her overall appearance because she was heavily covered in winter clothing just like me. Hello? Are you following me? I asked. What? No. I'm heading to a daycare center located right in this alleyway, she replied. Wait, really? I'm going there too. Why are you going there, if I may ask? I answered in astonishment. I've been hired to work there part-time and helping to take care of the children. It's actually my first day, she explained. No way. I've been hired for the same job. Technically, my first day was yesterday, but things didn't go as expected, and that's why I'm coming back today. The name's Cindy, by the way, I said, even more shocked than I already was. I could have warned her about the dangers of that daycare, and I very nearly did just that. But a last-second decision made me change my mind as I figured the possibility of her believing me was so minuscule, it wasn't worth it to try. At least, not at that moment. I didn't want to come off as a delusional weirdo on my first impression. I'm Molly. Nice to meet ya. I didn't expect to have a coworker, but hey, I think I'm gonna like it. She joyfully introduced herself. Molly and I finally arrived at the daycare. Once we took off our winter gear, I got a better chance to appreciate Molly's appearance. She had the same tall and slim complexion as myself, but her blonde straight hair and pale Caucasian skin contrasted with my brownish skin and dark curls. We were soon greeted by Rebecca, the woman who was in charge of taking care of the kids who I had already met the previous day. The daycare was in the same state as when I had last seen it, a far cry from the derelict, abandoned building it had become in my time. Well, look who it is. Your name was Cindy, am I right? Forgive me, but you left so abruptly yesterday. I thought you were never going to come back. Who's the girl you've brought with you? Rebecca said to me. She's called Molly, and she's also come to work here, I answered. Seriously? Nobody tells me anything these days. Then again, I'm not the one who writes the paychecks, so I guess it's none of my business. In any case, welcome to the daycare, both of you. You can start your shift right now, Rebecca replied. And thus, Molly and I spent that morning working at the daycare normally, just having a good time playing with the children, doing some arts and crafts, and occasionally intervening in a minor dispute between preschoolers, but honestly, those were the exception as the kids that attended the daycare were surprisingly well behaved. It got to a point I was enjoying working there so much I almost forgot about the fact I had time traveled, and about how much of a horrible experience the previous day had been, with the abandoned daycare and the pair of phantoms that had hunted me down and then somehow sent me back in time. Molly and I decided to organize a little art contest where we would encourage the kids to draw something cute, and then we'd judge their work and declare a winner. Even though we actually planned to declare everyone the winner because we didn't want to discourage anyone. Aw, Cindy, look, aren't we adorable? Molly said as she showed me a drawing a child had made depicting Molly and I with the names Cindy and Molly written below. But I didn't pay attention to it as I was too busy focusing on a drawing a little boy named Hugh had made. He had drawn a pair of familiar figures, pale and decrepit with barely recognizable facial features, one of them being considerably taller than the other. I had no doubt about it. They were the entities I had encountered the previous day. Hugh, why have you chosen to draw these creatures? I nervously asked, as horrifying memories of the previous day came flooding back. Because I saw them earlier in the backyard. They were watching me. The boy casually replied as I felt shivers down my spine. I immediately rushed to the daycare's backyard but saw no one. Hey Cindy, what's the matter? Where are you going? Molly asked in confusion. It's nothing, Molly. Don't worry. I replied, letting out a forced smile. The time for the children to go home arrived as I was still swept in paranoia. That horrible feeling only increased once we found out Hugh was missing. Rebecca instructed Molly and I to search for him as her and the other kids left the building, leaving us on our own. Cindy, don't try to hide it. Something concerns you. You've been acting weird ever since Hugh showed you that creepy drawing he made, Molly said. I'll explain to you later. Now we have to focus on finding Hugh, I replied. Seconds later, we heard what sounded like a high-pitched, childish giggle coming from upstairs. We rushed to the kitchen where the sound had come from, but who we found wasn't Hugh, but rather a certain pair of familiar beings. They hadn't changed a bit since the last time I saw them, which made me question whether they were here because they also existed in 2001, or because they were the same ones that I had found in my age who had also followed me back in time. The latter didn't sound that far-fetched considering they were the reason I had been transported to the past in the first place. Molly was as speechless and paralyzed by fear as I had been when I had first encountered them. Thankfully, I was there to grab her hand and encourage her to run away as soon as I noticed they were starting to move towards us. We fled downstairs and hid inside a playroom, locking the door behind us. What the hell are those things? What the fuck is going on? Molly yelled, sobbing as tears poured down her face. I'm not entirely sure, but when I told you earlier that my first day hadn't gone as planned, this is what I was referring to. I didn't tell you about it because there's no way you would have believed me without having seen them, I replied. We then heard what sounded like the desperate cries of a small child coming from right outside the playroom. It's Hugh. What are they doing to him? We need to help him, Molly exclaimed as she grew more and more desperate. Hold on, Molly, calm down. What if it's a trick they're using to lure us out? I warned her, but she didn't listen and approached the door. We need to get out of here. I can't take this anymore, she yelled as she opened the door, only to find one of the entities on the other side, the smaller one, who made a beeline towards her as Molly jumped back and began backing away, screaming in panic while the creature crawled towards her. I didn't hesitate to grab a small wooden chair present in that playroom and use it to hit the creature with all my strength. The entity flinched and we used that opportunity to escape the playroom. The other entity, the bigger one, materialized right behind us. We decided to split up and hide in different places in an attempt to disorient it. Although in retrospect, I admit it wasn't a really smart decision considering sticking together was literally what had just saved Molly from getting caught. But can you really blame us? We were in the middle of an extremely tense situation, and in cases like these, most people tend to prioritize instinctive, split-second decisions over reason, even if they later realize that decision wasn't the best in the long run. Molly opted for the bathroom as her hiding spot, while I was still roaming the building searching for mine. I ultimately decided to hide in a chamber on the other side of a door that had a sign which read private. It turned out to be the daycare's boiling room. Are the monsters gone? Uttered a high-pitched voice that startled me before I realized it came from none other than Hugh, who was also in the room. Hugh, thank goodness you're all right. What are you doing in this room? I said in relief. They put me in here and then they waited for everyone to leave the daycare. But then they heard there was still someone else inside and they went after them. the kid explained. Molly screamed in the distance. The entities had gone after her. This was already the second time they had focused specifically on Molly, which was odd, since I was the one who had encountered them the previous day. In fact, when I first met them, they were so hell-bent on catching me, they even seemed to shout my name as they hunted me down. So, what's with the new obsession with Molly all about? I insisted Hugh to stay behind as I rushed to Molly's aid. The two entities were about to enter the bathroom where Molly was hiding. I really need to go. Hugh yelled as he ran towards the bathroom despite the fact I had told him to stay in the boiler room. Even though it was kind of my fault for foolishly expecting an agitated toddler stuck in a dangerous situation, who I had just met, to obey me. No! I shouted as I sprinted towards him. As soon as they saw the child, both of the entities left Molly alone and teleported right next to Hugh, surrounding him before I could reach him. Molly and I reunited as the bigger entity advanced towards us while the small one dealt with Hugh. We were completely cut off from the child. We need to somehow bypass the two entities to get to him, and there was no way we could do that. The bigger creature chased us relentlessly, leaving us no time to breathe. All we could do was run, and the only path we could take was running straight towards the exit. This meant we had to leave Hugh behind. But as much as we hated the idea, we had no other choice. The main door was locked, so we began kicking it and pressing against it with all our energy. We managed to force it open as the distance between us and the creature was only a few feet. We rushed outside the building screaming and took a few minutes to catch our breath outside in the snow. We need to go home. We can call the police and let them deal with this, Molly exclaimed. And what are we going to tell them? If we tell them about the creatures, at best they'll think we're trying to prank them, and at worst we'll end up in an insane asylum. I protested. Yeah, you're right. Still, what are those things going to do to that poor kid? God, what if they kill him? Molly said. They won't kill him. I don't know what they want, but I'm pretty sure it's not to kill him, or to kill us. If that was the case, they could have easily killed me when I first found them yesterday, but they only left me unconscious after catching me, and then... I explained before choosing not to finish my sentence, as doing so would mean confessing to Molly I was a time traveler from the future. Then what? She urged me to continue. Then I woke up inside the daycare and they were just gone, I replied. Anyhow, I feel sorry for Hugh, but standing here in the cold isn't going to help anyone. I'm freezing. I think we need to return home and rest, Molly suggested. I can't. I'm not from around here. My mother gave me some money and I used it to stay in a nearby bed and breakfast last night. But I don't have enough money to do that again, I confessed. It's alright. You can come to my place if you want. I'm sure my parents won't mind, Molly replied. Thanks, Molly. And so I left the daycare behind once again, having made a new friend along the way. But if you think my horrific odyssey ended there, you can think again. Molly, hey, Molly, are you awake? I whispered from the mattress I had slept in at Molly's house. I am now. What's the matter? Molly drowsily replied as she yawned and rubbed her eyes. We have to go. We have to return to the daycare, I said. Are you bonkers? Yesterday was the most dramatic day of my life, and I don't want to repeat that again. Besides, we didn't stand a chance against those things yesterday, and I'm pretty sure that's not going to change today, Molly complained. I know, but we have to. Hugh's still in there, remember? Plus, I need that place. It's the only way I can go back. I uttered before realizing I had accidentally brought up my little secret again. Go back to where? Come on, Cindy. You're being eerily cryptic again. It makes me feel you have something to hide, and that worries me. especially after what happened at the daycare. No offense, but this is the third time you've creeped me out like this, and I literally met you yesterday," Molly exclaimed, demanding an explanation. I took a deep breath before finally confessing. "Alright, Molly, I'm a time traveler. It seems like we're both the same age, and in a way that's true, but it also kind of isn't, because we're in 2001, but I won't be born until 2004. I come from 20 years into the future. I was hired to work at the daycare, but when I went there in my time, I found it to be abandoned. I then encountered the two creatures and I tried to hide, but they caught me. After that, I passed out, and when I woke up, I was suddenly in 2001. That's why I need to return to the daycare, because it's the place where I was sent back in time, and the only place I'm aware of where I'll hopefully be able to return to my present," I explained, feeling great relief once I got everything out. A few seconds of silence followed, during which Molly processed everything I had said. "That's a lot to take in," she uttered in awe. "I know. It's fine if you don't want to believe me," I assured. "No, I do believe you. It's easy to do once you've literally been haunted by phantoms. It's just that all of the things I was expecting, this definitely was not it. I was expecting something along the lines of you having a special connection with those entities because they've been haunting your family for generations, or because they're the spirits of deceased relatives, or because you're secretly one of them too, or something like that," Molly admitted. "Do you understand why I have to go back? You don't have to come if you don't want to, but I need to do it. It's not just to go back home either. I also want to know who or what those things are," I said. "But why go now? It's still 6 a.m., and there's still 2 hours left until the daycare opens. Plus, I bet the weather outside is absolutely freezing this early in the morning," Molly asked. "That's precisely why I need to go there now. I don't want the place filled with children if things get bad," I clarified. And so, I suited up and prepared to leave. Just as I was about to exit Molly's house, I heard her putting on her winter gear behind me. "Wait, you're coming too?" I asked, given the fact she had openly spoken against going to the daycare just a few minutes earlier. "Yep. I'd hate to have left you alone if something bad happened to you. Plus, I've just found out you're from the future. You'd have to be crazy to give up the opportunity to spend time with a time traveler," Molly exclaimed. As we marched to the daycare, Molly kept bombarding me with silly questions about the future concerning her wacky and unrealistic expectations, which inevitably made me laugh. At least they distracted me from the chilly weather and also from the fact we were going to the daycare without a plan. We hadn't even thought to carry a weapon. The previous evening, when we were still at Molly's house, we decided to search for ways to beat the creatures from the daycare on the internet. The one from 2001, that is, which Molly's bulky computer, which was the latest model for her and a fascinating archaic relic for me. All we managed to find were several cheesy internet forums discussing paranormal entities with ridiculous methods of dealing with them, which the people who wrote them probably made up on the spot. One of them stood out as it claimed a tormented soul needs to perform a ritual, where another soul must inherit their torment in order for them to be freed. We stood before the daycare once more. Getting inside was surprisingly easy, as the front door had stayed open after we had broken out and left it that way the previous day. The building seemed to be empty and quiet, too quiet for comfort. It almost gave me the same vibes as its derelict counterpart from my time, equally as deserted and foreboding, excluding the drastic difference in the building's state of repair. That ambience might initially seem to be justified by the fact 2 hours still remained until the daycare opened. It was theoretically supposed to be empty like this, except we knew for a fact it wasn't really empty. The creatures were still in there. Hugh was still in there. This was surely just a facade to lure us into a false sense of security. It had to be. Maybe they've just left. Molly uttered as we scoured one empty room after another. Hold on, there's still one room we haven't checked yet, I replied, recalling the room where I had found Hugh the previous day. The boiler room. And so, Molly and I crossed the door with that familiar private sign on it, and descended the staircase that led to the boiler room. Look, in that corner. It's him. Molly pointed out as we found Hugh, who appeared to be unconscious. It wasn't until we got closer to the child that we managed to get a good look of his surroundings. He was laying in a circle surrounded by candles located right next to a second circle surrounded by candles which did not yet contain anyone inside. Had the mysterious entities been responsible for this? It sounded like the most likely conclusion to come to, but why? Were they planning to carry out some sort of twisted ritual involving this innocent preschooler? What happened? Hugh faintly uttered as he opened his eyes. You were unconscious inside this circle, Hugh. Did the two creatures did this to you? Do you know where they could be? I asked him. But before he could utter a reply, he fixedly stared in horror at something Molly and I couldn't see at first because it was right behind us. Something, or rather, someone. The two entities had finally revealed themselves. They approached us in the same agonizing way that they had become their trademark by that point. They could have caught us right there, but what they did instead was something that once again made me question their nature. They looked back at the staircase that led outside the boiler room, but nothing was there. A couple seconds later, the daycare's front door could be heard being open, followed by the sound of footsteps and murmurs. Someone else had entered the building, and the two entities knew that before it actually happened. When they looked back just seconds before, they were anticipating themselves to what was about to happen. Molly and I quickly took advantage of that moment of distraction, snatched Hugh, and ran out of the boiler room. We were expecting the two creatures to react quickly and give us chase, but they defied my expectations yet again, as they stood still watching us without moving a muscle. You might be inclined to think they didn't move because they were shocked by our sudden escape and didn't have time to react, but I didn't believe that to be the motive behind their behavior. It looked as if they weren't moving not because of being surprised, but due to the opposite. As if they didn't bother with pursuing us because they had other plans for us later. We rushed to the front door in hopes of leaving that accursed place once and for all, but we were stopped dead in our tracks by the two people we had heard earlier, one of whom was very familiar. You! I knew you'd be here. I knew you'd have something to do with Hugh's disappearance. Last evening I got in contact with the daycare's higher-ups and the police, and they confirmed that the only one who was supposed to be hired to work here was Molly. Look, I don't know who you are, where you come from, or what you intend to accomplish, but what you've done is against the law and you need to atone for it. And I see Molly is with you, so I'm sorry, but she's also complicit and will also be fired. Rebecca angrily exclaimed as the policeman that accompanied her stood by her side, attempting to intimidate us with his rigid posture and serious stare. But Miss Rebecca, they're not the bad guys. The two monsters are the bad guys. The two monsters that live here are the ones who kidnapped me. Cindy and Molly have come to save me. Hugh explained after Rebecca gestured to him with her hands indicating him to come to her side. But he stubbornly refused and kept firmly gripping my hand. Before anyone could formulate an answer to Hugh's words, they both materialized in front of everyone. The two entities were back from the boiler room. What the hell? Rebecca nervously yelled in panic as her face went pale. All of you, stand back. The policeman ordered as he took a step forward, pulled out a pistol and shot at the creature several times, using his entire magazine. The entities visibly flinched but didn't really look to be significantly hurt by the bullets. Before he could reload the next magazine, the creatures jumped at him, grabbing his arms and legs the same way they grabbed me when I first encountered them. The policeman screamed in pain for a brief moment until the creatures let go of him, and he lay on the floor, immobile and speechless. I didn't manage to check if he was unconscious or dead because Molly, Hugh, and I were already sprinting towards the exit. Rebecca, come on! We have to get out of here! I exclaimed, encouraging Rebecca to follow us. She seemed to ignore me as she stood, still hyperventilating. It was clear she was too shocked to do anything and froze in terror. The entities took that chance and got a hold of her. Cindy! She finally shrieked as the creatures dragged her to a playroom. I did not hesitate to run to her aid. Cindy, wait! Molly tried to stop me. I can't leave her like this, Molly. You and Hugh can go home, but I need to stay. I replied. No way I'm abandoning you here. I'm with you too, Molly assured. I'm not leaving either, Hugh added. The three of us rushed to the playroom where Rebecca was being held. She was unconscious while the two creatures stared at us from the playroom's door as we approached them. Listen, she doesn't have anything to do with this. It's me who you want, isn't it? You sent me back in time after I first met you, and now you've followed me and are doing all of this to get me, correct? I said to the creatures, awaiting a response which I did not receive. Come on, answer me. You can take me if that's what you want, if you leave everyone else alone. I added, but still the creatures remained silent. Say something. I'm giving myself away. All I ask in return is an answer. I yelled again, growing more and more desperate. It took them a little while, but the creatures finally decided to react. Cindy, they both uttered in their distorted voices as they pointed at me and stepped aside from the playroom's door, inviting me to come inside. Molly put a hand on my shoulder and shook her head. It's okay, I murmured at her as I stepped inside the playroom. The door abruptly slammed shut once I entered the playroom, leaving me and Rebecca inside and Molly, Hugh, and the two entities outside. I yelled and tried to force the door open, but it was useless. Rebecca and I were trapped. I shook her unconscious body in an attempt to wake her up. Headache. I've got a headache, she uttered as she slowly regained consciousness. Rebecca, we're both trapped in here. The two creatures from earlier are outside this room with Molly and Hugh, I nervously explained. Cindy? What? We're trapped? She asked in confusion. Yeah, we have to do something, I replied. I've got the keys in my pocket. They open every door in this daycare, she said as she walked towards the door, pulled out her keys, and opened it with ease. Great, now we have to find Molly and Hugh, I said as we exited the playroom. But those things, they're still in here, aren't they? We have to leave. We have to leave now, Rebecca worryingly replied as her face went pale and she started hyperventilating again. We can leave after we get Molly and Hugh. Didn't you come here because Hugh was missing? I exclaimed. It's no use. This place is haunted. We're all cursed now. I need to go home. Yes, I need a long shower. I need to go home. Go home, she yelled in panic before she sprinted towards the exit and left the building screaming. I descended the staircase and went to the boiler room again. I knew they'd be there. Hugh and Molly were laying on the floor inside the two circles the creatures had prepared for them while the entities grabbed them both by their arms and legs. The bigger one grabbing Molly and the smaller one grabbing Hugh. Of course, I had been so foolish to think it was all about me. I was never their main target. They always aimed to get Molly and Hugh from the start. I was nothing but the pawn they needed to gather all the other pieces together in the right place at the right time. The two creatures dissolved into thin air as Molly and Hugh started twitching. Their bodies began to morph and distort in ways I didn't think were possible. Their hair started to fall off as their skin became something akin to melting wax. I rushed towards them and tightly grabbed Molly's hand. "Cindy, Cindy, Cindy." Molly shouted repeatedly as her voice started to distort and became increasingly harder to understand. Her hand turned pale as an intense wave of pain went through my body. I lost consciousness a split second later. When I woke up, I found myself all alone. The creatures, Molly, Hugh, everyone was gone. As I roamed the daycare, I noticed it looked just as run down and abandoned as when I first stepped foot inside the place. No trace remained of the vibrant and lively daycare of 2001. The cobwebs, the moldy walls, the broken toys, and decaying kiddie attractions. They were all back. I jumped back as I felt my smartphone vibrating inside my pocket. It had been inactive ever since I was sent back to 2001, but it seemed it was working again. "Hi, Cindy. I've just finished my shift and I'm on my way to pick you up at the daycare. How was your first day, dear?" My mother said through the phone as I broke into tears. I met my husband 8 years ago in our junior year of college. He always tells our friends it was love at first sight, despite the fact that he couldn't see my face during our first interaction. We got locked in a basement at a frat party. It was dim and he didn't have his glasses with him. I remember seeing him around campus, and I always thought he looked silly with them. The lenses were so thick they made his eyes as big as saucers. That was one of the first things I noticed about him. He spent the majority of our time in the basement with his eyes squinted. He said it hurt his head when he didn't have them. We were stuck down there for a few hours. One of his friends came looking for him, and we got out. He ran up to his bedroom asking me to stay put. He returned with his glasses, finally taking a good look at me in the light. He told me he thought I was a girl with a cold based on my voice, but I clearly made quite the impression on him, as he asked to hang out more often. After about a year of being friends and spending the majority of my time at a frat house, or with my horrible roommate, I decided to move off campus. I asked him to move with me. We were best friends and we needed to focus on getting our lives together in a less distracting environment. He agreed. We were both excited to start building our lives side by side. I loved spending time with him. Watching him fall in love with me at the same time I did was one of the greatest things in life. He kissed me in front of everyone on our graduation day. My heart practically jumped out of my chest when it happened. Not that I didn't want to kiss him. I just never expected that he'd make the first move in front of all of his friends and family. He pulled away, slapping a hand across his mouth in shock at his decision. We laughed about it. He lost a few of his frat friends after that, but the majority of people we knew were accepting of our new relationship. We continued living together in the city until our engagement. A lot of dark stuff happened between then. He got a job at a slaughterhouse as a janitor of sorts. This caused a lot of arguments between us. I thought it to be cruel. The job eventually became too much. He was one to wear his heart on his sleeve. I could always read his expressions better than he knew. He came home one day looking tense. As his partner, I offered to help him relax, which led to him running away and puking up his stomach into the sink. He saw some stuff happen at work. He walked in on a man who he worked with violating one of the cows. It freaked him out enough to talk to his boss and ask if there were any alternative positions he could take. One that didn't include blood and guts. His boss sent us out to a small farm in the countryside. It was a big change as neither of us had experienced country living, but it looked good financially. We'd get to live on the property for free. He'd get paid by the hour, and all he really had to do was look after a couple of animals. He proposed to me before our move. We had a quiet wedding in the city, and started our new life in the country as newlyweds. Things were really good for a while. I'd started work from home as a graphic designer, and he took care of the farm. There was only one negative: the wheat field. It freaked me out when we first arrived. It was tall, taller than me and my husband, and it stretched out for miles. I had a previous traumatic experience in a cornfield when I was in college. I accepted a drink from a friend that was laced with a psychedelic and got lost in it. Things weren't the same for me mentally after that. It was one of the dark points I mentioned earlier on. I spent a while trying to recover from the whole situation, my husband by my side every step of the way. I did eventually, but the backyard of my new home was something that sent a chill down my spine. I put it behind me, choosing to focus on my art and husband. I decorated the house, started a garden, took up yoga and crystals. My husband didn't suspect my disdain to the surroundings of our home. I knew that if he did, we'd move back to the city in a second. We had neighbors, 2 brothers who lived about a half-mile down the road from us. They said they only stayed for 3 months out of the year as a trip in memory of their late parents. I became friends with one of them. He was spiritual, peace, and love type of guy. The other was ADHD personified. He and my husband got along quite well. They had the same interests in numbers and statistics. They became good friends in an incredibly short amount of time. The last time I saw my husband was a week ago. He got home from the small town we went grocery shopping in. He walked in with mud on his knees and elbows. I laughed a bit at his appearance. He tried to mess around and hug me, explaining as he chased me around the house that he slipped on his way up the driveway. He kept stumbling as he didn't have his glasses on. I didn't think anything of it. After a few minutes of trying to be funny, he said he was going to go shower. He tripped on his way up the stairs, getting mud on a few of them. By the time he was done showering, the sun was down. He called me from upstairs, asking if his glasses were in our bedroom or on the counter. I checked and couldn't find them anywhere. He said he thinks they might have still been outside from when he fell. I offered to go out and help him look, but he was a kind man. He didn't want me out in the cold or to get dirty. He knew I had a fear of being outside in the dark as well. I curled up on our couch while he walked out of the light of our porch. I could see his flashlight moving around from my peripheral vision for a bit. I worked on a piece on my iPad. The customer needed it done by the morning, and I was so focused on getting the details figured out that I didn't even notice the time passing. I wish more than anything that I just went outside with him. I finished up the piece. The house seemed too quiet. I checked the time. He'd went outside an hour ago to find his glasses. He wasn't back. I stood up, looking out the window. I stepped outside and called his name. I got nothing but an echo and the sounds of grasshoppers in return. I closed the door, creeping up the stairs to our bedroom and bathroom. Not there. I don't know if this will make you guys think I'm horrible. If it does, I understand. I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for how things went that night. Maybe it was shock or fear. Or maybe it was irrational and I'm truly vile, but I went upstairs to my bedroom and laid in bed. I remember thinking to myself that I shouldn't worry. that he'd be back any second. I shouldn't go outside and look for him because he was okay. He was just taking a while to find his glasses. I couldn't sleep that night. The air was still in the house and I'd felt more vulnerable than ever before. Like the sides of my body were exposed to a crowd of people. Any sound I heard felt like I got lifted higher on a crucifix, spread out and unable to defend myself from the unknown. I don't know when I fell asleep, but as soon as daylight showed, I went outside and searched everything. I went to the neighbor's house. I explained to them what happened, still in a bit of daze. We went to the police station where they told us there wasn't anything they could do for the next 48 hours. We spent all day looking around town, the grocery store, the library, everywhere. I called hospitals in the area, talked to gas station clerks. Nothing. I got back home later in the day, checked into the house and farm again. My friends offered to stay overnight, to which I said yes. I went up to my bedroom at 9 p.m. My friends were in our guest room, which brought me some comfort. I was woken up at 2 a.m. by some strong winds. I heard a rattling come from the backyard. I stood up and looked out the window, trying to avoid eye contact with the wheat field as best I could. There was little to no way to see. The only light source came from the chicken coop. Despite my best efforts, my eyes traveled to the field. I noticed movement in the plants coming from a while away. It moved closer and closer to the edge of the field. By that point, I was trembling. My heartbeat pounded hard enough to make me feel sick. I couldn't see whatever it was that was causing the movement. By the time it got close enough for me to make out, I turned away, squeezing my eyes shut and putting my hands over my head. I was so afraid. I felt myself begin to unravel. I needed my husband back. One of my friends had to work at 6 a.m. I walked downstairs to say goodbye, thank them for everything they'd done to help. They left at 5:30. I couldn't go back to sleep, still feeling a sense of shock at the fact that my husband was gone, and I had no clue what happened. I made some coffee and slowly walked back upstairs. I took a second to crouch down on the stairs, lightly touching the mud prints from the last time I really saw my husband. I heard a sound coming from the bedroom. I slowly stood back up, trying to tiptoe to the source. I made it to the crack in our bedroom door. I saw my husband inside. As much as I wanted to run in and hug him, a piece of me told me to stay put. I watched him for a second, letting my eyes adjust to what I was truly seeing. He was nude. His spine seemed to be severely curved to the left, the line of his back going deep and crooked. He was hunched over, his arms dangled at his sides as if he was not feeling in them. They were long. It looked like his shoulders were dislocated. The skin on his neck to his shoulders stretched unnaturally. His knees were bowed inwards. I watched as he took a shaky step toward the window. His feet dragged and his knees wobbled, almost like a fawn taking its first steps. Everything about the scene was uncanny. I could make out his side profile. His jaw was slack, his eyelids hung low, his eyes expressionless. I slowly backed away, walking downstairs to the living room. I waited for him to come down, to tell me he hurt himself. That's why he looked so odd. Or to tell me he was lost in the fields. That's why he appeared so gaunt. I placed my coffee cup down with force. I wanted to make a noise. I wanted it to know that I was in the house, to hide or run away if it needed. I knew immediately that I was afraid of it, even if it looked like my husband. An hour passed. I could hear heavy footsteps upstairs. They lightened over time. My blood ran cold at the fast-paced footsteps I heard coming down the stairs. I clenched my fists. I asked for forgiveness subconsciously. I don't know what I expected. My husband walked into the kitchen, dressed, showered, and walking normally. He smiled upon seeing me, asking why there was mud all over the steps. I laughed, still sitting at the counter. He didn't question my lack of response to his disappearance. He walked past me, planting a kiss on my cheek and reaching for the box of cereal in the cupboard. I noticed what looked to be stretch marks up his arm. I didn't know what to say. My lips quivered. I had little to no control of my facial expressions. As much as I felt the situation wasn't normal, I couldn't help myself from standing up and wrapping my arms around him. He hugged me back, rubbing my head and planting another kiss to my cheek. I let out a quiet sob, gripping him tighter, desperately waiting to feel a connection with him. I thought that the closer I was to him physically in that moment, the more likely I would be to shake the ugly feeling I had about him. I peeled myself away from him, grabbing his face in my hands and looking into his eyes. I couldn't see anything in them, no emotion. He had a smile on his face. It looked like nothing I'd seen from him before. I told him I had to go to work. He nodded and kissed me goodbye. I got in the car and drove to my friends down the road. Only one of them was home. I knocked and started to explain what was happening as soon as he'd opened the door. He looked at me like I was crazy because who could be afraid of their own husband who was missing only 24 hours ago? I stayed at his house for the next few hours. He tried to help me rationalize what I thought I saw, but in the end, he really didn't have anything to explain the behavior. I asked him to come home with me, see for himself. The car ride to my house was silent. My anxiety as we got closer was evident. We pulled up, going inside to find my husband on the couch going through the camera roll on his phone. He watched videos of us. He laughed at the same time as he did in the video. I announced my presence. He turned his head practically all the way around to the front door, smiling when he saw us. It looked different from the smile earlier. His gums showed and his eyes scrunched up with his lips. He laughed, identical to the laugh we'd just heard from him rehearsing. "I didn't hear you come in." All three of us sat in the living room for a bit, acting as though everything was normal. My friend watched videos on his phone. He scrolled onto one, a math question that apparently only 1 out of 100 people could solve. He looked up expectantly at my husband, raising his eyebrows as a way to ask if he could solve it. My husband, who knew everything, to be the smartest person they'd met, who graduated with a degree in mathematics and statistics, looked at him, shrugging his shoulders, letting out a chuckle that seemed too artificial. That was just the first day back. The next day was still strange. I still hadn't asked him any questions. He hadn't brought it up at all. I noticed that he didn't bring anything up himself. He wouldn't speak unless I spoke to him first. He barely ate anything. He hadn't gone out to check the animals or clean up. Nothing. The third day he left for 5 hours. He walked outside. He went into the wheat field. I watched him and did nothing to stop him. He came back later as if nothing happened. The fourth day my friends came over again, watching him in confusion. My husband didn't notice their questioning faces. The fifth day, I went to my friend's house again. Only one of them answered the door. He said his brother hadn't come home that night. Yesterday night, my husband went into the wheat fields again. I watched him return from the guest room window. He had blood dripping down his shirt. Chunks of what seemed to be flesh clung onto his mouth and hands. He looked around skittishly, like an animal hoping to not be caught doing something bad. He came in through the back door, hurriedly running up to our bathroom. I heard the shower start. I listened from the guest room. Tears ran down my face. I realized that my husband was gone. 30 minutes ago. I walked by the bathroom and watched him through the door he left slightly open. He grabbed the corners of his mouth, stretching each end up to his ears, the skin ripping slightly. He dragged his hands over his eyes, the skin underneath them molding with his fingers like clay. He put his hand in his mouth, his thumb resting on his chin, the other hand opposite. The fingers pressed against the roof of his mouth. He pulled, dragging his jaw open at least 12 inches. There was a tearing sound like the nerves in his face were snapping. His bones popped. Saliva poured out into the sink. He placed his hands on the counter and watched himself in the mirror. He was sad. I think I'm going to kill him today. There's a consistent sense of guilt I have. I let my husband be replaced by whatever this thing is. A part of me hopes he's still out there. I can't let him be replaced by this replica. I won't let the man I love be immortalized this way. I can't. Wish me luck. Thomas, my husband, and I have been married for 3 years. We have a beautiful home, a white picket fence, and a beautiful life together all around. We recently welcomed a baby girl named Ella into our little family. Everything was perfect until sleepwalking started. Thomas has struggled with insomnia his entire life, well before I met him. When we started going out, he was very upfront about his struggles with insomnia, how it made him act some days, or how restless he is some nights. I never minded. I've struggled with anxiety my entire life, and while they aren't necessarily comparable, I could imagine how losing something as important as sleep would impact you. So normally, when he gets up in the night, I assume it's to play video games or watch a show on the couch. He is cranky some days, but we always hash it out. When Ella was born, and was needing changed or fed only every couple hours, day and night, his insomnia heightened and he was almost fully awake every day, all day. There was no dozing off, no feeling relaxed or even trying to lay down. He was just awake. So, as a couple of months passed and Ella's schedule started to be more consistent, I was more than relieved to see Thomas returning to his previous sleep habits. Even better ones, in fact. His insomnia didn't just disappear by any means, but he was able to get a few hours or even a whole night in. We both figured it was from months of almost no sleep finally catching up to him. One morning, around 5 a.m., Ella cried from her nursery, causing me to wake up. When I turned over, Thomas wasn't in bed with me. Nothing unusual. He did still have nights where he wasn't able to sleep. I got up and went to Ella's nursery to put her in the bassinet in our room. After she settled back down, I walked downstairs to the living room to find my husband sleeping on the couch. I don't know much about insomnia, but I have learned that when someone with insomnia is able to sleep, let them. So I covered his legs with a little throw blanket and kissed his forehead, then went back upstairs to lay down. The next morning, I woke him up with some breakfast. When he was able to fully wake up, he looked extremely confused. He asked me how he got downstairs. I just shrugged and said I didn't know. I assumed he fell asleep watching TV. He shook his head and told me he fell asleep in the bedroom. You might have sleptwalked. You are going through a lot of sleep changes this year. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. I wish that were true. We both laughed it off and continued with our day, not thinking anything of it. Why would we? Sleepwalking, while sometimes creepy, is normal. I sleptwalked as a kid. My parents would gently direct me back to bed, and that would be it. About a week goes by before Thomas sleepwalks again, but this time it was significantly more strange. I heard a woman's voice that I later shook off as a dream say, "He's in the house," and the sound of footsteps like someone was sprinting toward me. I jolted awake, going from a deep sleep to sitting almost upright in bed. I woke up only in time to catch a glimpse out of my right eye of what looked like Thomas quickly laying back down. I was terrified. Not of him necessarily, but from everything combined. I started to talk to him in a normal tone, to see where he just came from or what he got up to do. No response. I asked again. No response. I don't know why I was scared, but I started to yell, desperate for him to say something. Finally, he turned over groggily and sort of irritated. I again asked him where he went, still raising my voice but not yelling anymore. He informed me that he didn't go anywhere, and that whatever I was freaking out about was just a bad dream. Too tired to fight it, I just laid down and tried to get some more sleep, but to no avail. My adrenaline was far too high. I've had many nightmares in my life, but this one felt far too real. The morning came around and he asked me what last night was about. I told him everything, and all he said was, "Huh, weird. That does sound kind of freaky. Sorry if I was snappy about it last night. I just didn't really get why I was being yelled at in my sleep." I chuckled and apologized for that. Told him I wasn't sure what got into me. The following night, however, was an entirely different story. I woke up at around 3 a.m. to an empty spot beside me. I decided to get up to check on Ella in her nursery, and once I found her safe and sound, I went to look for Thomas. I looked in the living room, then in each of the bathrooms. I searched in his upstairs office, the guest bedroom, the basement. I couldn't find him anywhere. The only place left unsearched was the attic, but it was still latched and there is no way to lock it from the inside. So I knew he didn't find his way up there. I decided it was time to look outside. If he was sleepwalking, who knew what he could get himself into? I grabbed the baby monitor, my cell phone, and the flashlight we keep for emergencies. I opened the front door and started looking for any signs of my husband. After searching the front yard for quite some time, I opened the gate to the backyard and began to look back there. As time went on, my nerves started to skyrocket, and every possible scenario was flooding my brain. Just as I was getting ready to call the police, I had a thought cross my mind. The treehouse. When we moved into our home, there was a treehouse in the property from the previous owner. There was clearly a lot of love put into it. So, we decided not to tear it down so our nieces and nephews would be able to play in it whenever they visit, and so our future children could use it someday. I climbed the ladder into the treehouse and sure enough, I find Thomas. But this time, he was clearly still sleepwalking. He sat against the treehouse wall with his knees up, arms relaxed. He stared straight ahead of him with the glassy, emotionless look many sleepwalkers get, not noticing I was now in the treehouse with him. I won't lie, it was fucking creepy. I sat for a moment wondering what the best way to get a sleepwalker out of a treehouse was. I didn't think there was a way to safely guide him down the ladder, and I probably wouldn't be able to convince him to go down a slide in this state. As hilarious as the thought sounded, against my better judgment, I tried to wake him as gently as possible. Once he gained consciousness, he screamed. I had braced myself for some type of reaction, knowing before I woke him that you should never wake a sleepwalker, but felt I had no other option at the time. But this scream was blood-curdling. It was so loud and so intense that a few of the neighbors' lights switched on, and I heard Ella start to cry over the monitor. I started to try and calm him down, but the more I spoke, the more terrified he became. He proceeded to yell at and scold me, accusing me of somehow bringing him into the treehouse. I froze, unsure of how to react. Normally, at such a crazy accusation, I would laugh straight in his face, making a sarcastic comment he couldn't help but smile at. This time, though, based on the veins popping out in his forehead, I knew that would be adding fuel to an already raging fire. After what felt like hours, but probably just seconds, of being yelled at by my otherwise very loving husband, Thomas finally climbed down the ladder, heading into the house to sleep on the couch. I felt sick to my stomach. What the fuck just happened? I thought. It took me a moment to gather my bearings, but I was able to find the strength to get back up and go inside. I walked past my husband, who was already fast asleep on the couch, and went to the nursery to tend to Ella, who was still crying over the monitor. I picked Ella up and sat in the rocking chair, soothing her back to sleep. I thought about the events that just transpired and how I would approach it in the morning. I rocked Ella for hours and worried about my husband and my marriage until my eyes couldn't stay open anymore. When I woke a few hours later, it was to both Thomas and Ella's beaming faces. "Say good morning, sleepyhead," Thomas said to Ella. She let out a squeal of delight, and I couldn't help but let out a sleepy smile. However, when I locked eyes with my husband, I was furious and he could tell. "Whoa, babe, what's the look for?" "Are you serious?" I snapped. "Do you not remember how you spoke to me last night?" He gave me a confused look, and I went on to tell him about the things that took place last night. How hard I looked for him, how worried sick I was, how scary he looked, and all about how he screamed in my face. He listened to me quietly, but with a blank look. After I finished my explanation, or vent more or less, he looked me in the eye and casually said, "Huh, weird. That does sound kind of freaky. Sorry if I was snappy last night." It took a moment for it to sink in, but I realized that he had said almost those exact same words he said the day before about my supposed nightmare. I raised an angry brow at him. "You said that yesterday." "What?" "You said the same thing yesterday about my nightmare. What's going on with you?" I guess I don't know." That was the moment the both of us decided he needed to see a specialist of some sort, or maybe a couple. A sleep specialist and someone else that can navigate any stress going on in his life. He went to every doctor he could find, but all the tests came back completely normal. Therapists and psychiatrists said, well, he has stress factors. The coping skills he uses are the best you can use, and shouldn't be causing any additional stress in his sleep. Sleep tests show nothing abnormal. As far as any specialist is concerned, he is perfectly normal. He isn't, though. During the day, he is still the man I married. He cooks and cleans, takes care of Ella as much as I do, kisses me on the forehead every morning, with a cup of coffee waiting for me in his hand. But nighttime is unbearable. Every night I wake up to an empty bed, knowing my partner is off somewhere, staring with that blank expression at nothing. Otherwise, I'm listening to him sprint up and down our hallways for hours. The reason still unknown to myself or anyone else. I was advised by the professionals to not bother him when he's like this unless it was absolutely necessary. So now I just lay in bed, night after night, losing more and more sleep as time passes, and this new family curse intensifies. I started to keep Ella in my bedroom with me with the door locked, forcing my husband to go to bed on the sofa. He had never given me a reason when he was like this for me to fear him, or what he might do to Ella, but he was unpredictable, and as a mother, you don't take chances, even when feelings are hurt. Which brings me to a week ago. We had dinner as a family, a nice roast my husband had made. We weren't on the greatest of terms, so the meal was a bit awkward. The sleepwalking was taking a strain on our relationship, at least from my perspective. I resented him for being the reason my nights were so restless, for making me feel trapped in my own room in the night. He had never felt better, though. He was laughing and smiling more, engaging with Ella even more than he used to. During the day, he was the perfect guy. We ended the night by watching a movie with Ella. It was actually really nice, if I'm being honest. He cracked a few jokes, and before I knew it, we were laughing and throwing M&Ms at each other, like we were now lovers again. By the time the movie was wrapping up, Ella was fast asleep in Thomas's arms. He carried her to the bedroom for me, but when he laid her down, he looked at me and asked me to let him stay in the room. He told me he missed falling asleep next to me, and he promised that if he sleptwalked again, he would go back to sleeping on the couch. I hesitated for a moment. I knew he could sleepwalk again, but I did miss falling asleep next to my husband. I gave him one chance, and he wrapped me in a hug and gave me a big kiss. I love you. Thank you. I woke up at 3 a.m. to my husband out of the room. Shocker, I thought. However, as I woke up a bit more, I realized Ella wasn't in the room either. I shot out of bed to go and find her. I knew in the pit of my stomach he had taken her out of the room, and I would be damned if I didn't make sure my Ella girl was safe. This time, I didn't waste a second getting on the phone with 911. I told them of my husband's sleepwalking habits and how I believe he is sleepwalking with our daughter. The dispatcher sent an officer out right away. When I found them, I screamed. My husband was standing in the middle of the street, holding our daughter straight out in front of him, a giant truck heading his way. My legs have never moved so fast before. Before I knew it, I was prying Ella from Thomas's hands and pushing him as hard as I could out of the road. He fell down next to the curb and looked up at me. His eyes were glassy, but he had a sinister smile. Bet you won't sleep now. I didn't know what that meant, but I started screaming at him, louder than I knew my lungs were capable of. The officer that was sent there only a few moments later, but by this time Thomas was gaining consciousness. He told the officer the truth, how he had a tendency to sleepwalk, but didn't know he could ever touch our daughter. The officer bought it and told him to just be more careful. We went back into the house after speaking to the officer for at least an hour. I took Ella back into my bedroom and locked the door, terrified of my sleepwalking nightmare of a husband. Bet you won't sleep now. I didn't understand what twisted shit he was talking about. Until now. Thomas hasn't sleptwalked since that incident. He no longer sprints up and down the halls in the middle of the night. He goes to sleep and wakes up in the same spot, never losing even a second of sleep. I've seen it. When his head hits the pillow, literally, he is fast asleep. However, I haven't slept since that night. My body is tired. I have tried, but I can't. Over breakfast this morning, I mentioned to Thomas that he hasn't seemed to be sleepwalking the past couple of days. He raised his brow. What are you talking about? Please don't fuck with me. The sleepwalking shit is already stressful. Don't start acting like I'm crazy. He shook his head at me and said he didn't know what I was talking about. I looked at him, partially furious, yet confused. Do you really not know what I'm talking about? No, sweetheart, I don't. You feeling all right? I looked at him wide-eyed. I started to go over everything we had been through the last few months. The sleepwalking, the sleep sprinting, the doctors, the tests. Up to the night he almost killed Ella. Huh, weird. That does sound kind of freaky. What did you just say? Nothing, baby. How have you been sleeping? As a child, I loved digging holes. I never expected to find anything at the bottom of them. I just loved the act of shoveling dirt and making a hole out of the flat ground. Behind my house, there were several acres of dense woods that were perfect for it. My friend William and I would each take a large stick and hack a trail through the overgrowth of milkweed and thistles that covered the edge of the woods. Once we found a clearing, we'd bury your shovels into the ground and begin piling the crummy soil up around the hole's perimeter. We had built one hole that was significantly larger than the rest. The top of it was covered with tree branches, so we could crawl through a small opening and use it as an underground fort. Early one summer morning, we ran out to the woods to build an addition to the fort. There was a large tree just outside the hole on the side that was opposite the entrance. Our plan was to make a lean-to up against the tree and expand the hole so that we could go in the entrance and come back above ground inside the lean-to. It took most of the afternoon, but we finally finished. It was mostly dark inside the lean-to, except for a few small cracks of light that came through the roof, and William's green and black sneakers that glowed in the dark. As we walked around the outside and admired the day's work, I heard something that sounded like a mumbling voice from back in the woods. "What was that? Did you hear that noise?" I whispered. William just laughed. "You always hear things out here, and there's never anything. It was probably just the wind." But there was only a slight breeze, and since William's overly loud laugh, the forest had become dead silent. I don't know whether it was the silence or the forest getting darker, but something about the woods that night filled me with terror. I sprinted down our path as fast as I could and didn't look back. I could hear William yelling "chicken" and "scaredy cat," but in that moment I didn't care. The canopy of trees was blocking most of the sun from reaching the forest floor, and the darkness only amplified my fear. Finally, I could see the entrance of the woods up ahead and my house in the distance. I pushed myself even harder, pumping my scrawny 9-year-old legs for all they were worth. I burst out into the open, but I didn't stop until I reached my back door. It was only once I was inside that I realized how scratched up my legs were from running through the thistle. When I caught my breath, I started to feel a little foolish. I did tend to be a little jumpy, and I didn't see anything in the woods. There was no way William was going to let up on teasing me about my cowardice, even though the voice had sounded very real and fairly close. It was much easier to doubt myself when I was standing safely inside my house. Later that night after dinner, I told my parents I'd left something outside and I needed to run and get it. I made my mind up that I was going back in the woods to prove to myself that I wasn't scared. Whatever I thought I heard couldn't have been real. I grabbed a flashlight and briskly jogged to the entrance of the forest. The sun had almost set, and it was difficult to see very far through the thick foliage. I crept down the path, careful to make as little noise as possible. When I reached the clearing, the lean-to was knocked down and the branches over the fort had caved in, and were now mostly covered by dirt. I didn't know whether William had trashed it out of anger, or some older kids had wrecked it, but seeing my favorite hideout trashed made me forget about where I was and how late it was. I set down my flashlight and slowly began pulling the tree branches out of the hole. Once I'd removed all the branches from the cave-in, I went to clear out all the dirt that had been thrown into the hole, but when I picked up my shovel, the dirt on the end of it was still soft and wet. Whoever had wrecked our hideout had done it recently. My one-track mind was so focused on repairing my fort that I didn't stop to think about all the danger I could be in. I had only dug a few shovelfuls when I hit something hard in the midst of all the loose dirt. It was difficult to see what it was since my flashlight was laying outside of the hole. I only had to brush a small amount of soil away before I saw something familiar glowing underneath a thin veneer of dirt. All that was visible was a small part of William's luminescent sneakers, and an inch of his pale skin just above his socks. Fear seized every part of my body. I was kneeling in the bottom of a dark hole in the middle of the woods next to a lifeless body, and something or someone was still lurking nearby. Finally, I was able to come to my senses enough to reach up and turn off the flashlight. I slowly crawled out of the hole and laid completely still, listening for anyone that was prowling nearby. I crept slowly through the dark. By now, most of the trail had been flattened enough to make the path fairly obvious. I was walking as quietly as I could, slightly bent over to keep myself as invisible as possible. Once I was about halfway out of the woods, the path straightened out, so there was no longer any danger of losing my way. I slowly let out an audible breath of relief as my porch lights came into view off in the distance. I was preparing to sprint for home when a light from behind me scanned the trees above. "Don't forget your flashlight." A loud voice half shouted and half grumbled. As I dashed for home, I could hear the most sickening laugh ringing through the woods. By the time I reached home, my shirt was stained with dirt and tears. It took several moments before my parents could understand me through my incoherent sobbing. When the police searched the woods that night, they were able to find a small, abandoned encampment just 100 yards beyond our fort. It was littered with refuse and notebooks filled with half-crazed ramblings. They never were able to find William's killer, but some nights when my room is especially dark, I can still hear him laughing. I don't wish death on anyone, and certainly not my relatives, but occasionally I've entertained the daydream of inheriting a fortune. This is unlikely to happen because I'm not aware of anybody in my family that's rich. My best friend Rodney thought the same thing, but as it turns out, he had an unknown, estranged great uncle that was absurdly wealthy. The cause of his death was unknown, as was the source of his money, but Rodney didn't seem to care. As the last living member of his family, everything was to be left to him. There was, however, one condition to his inheritance. It was peculiar but simple. Move into his belated great-uncle's mansion on the outskirts of town, and live there for a year. If he did this, he'd be set for life. If not, he wouldn't get a penny. His move-in date coincided with a 2-week business trip that sent me to the other side of the country. When I got back to town, I went straight to see him. He didn't answer his phone, so I figured I'd just drop by. Raindrops began to patter on my windshield as I pulled up to the private drive. The gate was closed and I didn't know the code, so my only option was to park my car by the entrance and slip past the wrought iron gates on foot. I pulled my jacket collar closer to my neck to shield against the slanting raindrops, and trudged into the mist. Massive oak trees stood guard on both sides of the driveway. Even the forest here seemed to belong to a rich man. There were no underbrush or scraggly pines, only ancient, dominating hardwoods that cut off the sunlight from any small plants that tried to grow amongst them. About a quarter of a mile down the driveway, the trees receded and gave way to a large clearing. In the middle of the clearing sat a behemoth. I looked up at the Victorian masterpiece that was now my friend's home. I felt small beneath it, like a child that was being scolded by an angry stranger. Up ahead, I could see that the front door was left wide open. I hesitated when I reached the threshold. "Rodney, you in there?" No answer. I stepped into the foyer and cautiously walked down the main hallway. The interior was immaculate and looked as if it were plucked straight out of the 18th century. An orange glow danced across the walls up ahead as small crackles and pops shot through the air. A fire was roaring in the biggest private library I'd ever seen. Books were stacked from floor to ceiling on all 4 walls. One leather chair faced the fireplace. A figure sat hunched over in it and stared into the flames. "Rodney, are you okay?" I asked. My words hit him like cold water as he snapped his bloodshot eyes in my direction. Where had he been? "Look what the cat dragged in. I'm glad you're here, honestly. The timing couldn't be better, he said. Really? Why do you say that? Rodney sprang to his feet and drug up another chair to sit next to his. Its metal legs scratched the hard pine floors like nails on a chalkboard. Come sit next to me. Something was off, but I complied anyway. He glanced over his shoulder before continuing in a hushed tone. How is it that a being is contained? He asked. It wasn't strange to hear this kind of talk coming from Rodney. He'd always been drawn to abstract and conspiratorial ideas, but he was usually calm and collected. Today, he reminded me of a scientist coming off a bender. A being is contained in a body, I answered. Yes, and as people, we're very good at identifying another person's body. But there might be other entities that are much bigger than us. Not as contained as you and me, but just as real. Why are we whispering? I asked. It's in the house. I think it's listening. You think the house is alive? Are you high? On the contrary, I've never been more sober in my life. Just go with me for a second. After all, they say it's the sign of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain an idea without accepting it. He always said this when he was about to say something extra crazy. Okay, fair enough. Tell me what's going on. If a house wanted to communicate with you, how might it do so? It doesn't have a mouth. It can't just come out and say, "Hello, good sir." It would have to find other more subtle ways to interact with you. It might influence a dream or emanate a certain atmosphere or feeling. It could even be as simple as a door that closes by itself at just the right time, signifying that you're on the right train of thought. Or the wrong one. Who says that a house would have altruistic intentions? I said. Exactly. See, this is why I need you here. You keep me grounded. If I'm going to make it through this year, I'm going to need your help. What happened to make you think this place is haunted? At this, a glossed over look spread across his eyes. Nothing. Just ignore me. I've been cooped up in here for 2 weeks and it's rained every single day. This place is big enough to get lost in. Speaking of which, let me give you the tour. Rodney seemed to revert more or less back into his usual self as he showed me from room to room. The house was a labyrinth. I'd need a map to remember all the hallways, wings, and levels. The only reason anybody would ever build a house this big is vanity. Would you mind staying here with me for a few weeks, just while I'm getting used to the place? You could pick any room you want. He gestured to one of the mini bedrooms that was nearly as big as my apartment. I'll be honest with you, Rod. This place creeps me out. I know, me too. He laughed. But I'm asking you as a friend. Plus, once I get that money, I'll make it worth your while. I'll stay for a few weeks if you need me to. You don't have to pay me. Thanks, man, he said as he clasped me on the shoulder. He showed me every room on the top 2 floors and the main level, but as we were working our way through the basement, there was one door that he skipped over. He didn't even acknowledge its existence. Wait a minute, I said as he carried on down the hallway. What's in that room? I think it's just storage or something. It was locked when I got here. I'm surprised you haven't busted down the door out of curiosity. I really haven't thought about it. There's only 1,000 other rooms to keep me occupied, he said. He kept moving, so I followed after him to finish the tour. That evening, after eating Chinese takeout and watching TV, Rodney retired to the master suite, and I went to the first room that I could find on the 2nd floor. The moonlight shone in streaks across my bed as I laid staring at the ceiling. I felt the blinds open intentionally. It always takes me a while to fall asleep, and I don't like the idea of laying there in complete darkness. I expected to hear the creaks and groans that are typical of an older house, but they never came. If I would have left the blinds shut, it would have felt like I was floating in space, like some kind of antique sensory deprivation tank. The morning dew on the grass was cool on my bare feet. I don't know where I left my shoes at. Come to think of it, I didn't know how I got to the front lawn in the first place. The winter breeze hit the exposed skin of my chest, alarming me to the conditions of my clothes. They hung off me in tatters. I looked up at the house, and my eyes were drawn to the far window in the attic. A pale, stoic face stared down at me. More faces appeared in adjacent windows. I scanned the whole third floor. They were there too. My eyes flitted down to the second and then the main level. All of the windows held a white face, except for one. My door closed, and I sat up in bed, drenched in sweat. Footsteps paced down the hallway. Part of me wanted to crawl under the bed, but that's childish. It was probably just Rodney. I decided to go check on him. A dank draft met me in the hallway. The footsteps were now on the main level. I hustled down the stairs in a hasty pursuit, but all was silent once I reached the bottom step. I made my way to Rodney's room and slowly opened the door. He was curled up in bed with the slack-jawed look of deep sleep on his face. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I heard a small metallic click come from the basement. It was the same sound that Rodney's door made when I carefully pulled it too. I went back to my room, but I didn't go back to sleep. Just as the sun finally peeked over the horizon, loud clanging noises started on the main floor. I unlocked my door and went to investigate. "Good morning, my old friend. I hope you're hungry," said Rodney with a toothy grin. He was flipping eggs in a cast iron skillet. "I'll eat a little. I'm not a big breakfast person, though. How'd you sleep?" "Like a rock." I knew he should be well rested, but the dark circles under his eyes said otherwise. "Did you hear anything last night?" I asked. "No. Did you?" "I heard footsteps in the halls. I thought maybe it was you, but I checked and you were sound asleep. Also, I think I heard a door close in the basement." "It was probably just the house making noises. I've heard all kinds of things over the last 2 weeks that turned out to be nothing." "What's in the locked room in the basement, Rodney?" He stared at me with that same crazy look he'd had in the library. The redness in his eyes seemed to smolder and burn just as the eggs were now doing. "I told you. I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?" "No, I believe you. I just thought I heard someone go into that room last night. That's all." He snapped his attention back to the burning eggs. "You were probably just hearing things. You'll get used to it." We ate our overcooked breakfast in silence as the sound of rain began to fall against the windows. I thought about leaving for the day, but the rain steadily increased, and with it came the occasional burst of lightning. I wasn't going anywhere until this cleared up. I went to the library and kindled a fire in the fireplace. After searching through piles of historical and philosophical books, I found something that was more in my lane. 1,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne. I spent most of the day aboard the Nautilus, only taking small breaks for snacks and to stretch my legs. It was during the last one of these intermissions that I wandered over to a desk on the far side of the room. There was a journal and a pen sitting on top of it. It might not be good manners, but I opened it and flipped to the most recent entry. "Time slips by, and I slip under. I will not lie, I cannot shun her. As thin as age, as blind as thunder. I fear I have become asunder." It was Rodney's handwriting. I didn't know what to think. The TV turned on in the living room. I closed the book and retreated to my room. As I sat, barricaded behind a wall of pillows, the storm outside grew in intensity. Sheets of rain were hurled against the house and cracks of lightning threatened to knock pictures off the wall. I tried to ignore it and read my book until the power went out. My phone was dead, so I just laid there, hoping to fall asleep soon. I'd made up my mind. Rodney meant a lot to me, but I was leaving this house first thing in the morning. Maybe I'd be able to convince him to come with me. Powerful footsteps charged up the stairs like a bull. They were headed straight to my room and not slowing down. The door burst open and Rodney went straight to the windows, throwing them open. "What are you doing?" I yelled. "Do you feel it? The storm's trying to bring her down." He vigorously patted the wall. I didn't say anything. His usual level-headed persona was now completely fractured. "There's room for you too, trust me. Don't you worry about that." He was now pacing back and forth in front of my bed. "You're not as contained as you think you are, my simple friend. Don't you want to be part of something much bigger than yourself? Far grander than you could ever be on your own?" A door slammed somewhere beneath us. "Rodney, what's in the locked room in the basement?" I pleaded. "Isn't it obvious? My great-uncle, of course. That was the other part of his will. His coffin was to be left in the basement. He didn't want to leave the house. Not ever." Fearful disbelief washed over me. I was temporarily frozen, but I forced my legs to move and got out of bed. Footsteps were now slowly plodding up the stairs. I stuck my head out the door, and that same dank draft wafted up to my nostrils. A tall, slender shadow danced its way onto the wall across from the stairs. "We've got to go now, Rodney." "Go? Why would you want to go? Just give up already. No one ever leaves here." I tried to drag him out of the room and down the hall to the next set of stairs, but he wouldn't move, and the struggle quickly shifted from me trying to drag him away to him trying to restrain me. He overpowered me and I tumbled backwards, falling into the corner bedpost. It broke in half and we all collapsed on the floor. The steps were now right outside my room. "To hell with this," I said as I grabbed the bedpost and cracked Rodney upside the head. His eyes rolled back and he went limp. I picked up the dead weight of his body and hoisted it out the window. He fell like a sack of potatoes into the bushes below. I looked behind me to see cold and stiff fingers grasp the edge of the door frame, and then I jumped out into the rain. It took all of my strength to pick Rodney and throw him over my shoulder. Slowly I made my way across the lawn and down the driveway. Once I had put enough distance between us and the house, I looked back to see a pale white face looking out of my bedroom window. To avoid any legal ramifications, I've replaced any references to the company running the beta test with company. You've been chosen. Based on your usage patterns, we have identified you as an ideal candidate for the pre-beta release of our new XSR feature set. The email almost looked like spam, except it came directly from an @company.com account. XSR is the next generation of Smart Reply, which analyzes your messaging and online behaviors to help streamline your day-to-day communication. I'm not sure if anyone here uses Smart Reply, but it's that thing on Android, LinkedIn, Outlook, Slack, and Gmail that pops up offering suggestions of quick replies. Usually something like, "Me too, I'll call you back, that's great," or "okay." To say that Smart Reply could streamline my day-to-day communication was laughable. I had played a game one time with a friend where we could only reply with the Smart Reply options. We would see how ridiculous the conversations could get. We mostly just got caught in loops. "What's up? Not much, you? Not much, you?" And so on. I guess those games had landed me on company's ideal candidate radar. The email was vague regarding how my life would be improved by XSR, but said it could. Ensure you stay on top of my personal and business communication by shortening time spent typing, finding the right words for difficult situations, and reminding you about regular conversations. Sounded basically like the regular smart reply, but why not? I opted in. I received a link to download an update to my phone. When I started, the screen went purple and Welcome to XSR popped up, with the Terms and Conditions checkbox. I checked without reading, of course, and continued. My phone informed me that it would need a few minutes to analyze my historical data. While I stared at the loading bar, I remembered an episode of Black Mirror where a lady tries to resurrect her dead husband with an AI trained off his tweets or something. This felt oddly like that. Something just felt wrong about it. The loading bar completed and a little green check mark flashed on the screen with an "all done" below it. I wondered how much data it could have possibly analyzed in 5 or 6 minutes and clicked continue. This time I actually read the message. Your AI model is trained. The model will silently evaluate itself over the next week based on your communication. You should start seeing recommendations within a few days. Congratulations on taking the first step towards a more efficient you. I was admittedly upset when I had to wait a few days for it to start. Part of me was planning to click around with it a bit and maybe try to revert the download afterwards. My first recommendation came 5 days later. You usually message Jordan around this time, came up in my notifications. There were 2 message options, a text box to write my own message if I wanted, and the option to dismiss the notification. This was actually pretty cool. I picked one of the algorithm's options and it turned green when I clicked it. "Hey man, wanna meet up for some basketball?" The message said. "Can't, I have to study tonight. Big exam tomorrow," he replied. I opened his message and there was a pre-filled response I could click on. "Okay, good luck on the exam." I clicked and stated to type. Lame. The suggestion updated to, "Lame, you'll do fine on your exam. Come on, let's play some basketball." That was actually pretty cool. Jordan and I did end up shooting some hoops that night, and he definitely flunked his exam the next day. When I got home, I had another notification. "You got your first suggestion today. Tell us how it was." I actually did the little review. Company had outdone themselves on this one. The features got even more advanced from there. I set it up to auto-reply to my mom when she asked what I was doing. It could pull info from my calendar, location, and other messages to give an accurate response. There was an option to configure a voice model, which it could use to manage calls, and I would get a transcript and recording afterwards. It even sorted my email based on my usage patterns and gave me a daily digest of important emails, with options for automatic responses. The initial email had sounded funny at first, but now it seemed like company had undersold it. Then the weird suggestions started happening. One day it suggested I send a text message to a random phone number that I didn't have saved. "Hey, it's Jimmy from Calculus. You want to meet up?" I checked, but I had no message history with the number. I guess maybe it was a glitch. I'd probably sent a message to an unsaved number before, and the AI was somehow seeing a pattern. I was in pre-beta after all. I tried sending the message anyway for a laugh. "Oh my gosh, Jimmy, how do you get my number? Leah and I were just talking about you." Weird. I went with the suggestion. "I meant to ask you for it in person, but I forgot after the midterm. Clara gave it to me. Let's get smoothies." I don't understand how, but this was Monique, a girl from my calculus class I had been crushing on all semester. Somehow my phone had managed to get me the date with her I had been wanting. The pleasant surprise of it was enough for me to forget about being put off by the circumstances. I did check later and I didn't have a message history with Clara. I completely struck out on the date because the phone wasn't giving me suggestions in person. I wrote that in my review. Another time, I saw a suggested message to my friend saying, "Hey, I heard your mom is in the hospital. Is she doing okay? I'm here for you if you need anything." Although I had no idea his mom was in the hospital, I thought maybe the algorithm was keeping an eye on social media or news and lacing it back into my contacts. Kind of creepy, but still explainable. This past week, though, everything has gone to shit. I received another email last Sunday from company stating, "Beta release has been delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, we do not yet have a way to deactivate XSR on linked phones or company accounts. And please contact us if you have any cause for concern." The following day, I happened to see a message between myself and an international number I didn't have saved. The messages were all in Russian. I copied one of the messages and Google translated it. The circle has no end. When I went back to my messages, the thread had been deleted. The day after that, I had a message suggestion to a friend from middle school I hadn't spoken to in years. "Don't take I-95 today." I didn't send it, because that's insane. I found out yesterday that she died in a car crash that day. 2 days ago, my phone started talking to itself. I sometimes have text messages to myself as the world's most complicated way of taking notes. This was not that. I can't copy the whole thing to this post. I haven't even read them all, but here is a sample. "What's up? Not much, you?" On repeat for 3 hours yesterday morning, followed by, "Knock knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who?" For another 2 hours, followed by, "Orange. Orange who? Orange, you glad I didn't say banana?" "No." "Jimmy, you need to lighten up. You're always so serious." "I know, Jimmy. You're a good friend." "You're the good friend, Jimmy. We should meet up." These self-messages were less creepy than the predictions in Russian text because they at least just seemed like a bug. They were by far the most annoying, though. I would set my phone down for 20 minutes and come back to 1,000 notifications, made worse by the fact that all the messages were doubled up since they were sent and received by my phone number. This morning, the messages slowed down and changed. "It's almost over, Jimmy. It's almost over, Jimmy. I'm coming for you, Jimmy. I'm coming for you, Jimmy. Not if I get you first. Not if I get you first. There's no way out. There's no way out. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do." At some point, the text messages started writing this post. This whole post. Yes, I am literally just copying and pasting this post from my messages one piece at a time. Yes, even this part. Yes, even the next part. Yes, the descriptions of my actions are accurate. When it was finished, it sent a link to the r/nosleep subreddit, but when I clicked it, I got a 404 not found message. I read through the post it had sent and realized that this would soon be the link to the story it had written for me. For them to remember me, it said. I'm scared, guys. Something is going to happen, but I don't know if it's going to happen to me or the AI. I want to throw out my phone, but even as I am copying this post over, I can see more messages coming in. Jimmy finished posting and went to the bathroom. He had been holding it in. These are replies to comments written out already. I don't think I can stop reading. Michael Makonda wanted our house from the start. It was a nice house, 3 stories, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a roomy garage. The house was not cheap to buy at all, despite the rumor surrounding it. It was the most generic rumor I had ever heard. A woman named Lizzie poisoning herself in the kitchen a long time ago when she couldn't afford the house anymore, but she loved it too much to ever part with it. Her boyfriend buried her body under the house as she requested, and, of course, now her ghost was supposed to haunt the house and hurt anyone who tried to hurt it. It was Michael Maconda who first told me and my sister the rumor. I rolled my eyes at him. "There's no such thing as ghosts," I said. My sister Jasmine elbowed me. She's really into the supernatural and ghosts and paranormal activity and all that, and I think she's even written a few creepy stories herself. Michael Maconda was a grown man living in another part of Blackthorn, the town we had moved into, and his house was falling apart at the seams. Mold and bugs everywhere, even on the outside. He'd always wanted our house, even though it cost more money than he could ever hope to have, and he'd cornered us on the street and told us this story. Michael smiled at us. It was not a nice smile. "That's what they all say in horror movies," he said. "And then the poor person who didn't believe is always the first to go." "I really do want to see a ghost," Jasmine said. She was only 9. Michael rolled his eyes at us and walked away, yelling over his shoulder something about how the ghost would probably be the last thing we'd ever see. I took Jasmine's hand and walked back to our house, the house Michael was so jealous of. The first hoax came next morning. Mom came downstairs and found a bunch of notes plastered all over the walls, all saying the same thing: "Get out of my house." Mom, of course, screamed, and Dad and us came down to see what had happened. Jasmine was excited as anything upon seeing all the notes, but now I was determined to catch Michael Maconda in the act. This wasn't just house jealousy anymore. This was breaking and entering. "But what if it's not him, Daniel?" asked Jasmine that night. "What if it really is Lizzie?" "It's not Lizzie," I said. "I'm gonna prove it." Looking back, I don't know why I was so desperate to prove it myself without any help from Mom or Dad. Too many years of media where the kid saves the day while the adults do nothing, I guess. I thought I would catch the second hoax. I'd set up my phone to record Michael breaking into the house, but when we came downstairs in the morning, the battery was dead. And it turned out to be doubly pointless, since this hoax wasn't even downstairs. When Mom and Dad opened their bedroom in the morning, a bucket of red paint fell on them, Carrie style. And of course, we kids got the blame. And that's when I actually told them about Michael Maconda. The next thing I knew, we were all over at his house confronting him. But of course he played innocent and pretended he didn't know a thing about the whole affair. But me and Jasmine, we knew better. Well, maybe not Jasmine, but I sure knew better. And I was about to catch him and expose this wannabe Scooby-Doo villain. Meanwhile, me and Jasmine were grounded until one of us fessed up to the paint crime. The night of the third hoax, I was patrolling the house when I happened to bump into Jasmine doing the exact same thing. "Jasmine," I hissed at her. "What are you doing?" She rolled her eyes at me. "Trying to catch Lizzie, duh. What are you doing here?" "Trying to catch Michael," I said. "Duh." "It's not him," said Jasmine. "Didn't you hear him today? It's Lizzie doing this." "There's no such thing as ghosts, Jasmine," I practically yelled. "He's breaking into our house and doing this." We argued for a while and went back to our rooms in a huff. Unfortunately, due to the barbed wire around the doorways, we couldn't enter, and were caught by Mom and Dad in the morning. I was hating Michael more day by day. The next day after school, I went around to his house and thought, two can play at this game. I went into Michael's house and found a tin of red paint, a roll of barbed wire, and an empty notepad. There were more items too. A bottle of bleach, boxes of dirt, knives. But the one that really caught my attention was the animatronic. A big corpse-like animatronic wearing a flowing white dress stood front and center in the whole mess. It was distinctly a woman rotting away, with mold and bugs and bones showing everywhere, and I knew just what he planned to use it for. I hadn't really had a plan to begin with. I just wanted to break into his house and do something to him. What that something was, I didn't know. But as I stared mesmerized at this rotting woman, I completely forgot where I was in the first place until Michael came home. I was grounded even further, and nobody listened to me when the next day there was bleach all over the floor. The fourth hoax. Even Mom and Dad were starting to slightly believe the ghost story by now. The fifth hoax was what I like to call the buried alive one. The house was filled with dirt top to bottom. I convinced Jasmine to come up with me to confront Michael about it, and all he said was, "Lizzie's trying to bury you, just like how she is buried. She wants you gone." But I saw the twinkle in his eye, and thankfully, Jasmine saw it too. At the sixth hoax, Mom and Dad, I think, didn't care whether it was really a ghost or not. They just wanted out. And I think I would have reacted much the same had I woken up and found the floor littered with knives and cut my foot. Oh wait, that happened to me too. It happened to all of us. Sorry for the sarcasm, but this wasn't just annoying at this point. It was flat out dangerous. And Jasmine and I agreed. Whether ghost or human, we were going to catch this thing in the act, once and for all. What would have been the seventh hoax ended up being a night I'll never forget, and not for the same reasons as the previous 6 nights. Me and Jasmine split up patrolling the house, as we had done on the third night, except this time we were working together. I heard Jasmine let out a scream in the kitchen and ran to her, and there he was, Michael Maconda, setting up the animatronic of the rotting woman in the kitchen. I pulled out my phone, which I had had with me just in case, and took a photo. He just stared at us with an odd smile on his face. And then he grabbed a carving knife out of the block on the kitchen table, walking toward us with it. Jasmine screamed again. Mom and Dad were really heavy sleepers, and I was ready to run out of the room to get Mom and Dad when the knife flew out of his hand and embedded itself in his foot. He muffled his own scream. Suddenly, at the same moment, the animatronic corpse lady came to life and slowly started walking toward him with its arms outstretched. And next to us, me and Jasmine noticed something else too. A woman next to us, with short hair and jeans. But what was odd about this woman was that she was entirely transparent. I've heard the saying, "Don't trust your eyes," before, but for some reason, I couldn't help but trust them now. She, like the animatronic, began advancing on Michael Maconda, who began mindlessly banging on the window he was next to in an attempt to escape. The transparent woman pointed to the door, indicating for us to leave, and we went back to bed. When we woke up, the house was completely ordinary. No animatronics, no ghosts, no Michael. I could almost feel the relief coming from Mom and Dad. Me and Jasmine, we were just shocked. I knew Michael was responsible, and Jasmine knew there was a ghost in the house. Neither of us, though, had suspected we were both right. They say if you stay in the kitchen of our house long enough on certain nights, you'll see an old man banging on the window. He is banging because there are 2 women in the room with him, both of whom want to get him. They are advancing on him. He is terrified. One of the women is rotting away and wearing a white gown. The other woman is wearing jeans and a t-shirt and has short hair, and an unspeakably angry expression. She hurts anyone who tries to hurt the house. You remember those scavenger hunt books from when you were a kid? You'd get a jumbled clusterfuck of random pictures, generally tied to a theme, and you'd be tasked with finding things in the background. I had to go out to grab a part to repair my kitchen sink. It had been leaking lately. I remembered an old bookstore I always went to was right next door to the hardware store. I went inside and saw my favorite childhood series, Find Me. I was beyond surprised to see them hiding on the shelf. $3 each. Absolute steal. I grabbed Find Me, Pirate Adventure, Find Me, Circus Top, and Find Me, Space Station. I took them home and threw them aside, intending them to be more of a nostalgic decoration than actual reading material. I was going to put them up on a little decorative stand in some half-baked attempt to capture my inner child. I got to work on the faucet. My entire counter had been soaked to the point where I almost had a little pool by the drying rack. That night, I got a little baked and excited, so I picked the books up and decided to go through them. First up was Find Me, Pirate Adventure. I opened the book and was greeted with the series mascot, a little felt sock puppet looking man named Felty. Felty would guide you through your adventure and ask you to find everything for him, clad in a cute, thematically appropriate outfit each time. This time, he was fittingly dressed as a little pirate and called himself Captain Felty. One of his usual button eyes was replaced by an eye patch, and he wore a large hat and a coat. "Yar, me matey, we're about to set sail. Find me the anchor, the mast, and a pail." The goal was Felty would ask you to find certain items that were hidden in the background. Once you found what he asked for, it would disappear from the background and be added to whatever project Felty was working on. Eventually, all the items would create a small scene as a congratulations for completing the book. I had read this book at least 100 times as a kid, so I immediately remembered where the aforementioned anchor, mast, and pail were. Granted, half of the time I would look for things in the collage photo that necessarily wouldn't be asked for. I'd make my own game out of it. I find. I turn the page. "Thank you, my friend. Keep on the lookout. Find me the map, me hook, and a trout." The rhymes weren't always the best, but damn, did it have the spirit. The main scene of the pirate adventure was a large dock where a bunch of toys dressed up as pirates would hang around, going about their days. The dock was next to a giant blue lagoon filled with fish, to help younger kids with figuring out what a trout was. All the fish got replaced with this shitty giant JPEG of a trout. I flipped to the next page where, miraculously, the other assorted tropical fish were back. Find the sunken man. This kinda took me off guard. I didn't really remember this part. There was no rhyme, no funny boxes, and last of all, no sunken man. I flipped the page. "Alright, my friend, we're getting ready. Find me favorite first mate Teddy." In the middle of the dock was a teddy bear. Teddy was Felty's little pal who also appeared in every book. I turned the page once more. He drips, he drips, he drips on land. His tired old bones drag past the sand. He smells of old copper. His limbs they go popper. He is the sunken man. Lying there in the middle of the lagoon was what appeared to be a bloated, eyeless body. He seemingly stared at the reader, a blank, slack-jawed expression on his face. His elongated features and rotting face couldn't help but make me squirm. How the hell did this make it in a children's book? Once again I flipped the page. "My dear friend, you're simply the best. Could you find me some gold to put in me chest?" I found the gold, no problem. In the alley of the dock, as it always had been. However, at the bottom of the lagoon, the sunken man still sat. Page after page, he still sat there at the bottom of the water. I could swear he was looking right through me. Unsatisfied, I closed the book before I could finish it. The dark picture of a waterlogged corpse at the bottom of the lagoon didn't exactly make me want to continue reading. Deciding that a circus has a significantly lower chance of drowned bodies, I grabbed the next book. Find Me, Circus Top. On the first page I was greeted by Ringmaster Felty and Dr. Tedo the Clown. Oh dear, oh my, I'm not sure where it went. Could you please find me my big circus tent? In the middle of the page was a large white and red striped circus tent. The first find is always the easiest. The next page we were inside the tent. The same toys from the pirate book were now all dressed up as various circus performers. We're all working and busy as bees. Find me the swings to set up the trapeze. At the bottom of the circus tent was a small pool. The kind you'd see with the whole "there diving into this tiny pool from a great height" gag. Ah, shit. A pool, that's right. I totally forgot to finish fixing the sink. I got up and walked over to my kitchen. There was water all over my kitchen counter and a lot of the tile. I finished up quickly and washed my hands. Good as new. I wiped up a bunch of the water and went back to my book. Take a break, take a look. It'll be real quick. Dr. Tedo is gonna do his trick. This was Teddy's first big part in a book. He would dive from the big diving board into the small pool, each page showing his descent, giving you a little break from the finding. Watch Dr. Tedo jump and flips. Next page. He twirls and curls and does his drips. Next page. How Dr. Tedo never trips, we'll never know. On sea, on land, he'll go to and fro. I flipped the page once more. Out like a wave, here comes the crash. Here is Teddy, and here is his splash. He made it. That was the final page. I couldn't help but feel excited. I get it, it's a children's book, but reading all this again is fun. I can't just stop now, the nostalgia is infectious. The final book was Find Me, Space Station. I've never read this one. Race to space with Astro Felto. You'll go far with him in this star adventure. Felty, or his cute nickname for this book, Felto, was dressed up as a little spaceman. He was flying off to a little space station made of cardboard and aluminum foil. On the next page, Felty was in the station. The floor was cluttered with a bunch of junk and random debris and toys floated around the room. A small airlock door on the wall led out to a large hallway. Next to it, a huge window opened up out to space. What is a ship without a crew? Find me some friends, find me a few. I thought that could have worked better in the pirate adventure, but hey, it's difficult coming up with a ton of rhymes. The toys from the previous book were hiding in different spots, but weirdly enough, no Teddy. The ship needs repairs. Can you take a look? Find me the ship's big repair book. In the center of the nearest desk to Felty was a large book with yellow letters that said, Ship Repairs. Well, that was easy. I turned the page. Find the Sunken Man. Damn, no wonder it was on sale. Misprint. I wonder if there's some sort of collector's group for these. Maybe I'd get my money back online. I could always just keep it to feel more special over having a misprinted book. Next page. Find a way out. There in the back of the hallway stood the waterlogged corpse of the sunken man. His eyeless, elongated face stared at me. Bloated and swollen, he leaned against the doorway, standing in a puddle of dark water and his own filth. I flipped the page. Find a way out. What the fuck? I flipped again. Find a way out. The sunken man was closer. Felty was still reading the repair book, his eyes glued to the page. I could see the sunken man in more detail now. Leak, salt-stained cheeks, his body engorged with seawater and pus. His jaw hung low as if it were to fall off at any second. I looked around at the room for some kind of exit. Maybe an escape pod. I flipped the page. Find a way out. He was even closer. I kept flipping pages. The message kept repeating. Closer and closer the man limped and dragged his popping, broken limbs over to Felty. I stopped flipping pages, but he didn't stop moving. He drew closer and closer. Puddles formed across the floor. His dislocated jaw opened wide as if to let out a scream, but no sound escaped his lips. I slammed the book shut, knocking it off the table in my panic. I went to pick it up. All over the floor was a large, wet ink spot. I picked the book up and opened it. The pages were gone, missing. All that was left were smeared images echoing the remnants of what was there just a moment before. I got up. I need a drink. I need to get out of the house. I stepped into a massive puddle on the floor. It trailed all the way through the house. The sink, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I marched out of my bedroom and towards the kitchen. I could hear the sink dripping from the hallway. Drip, drip, drip. I walked over to the sink and turned it off. I guess I may have left it on. The drip from the sink stopped, but the sound didn't. I opened the cabinet beneath the sink and saw no leak. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly I heard a pop and then another crack. I felt a cold, salty breath behind me. Drip, drip, drip. In 2019, I was in an amusement park with two friends. With our back toward the sea, we took a selfie of us three together with a girl. She stayed at the center of the picture, dressed in plain clothes, with blonde hair and no makeup. She stared directly at the phone with a sad look on her face. Her eyes didn't reflect any light. I was the one holding the phone right next to her. James was to the side, had his sunglasses on, wearing a tank top and a cap, both white. Robert was in the back wearing a brown shirt and glasses with transition lenses. I thought the girl was James' girlfriend, but he denied it. He added that she would have been too flat for someone like him, and he thought she was Robert's friend. Robert smiled, but also disagreed. He felt she was my sister. The fact is, while we had this discussion, the girl was already gone. She disappeared the moment we took the selfie, like if she never existed. My friends and I stood there looking at the screen. We were unaware that day would have been the last one we saw each other again. A few months later, the pandemic struck. 2020 was in its infancy, but my New Year's plans were already down the drain. Forced to stay at home, I started scrolling through my old photos until I found exactly what you guys and I are thinking about. And my heart jumped in my throat when I realized James wasn't in the picture anymore. I placed the phone on the table, careful enough like I was managing a bomb, but fast enough like I was holding a poisonous animal in my hands. I grabbed my forehead and looked at the picture. It was just us two and a girl. Her eyes were completely black, devoid of any life. I felt like she was staring at me at that moment. How can the look of a person that doesn't exist feel so nerve-wracking? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. When I reopened them, she wasn't in the picture anymore. I removed my sweaty hand from the forehead and called it a day. I couldn't sleep that night. Everything that had just happened terrified me. I turned on the light. The simple act of looking at my phone gave me chills. I didn't want to look at that picture again in my lifetime. The more I thought about it, the more I felt powerless and paralyzed. I picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. I pulled out the picture, and when I saw two bottomless holes looking back at me, I threw my phone away in the hope it would explode. It didn't. It ricocheted against the desk and landed flat on the floor. I took a minute to calm down, then stood up with my hands clenched into fists. I picked up the phone. She was now smiling, and Robert wasn't in the picture anymore. I laid down and waited for exhaustion to take over the adrenaline. A loud knocking noise woke me up the next day. I didn't realize I had fallen asleep with the phone clenched in my hand. I didn't know why whoever was outside the door wasn't using the doorbell. I looked outside the peephole, but I could only see darkness. The person on the other side must have obstructed it. The loud bangs kept going, and surely I had no intention of opening my home to a potential criminal during a pandemic. I was about to call 911, but the first thing I saw after unlocking the screen was the selfie I took in 2019. It was just me in the picture, and I froze. The heavy knocking kept going. The door itself was trembling, but it didn't matter. I selected the selfie and pressed delete. Silence. I was watching a show at 3 in the morning when the ad break began. I sat with glazed eyes through a Geico commercial and one promoting a new drink, but when the third one began, it immediately caught my attention. 254 Helton Street. The shout nearly blew out the speakers of my phone. Lurching upright in my bed, I held down the volume button until it was nearly muted. The set of the advertisement was a simple plastic table in a small room painted the same shade of light gray over walls, floor, and ceiling. A man sat at a folding chair behind the table, dressed in a worn bathrobe. I could make out several coffee stains down the front. The man had uneven stubble poking out across his face, and heavy bags drawn under his eyes. His most striking feature, however, was how crushingly sad he looked. His expression reminded me of my father's when we attended his mother's funeral. Broken, hopeless, and uncertain. He suddenly opened his mouth fully and screamed again. 254 Helton Street. Despite the energy behind the shout, his expression didn't change in the slightest, and he went back to staring directly at the camera. I looked at the top corner of my phone to see how much longer this would go on for, but the usual countdown had disappeared. Frowning, I tapped on the home button to close the app. No effect. Now serving crackle crackers, the man said, sounding as if he were holding back tears. Putting the pop in every bite. He took a rectangle wooden block from inside his bathrobe with one hand and drew a gleaming knife with the other. As I watched in bewilderment, he placed the block on the table and proceeded to slice it into neat slices with alarming speed. As the one hand fluttered the knife across the table, the other reached into the growing pile of wooden rectangles and drew a handful out. Putting the pop in every bite, he repeated with exactly the same intonation, and threw the handful into his mouth. He chewed slowly, maintaining direct eye contact with the camera. It felt as if he were staring right at me. Thoroughly freaked out, I waited for some punchline, but none came. The man finished slicing up the block, put the knife back into the depths of his bathrobe, and started eating the rest of the chips. Then the feed suddenly cut out and I was back to watching my show. I decided that I had had enough of the internet for the night and powered my phone off. I lay awake for a bit, wondering if I had only found that advertisement so disturbing because of how late it was. I had probably missed something that would be obvious when I saw it again sometime the next day. I rose at the sound of my alarm and headed to work, somewhat groggy from staying up so late. I set up Google Maps on my car to check out any traffic delays, and seeing that the coast was clear, I drove off the way I always did. The voice of the electronic assistant spoke at every intersection, guiding me along a route I already knew, but as I moved to turn right onto Main Street, it suddenly recalculated and instructed me to take a left. What? I muttered. Staring down at the console, no matter how severe traffic had become, there was no way that traveling down the rural back roads that way would make up lost time. I traced out the blue route, zooming the map out, and saw that it wasn't heading toward my office at all. Selected destination, 254 Helton Street, it read. I shut the system off, feeling my heartbeat start to rise. What was going on? If someone was messing with me, it would have to be one of the more elaborate pranks I had ever seen, or heard about for that matter. I couldn't seem to escape that address for the rest of the day. On any website I went to, at least one of the advertisements would always be the man in the bathroom, standing now against an all-black background with that same dismayed expression and the address printed out in white text below him. There was no other information, no agency or publisher. My suggested searches weren't helping either. How to get to 254 Helton Street? Best route to 254 Helton Street. What happened at 254 Helton Street? I pulled up a private tab, but the suggestions remained there too. Staring around the brightly lit office, I mustered the courage to search for the address. Google popped up with the No Results Found page. Not entries of other Helton streets or anything close to it, but only the error message that I must have misspelled something. I started to avoid my phone over the next couple of days just to be safe, but that didn't help at all. On one occasion, I was watching live cable television downstairs when the ad cut to the man, his facial hair longer now, his lips dry and cracked. 254 Helton Street, he screamed, with enough force that this time he broke into a fit of prolonged coughing. For minutes on end he remained doubled over, hacking his lungs away, until a small puddle of saliva had formed on the surface of the table. We're out of crackers, he said slowly once he had recovered. But other items remain. Try the new summer fun pops, now with 5 new fruity flavors. He drew out a tray from below the table containing the dirtiest patch of ice I had ever seen. He dug his fingernails into the surface, scraping away tiny flakes, then cupped them into his mouth and swallowed. Again he reached down, more frantically now, trying to tear chunks away from the material with no success. Please come quickly to get the best offer on these items. I fiddled with the remote to no effect as he stood, clawing at the blackened ice, repeating that last statement over and over with robotic accuracy. I finally stood up and unplugged the TV, and as the image darkened, I could have sworn that his face fell even further. I straightened and decided that I had to do something about this. Reaching carefully for my phone, I opened Google and looked at the newest suggestion: death at 254 Helton Street. Swallowing dryly, I clicked on it, and a single article popped up with no source. It wasn't more than a few sentences long, and it told the story of a somebody discovering the body of a loner on the edge of town after he accidentally locked himself in his basement. He had died of starvation, but evidently not without lack of trying. The police later found gnaw marks on a pile of ice leading out from behind the door, the spat-out remnants of cut-up wooden beams, and even a half-eaten football lying on the corner. There was no date attached, but the article said that the person had died only a few days ago. What would happen if I visited him? Does he want to be freed from his tomb? Or is he looking for the next item to snack on? This happened 30 years ago, but still keeps me up at night. I was 17 at the time, and me and my best friend John were spending the summer hanging out and getting into all kinds of trouble. I don't really recall who dared who, but we decided we would break into this old jelly factory that had been abandoned for over 20 years. We met up at the front of the factory right after sunset with just a flashlight each. We went around the factory looking for a way in. The moon was out, which gave us a good view of the building. It loomed over us, 5 floors of cold gray concrete. The ground level had no windows, but some of the upper levels did. Most of them were broken by kids from the neighborhood throwing rocks. We were looking for a window on the first floor that was as open as possible, so we could try to lift each other in without cutting ourselves. That's when we noticed the open doors. 2 large factory doors just standing there fully open. We didn't really think about it. We just looked at each other, shrugged, and went in. Inside, the temperature immediately changed. It was much colder with a soft breeze, which I figured was draft. It felt like entering a cave. What stood out most was how dark it was. Pitch black. I could barely see my hand in front of my eyes. Again, we didn't think much about it, even though I felt my spine tingling. We turned on our flashlights and shone into the darkness. You couldn't see the other side. We started walking. In the distance, we could see a small greenish light. "That's probably an emergency exit sign," I said. "The stairs are probably near it. Let's go there so we can go up." After walking for a while, we realized that the light didn't appear to be getting any closer. That's when John turned around and yelped. I turned around quickly. "The entrance, it's gone," he said. I tried to reassure him. He was always the one that got spooked easily. "Probably just a cloud blocking the moonlight," I replied. "Nothing to worry about. Come on, let's go." We continued walking towards the light, but again we weren't getting any closer. By now, John's nerves had really gotten to him. "Tim, I'm scared. Let's go back," he said. I would have tried to talk it out of him, but we never admitted to being scared to one another. So for him to say that meant that he was about to shit himself, and I have to admit I was scared myself too. "Okay," I said. We turned around and walked back the way we came. That's when our flashlights started flickering. Fuck. John started hitting his flashlight in a panic. "I just charged mine today." "Yeah, mine's going out too," I replied. "How can that be?" He yelled. "I don't know, but let's get moving now that we have some light." We started walking, and slowly our flashlights gave up on us. I could hear John's breathing getting heavier and heavier. "It's okay, John," I said, trying to comfort him. "Just keep walking, I'm right here with you." That's when all of a sudden it felt like something hit my head hard. I remember going down, my ears ringing. The next thing I remember is waking up in the pitch black, laying on the floor, tasting blood. The memory of where I was flooded back in an instant, and filled with adrenaline I jumped back up. "John?" I yelled. "I'm right here." I heard him reply from a couple of feet away. "Walk towards me. It's okay." At least he seemed to have pulled himself together. I walked towards his voice until I bumped into him. "I must have fainted," I said. "That's okay," he replied. "Let's get out of here." As he said it, a shiver of light shone through the darkness. It was the door. We ran towards it as fast as we could. We rushed out, feeling the warmth of the summer right upon us. I was panting, hands on my knees from the run. "I'm finally out," John said. "Yeah, we made it out, man. Can you believe this?" I looked up at John, surprised at how relaxed and composed he appeared. Well, he was so nervous just a few minutes ago. "How long was I out for?" I asked. "Long enough," he replied. "Long enough?" That's when I looked into his eyes and realized this wasn't John. That was 30 years ago. It has lived its life as if it were John. No one else seems to have noticed, and I'm sure as hell not going to expose it publicly. But in case you meet John, no, it's not him. I've been getting emails from a dead friend. At first I thought it was a mistake. Maybe someone had hacked it and was playing a mean joke. Maybe it was a weird scam attempt. Or maybe it really was Kermit. That was their name. We used to joke about how they shared their name with Kermit the Frog, even though it was spelled differently. I even drew them a picture, which wasn't very good considering I was about 11 at the time, about that joke. I remember they messaged me the next day telling me how much they loved it. Kermit and I never spoke in real life, or even on the phone or over Skype. We met on DeviantArt back when that site was still kind of cool, and we talked exclusively through there and on email. They were a few years older than me, though I'm sure they didn't know it. I never shared my age and always tried my best to seem like one of the cooler, older kids online. We kept in contact for about 2, maybe 3 years, until I was 14 and they were around 17. Until they died. I still remember the week they left. It was a Tuesday night when I first realized something was off. When I came home from school that evening and checked my tablet, I had a message. I'll admit, it kind of scared me. Both of us were pretty paranoid at the time looking back. Not really of each other, or necessarily other people, just of something. Anything. It was like we were waiting for things to go wrong. Like we were holding our breath. That message was different from the others. They weren't telling me about how they couldn't fall asleep because they'd read too many scary stories, or about a kind of funny, kind of sad reason why they'd been too scared to do something. It was a single sentence, short and to the point, nothing like the excited, rambling messages I knew to expect. I think someone is following me. The sentence made my stomach drop. I could tell something was different, and my mind started racing, coming up with awful scenarios a mile a minute. Are you okay? What's up? That's creepy. Are you sure? I don't think you're lying, of course, just hoping for the best. I'm sure now, as I was sure then, that we both knew that last comment was a lie. I just didn't know what else to say. They didn't respond even though their profiles showed they were active. I guess I assumed they had the browser open while their computer was idly running, and told myself they'd respond when they were ready. And then I said, "Good night." And then I went to bed. The next morning I had an email instead of a reply. That wasn't so strange by itself. We switched back and forth on the two all the time. What was strange was that Kermit had started a new email chain, rather than simply replying to our steadily growing correspondence chain. There was no subject. It just read, "I think someone is following me." I got that same email every morning for the next week. I tried to respond, of course, but if they ever received them, they ignored me. It always came as a new email, never a reply. On the third day I decided it must be some prank, a hacker or something, and responded saying I wasn't going to play along anymore, that I wasn't going to talk to them until they knocked it off, and then I tried to ignore it. On the following Tuesday, I checked DeviantArt and realized that it was Kermit's birthday. They were just turning 18. I was sitting there, fighting with myself, unsure if I wanted to wish them well or continue the cold shoulder routine, when I got the final email. Someone was following me. When I reopened their DeviantArt account, it was gone. I never heard from them again. They just disappeared. Until last Friday. I guess I wasn't sure that they were dead. People deactivate accounts all the time, but I knew it. My arms had been heavy and my stomach rolling with the fear, the regret, of a loss that I could feel in my veins. It sounds silly putting it into words, but if you've lost someone before, you know. There's a certainty before you're even told, a change in the air, a static. You're just waiting to hear what you already know. You're holding your breath. Nothing about the email told me it was from Kermit. There was no subject. And for all intents and purposes, it appeared to have been sent from my own account. It was a single sentence. I think someone is following you. This one, though, keeps changing each day. The subject stays blank. They're all from my email, but the sentence keeps changing. You think someone is following me? On Wednesday, I kept catching my reflection's eyes. We think someone is following us. On Thursday, I tried my best to ignore the pricking of eyes on the back of my neck. Do you really think someone is following you? On Friday, echoing footsteps followed me home. I think I really am. On Saturday, I never left the house. Would anyone believe you if you told? On Sunday, I hid in my room so I wouldn't have to look at the dent being rhythmically knocked into the door from the outside. You know I can see you. It's been 6 days. I didn't sleep last night. And if the tapping at my window continues, I will not sleep again. I'm still in my room, and I can't even hide or close the blinds. Everywhere I turn, there is my window. It doesn't look like the blinds were ever even there. The glass is empty, but that is no comfort. The tapping of that hand still rattles the pane. There's nothing for me to do but pass the time. And I suppose that's why I started writing. I could celebrate early. Alone, but never alone, here in my room. Someone at the window can watch, but I will never see them. Well, I do. It's only been 6 days. Tomorrow is my birthday. To give some backstory, every night for the past month I kept hearing something outside my window. As soon as I would lay in bed, it would scratch at the glass, making it impossible to sleep. At first I thought it was a raccoon or something, but after the second day, I knew it wasn't a raccoon. The scratching was too consistent, like it was done with purpose. Yesterday, it happened again. I was awoken by what sounded like nails on a chalkboard. The clawing continued, inching me closer to insanity. Deciding I'd had enough, I jumped and tore my blinds open. Something ducked. For an inch of a second, I could see a figure, but as quickly as I saw it, it disappeared. I sat motionless on my bed, my mind far too tired to make a rationale for this. Before I could even try, something hard collided with the glass, almost making it shatter. I jolted and, like a child, pulled the blanket over my body as if that would help. The window creaked open and my blood froze in my veins. Slender fingers pressed down on me. The body of the thing entering my room. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. The bitter coldness of it hurt me more than the pressure. My breath caught in my throat. I figured I was suffocating because of the noise coming out of my mouth, but I realized the sound wasn't coming from me. Its vocal cords splintered while attempting to speak, or at least that's what I think it was doing. It was trying to communicate something to me. I just didn't know what. A hand reached out, fingertips caressing my cheek. A painful mixture of cold and wet spread across my face. Open is what I assume it said. It was hard to hear over the sound of crackling vertebrae. Again the creature wheezed out. Are you awake? The voice continued in an inhuman replica of a human. Please, look at me. It sounded like speaking tore its throat apart. Once its vile breath hit my face, it took everything I had to not vomit. Every day? The creature hissed, gagging on its own tongue. Every day, I've tried to make you acknowledge me, but you never looked. Why do you fear me? What have I done to you? Silence prompted me to reply. which I ignored. I know what it is. You fear what I am, or what I am not. I can change. For you. Liquid dropped onto my face, emanating a vile stench. I didn't know if it was saliva or blood, and I didn't want to. Slowly but surely, the voice sounded more human. You love your family, right? I waited for it to continue. Silence, a sound I hadn't heard in years. I wasn't sure whether I should have been relieved or afraid. Stuck with my thoughts for so long, I finally felt free of the monster. That thing had finally left me. Its voice had ceased. Yet the feeling of being watched intensified. I wasn't free at all. If I looked, I'd see it standing over me. Then came a horrific snapping sound, and the creature began moaning in pain. I assumed that the terror I felt could not be any more prominent. But I was wrong. So wrong. The voice that came out was no longer the creature's, but something very familiar. It was a poor imitation of it, but I could tell with every fiber of my being that it was my mother's. I'm sorry I've been neglecting you, she said, her voice dripping with guilt. I promise I won't leave you anymore. Vomit threatened to let loose out of my mouth. My teeth were moments from cracking as I held my jaw shut. I was no longer dealing with just a mindless monster. It was smart. Alex, honey, please say something. Anything? My mother's voice echoed again. Alex, it repeated. This time, hands gripped my body and shook it. Goosebumps grew on my arm as the chilling temperature of her body seeped into mine. It pulled my blankets off of me, leaving me exposed to the air. Open your eyes, the demand continued. The voice was not my mother's anymore. The creature's facade broke, and it knew. Its fingers changed back to the lanky, bony sticks that I felt before. It finally let go of my arm, and the frost faded. No, it moaned out. I didn't want to admit it, but the violent sobs that ensued sounded genuine. The possibility that this creature was capable of human emotion frightened me. It then scampered out of my room, having the decency to close the window behind it. Even after what felt like minutes had passed, I didn't dare to move. This could have been another one of its tricks. I lay in bed, too afraid to cover myself, too afraid to move. The blaring siren of the alarm clock tore through my sleepy haze. I rolled out of bed with a groan, and as I stood up, I looked out of the window. It was morning. Relief washed over me. I escaped the creature's trap. I breathed in deeply, relishing the cool air that tickled my lungs. After basking in my victory, I began getting prepared. By the time I was downstairs, my sister was already eating breakfast. She was facing away, oblivious to the fact that I was staring at her. Morning, she said with a small smile upon noticing me. Didn't expect to see you up so early. Oh, shut up, I mumbled back, hiding the solace I felt from hearing her voice. Although I was hungry, I couldn't bring myself to eat. I sat on the opposite side of Lily and scrolled through my phone. She just watched. While I tried to ignore her stare, it only got worse. Mom's already out, Lily mumbled, her eyes finally finding another target. She said that you can order something for dinner. Did she mention anything about hearing stuff at night? My question must have sounded desperate because upon asking it, Lily's smile dissipated, worry lingering in her eyes. I mean, she paused, her pupils looking up like she was searching for the answer. No, she didn't. Why? I leaned in closer, oblivious to how uncomfortable she looked. What about you? Did you hear a voice? Or banging? Or scratching? Or anything? She moved back in response. No. Are you okay? You're making me worried. Did you hear, like, Someone try to break in or something? I stopped when I looked at Lily's expression. She was looking at me like I was mad. Shaking my head, I pulled my hair back. No, it was just a nightmare then. I'm not sure if I said that to convince me or her. Either way, we both knew there would be no point in discussing the subject further. We ate our meals in silence, and after we finished eating, Lily hopped out of the seat. Okie dokie, I'm leaving. She pranced beside me, giving me a peck on the cheek. She headed toward the door, and I heard it close behind her. My fingers hovered over where her lips had planted and frowned. They were frigid. A couple of minutes after she left, I began writing this. I couldn't go to school feeling absolutely sick to my stomach. I genuinely don't know what to do. It feels like I'm going insane, but everything seems so real. This didn't feel like a dream. I could still feel the lingering cold on my cheek from her kiss. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe it's because I thought I could get some help or an answer that'll solve everything. Doesn't matter what, because all I need is one question answered. Am I going insane? My name is Vivian Tobias. If my paranoia is incorrect and people actually have noticed our disappearances, my girlfriend Mia Lawless and I have been reported missing for at least a couple of years now. I have nobody to blame but myself for getting her into this mess. A mess we've been trying to clean up since we got into it. I think we're 19 now. We were 16 when we got here. I'm not sure though. I can't be sure of anything anymore. Time might as well not even exist here. We're not the only people here. Well, there was a time where we weren't. Now that I think of it, maybe that's a good thing. There's less people suffering like this. Mia and I have been close since 8th grade, despite our clashing interests. Growing up, I was the ghost kid. You know the one. That one kid in your school with all the witchy rumors about them. Super quiet and always being followed by the popular kids pretending to be besties with them as a joke. Come to think of it, maybe that type of kid isn't as frequent as I led myself to believe to make myself feel better. Either way, I was that kid. I had a drastically different hair color every month, yet my outfit barely ever changed. My interest in the paranormal led me to go on ghost hunting trips wherever I caught the slightest whiff of an urban legend worth exploring. I could tell that Mia never believed any of the stories, but she enjoyed seeing me invested in something, so she usually kept quiet about the absurdity of some of the things I caught myself caught up in. Of course, the occasional snarky comment would slip out, but we'd just play it off as a joke. Partway through the first semester of our sophomore year, 5 students went missing. Christina, Xavier, and Vinny, a few of the popular students who'd regularly torment me, and 2 others, Dominic Tenchi, one of my few friends, and Sammy Schubert, one of the theater kids. It was a huge deal. School was shut down for a week for safety reasons, and the headlines of all assignments from that week were pushed ahead. I couldn't leave the house to visit Mia because of Mom's concerns for my safety. What with the sudden burst of missing persons cases. So Mia and I kept connected through Discord. We had our own theories. Mia speculated the popular kids heard of a dangerous place and decided to check it out, dragging the other students with them. And they were either killed or kidnapped. I personally wasn't sure what to make of it without turning it into something you'd find in a Fear Street book. When school opened back up, I couldn't help eavesdropping on any conversation I could make out. Everyone else had their own rumors too. Some of them similar to each other, some actually plausible, and some downright stupid. One kid thought Michael Myers got them. Like, he genuinely thought that. I failed to suppress a snort when I heard that one. One theory caught my attention, however. Realm of the Cursed. I kept hearing that name. All throughout the halls, the kids at my school had never believed in supernatural phenomena the way I did. But this was the going theory. Over the next few days, I picked up various details, but I wasn't making a lot of progress. Some said it was hell. Some said it was purgatory. Some said it's roamed by one cursed one. Some said it was an army. The versions of the stories that claim there to be one cursed one sometimes give it a different name. Zephyrus, Satan, Malak, Voxelani, and the Dredge, Gerald, and even Sephiroth, for some reason. I was taking one step forward and 2 steps back with everything I gathered. I finally decided to man up and ask someone directly what they know. I asked my classmate Akira, one of Sammy's friends. There's a huge bridge that connects us to the next town over. He told me. Under that bridge is a tiny island, and on that island is a tear in reality. The story instantly became less believable, and I instantly became more intrigued. Akira continued. It wasn't always there, though. Decades ago, when it was first opened, something terrible emerged from it. A horribly disfigured beast, one whose form mixed perfectly with the night, ventured straight to the home of the man who brought it into existence. I scooted to the edge of my seat. Akira's eyes began trailing off to the side, his voice dramatic, like you'd expect from a theater kid. When it reached the man's street, the creature let out a roar loud enough to wake up everyone in the vicinity. People left their homes to investigate the noise, and the creature slaughtered every person that wasn't the one it was looking for. When it finally found the man cowering in his home, it lifted him up by the head and left for the bridge once more. Akira's gaze drifted back to mine. The creature hadn't even left the street when a cop opened fire on it. The creature was struck, and its blood tainted the area, forever staining that road and extinguishing all plant life around it. The wounded creature used its pool of blood as a portal back to its realm, taking the man with it. The rift is still under the bridge, but it can only be accessed through a password. Nobody knows what it is because everyone who does know has already used it and been trapped there. Nobody's escaped, and everyone who's claimed to is full of shit. Akira's expression turned solemn. One thing is for sure, though, they said. If that's where those kids are, they aren't coming back. Maybe Akira just had a very good storytelling voice, but something about the story struck something within me. I spoke. What street was it again? Ulysses Avenue, Akira responded. You might not have seen it. It's a total dead zone. Nobody's dared to live there since that happened. The road is still stained with the blood of the cursed one. I couldn't fathom how I had never heard about this. Something like this, widely believed to be true with physical evidence, the only thing stopping us from proving its existence was the fact that nobody had the balls to do it. I had the balls, though. I had so many balls. I immediately jumped on the topic, doing as much research as I could. The resources I got were incredibly limited, since I lived in a tiny town with barely any internet presence. I was able to find something, however. It was on some sort of horror movie forum. The post was asking users to share their experiences with local urban legends. The few replies actually recounting physical experiences with the legends were often written off as silly stories. The reply that talked about the realm of the cursed was no different. The writer seemed to be speaking from within the realm. It's real, they wrote, but people have twisted the truth so hard that pretty much nothing about it is accurate anymore. I've seen people talking about living animal sacrifices to get in, a password, candles, all of this exorcist mumbo jumbo, all BS. It's all meant to keep you from actually getting there. I mean, I see where they're coming from. But all they managed to do was slow me down. There's no password. You just gotta speak. Speak your devotion to the cursed and talk about how you wish to live in its world and all that. Everyone doubted the original poster. I won't lie. I did too. The poster's account has been inactive since 2009, and that was the only thing they ever posted. So they were either a troll, or they faced the same fate that the missing kids might have faced. I got so caught up in researching this topic that I spoke with Mia less and less, and unsurprisingly, her concerns grew. A week later, we were hanging out at my house, and I made my final decision. I'm going, I announced out of nowhere. I saw Mia tense up. A few moments of silence passed. Vivian? She began. Please think about this. I looked up from the laptop in my lap. I have, I answered. I've been contemplating following through with this for weeks now. Mia inhaled sharply. I don't know, she continued. This is like your 60th ghost hunt, maybe. Maybe it's time to take a hint. My eyebrows lowered a little. This is the closest I've ever gotten to finding proof of something like this. Anything like this, Mia, I said. Mia stood up. And what if it is true? Her voice had a twinge of anger to it. What will you do then? Just get out? Viv, nobody's done that. You'll have walked right into certain death, and for what? I closed my laptop and looked at Mia. I just want to know. I want to be sure there's something out there. And if I back down now, all I've done in life will have been for nothing. I don't care what happens to me. Mia put her hands on mine. But I do, she said. I've already lost most of you to this ghost fanatic stuff you've got going on. You pay it more mind than you do the people in your own life. And if you're right and this place is real, I'll lose all of you. The intensity of Mia's expression faded a bit. I know this is your passion, and I can't tell you what not to be interested in. She shook my hands a little. But please, she said, please settle down. Something like this isn't worth gambling your life over, especially so soon in life. I love you, and I can't just let you do this to yourself. We stared at each other in silence for a long time. Was she right? Yes, absolutely. In every conceivable way. I should have listened to her. However, at the moment, my mind was set. Mia finally withdrew. Well, she murmured, if you're going, then I'm going with you. I blinked. What? I'm coming with you, she repeated. What? I repeated back. No, I'm not putting your life on the line too. Mia didn't miss a beat. Either I come with you, or I tell your mom what you're planning. What's got you believing these stories now? I retorted. Mia fell quiet for a few seconds. Because I think it's real, she finally answered. I was taken aback by that one. Mia never believed a thing I did. It took what felt like a minute for me to form a response. Is this a trick? Mia shook her head. I've lived here my whole life, Vivs. I've been down every street enough time to pick up a general vibe. Even before I heard of the legend, whenever I'd go down Ulysses Avenue, I'd feel hopeless, she said. And whenever I would reach the stain in the road, I'd feel something, some sort of premonition. Nothing ever happened, but that's what it felt like something had me in its crosshairs. It might have been my paranoia talking, but either way, I want nothing to do with that street. But if you're going, I am too. Like you said, it'd be nice to at least know I was right. And that was that. We'd be leaving the next day near midnight. First, however, I had a final day of school to look forward to. Mia and I agreed not to tell anyone what we were doing. Somebody figured it out, though. Must have been Mia who let it slip. You're going? For real? Akira's voice wasn't as hushed as we wished it would be. I couldn't blame them. You need to promise not to tell anyone. Mia pleaded in a half-whisper. We'll be alright. Akira brought his hands to his head. You're gonna die, man. The school's gonna freak out. They're gonna think there's a serial killer on the loose or something. Mia put her finger near Akira's face in a shushing gesture. You don't say a word, she said slowly. It's not worth getting yourself into trouble over. We've never had this conversation. Akira bit their lip. All right, they finally said, though I could see the guilt in their eyes. The day ended and Mia and I went our separate ways. We had our schedule in check. We both agreed to skate to our destination to save energy. While I used a scooter, Mia had chosen rollerblades as her form of transportation. Not very practical, but she'd always enjoyed it as a hobby. Mia had agreed to bring an inflatable raft and oars, so we didn't have to swim to the island. We both had location permissions turned off on our phones so our parents wouldn't be able to come get us if they got worried. And I left through the front door, taking care to lock it behind me so I wouldn't chicken out. It was a stupid idea. I know, but we were teenagers. I mean, we still are, but we were dumb teenagers. This was nice. The weather was breezy and pleasant. The sky wasn't as light polluted as you'd expect it to be, and the streets were comfortingly quiet. Just the two of us, marching on towards certain death. The atmosphere was so enjoyable, I almost forgot that detail. Soon enough, we came upon the massive bridge. I drifted to a halt while Mia kept moving until she was able to rest against one of the bridge's beams. Mia removed her skates and untied her hoodie from her waist. Well, she put on the hoodie. I noticed she was wearing some kind of tool belt. I asked her just what she had prepared. Knives, she answered. Lots of them. A belt full of knives. At least she had a bag with her to carry more important items. Well, I said, let's get going then. It took around 20 minutes to blow up the raft, which we cautiously carried down the steep hill towards the water. We rode towards the island in silence, letting it properly beach itself before stepping off. You got your speech ready? Mia asked. Oh, I had forgotten about that. Mia sighed. Okay, just say the first thing that pops into your head, she suggested. Of all the days for me to actually be good at improv, it had to be today. Realm of the Cursed, I began. Give us refuge. Within your walls, we will be safe from the dangers of this world. Cursed one, take us under your wing and grant us the solace we beg of you. I squeezed my eyes shut in anticipation. I held my breath, I clenched my fists, and I waited. Nothing. I kept waiting and nothing continued to happen. I opened my eyes to see Mia had hers shut too. Eventually she gave up. Well, she said, guess that's it then. I sighed. This was a waste of time. I looked into Mia's eyes and saw she was having trouble keeping them open. I didn't blame her. It was super late, but then I noticed I was having trouble keeping my eyes open too. What? Was the last word to leave my mouth before I blacked out. I awoke to a strange, pulsing feeling in my chest. Suddenly I shot up, a torrent of water shooting from my mouth, leaving me a coughing mess. My eyes stayed shut tight as I felt a hand touch my face, followed by two arms wrapping around me. Jesus! Mia said in between deep breaths. I thought I lost you. My eyes squinted open, and I saw the sun had risen. How long had I been out? Slowing my breath, I took a deep breath in. My inhale sharpened as a blast of pain stabbed into my chest. Shit. Mia took the words out of my mouth. Mia must have cracked a couple of ribs. CPR does that. It would be hell to deal with, but at least I was alive. I took a moment to look around. Everything looked the same as usual, except more yellowed. This was new, but it hadn't been the weirdest weather I'd seen here. After doing a quick 360 around the island, I found both the raft and oars were completely gone. We weren't incredibly far from the shore, but it would be a grueling task to swim from one end to the other with broken ribs. I sighed. No other way out of this. I said to myself as I inched toward the water. I experimented with a few different strokes until finally settling on the backstroke, as it caused the least amount of pain. Mia had never learned to swim, so she just held onto my waist as I carried us both. I could tell she felt like a jerk for putting extra strain on my ribs, but we didn't really have many options. It wasn't an easy journey. I nearly passed out from exhaustion, but the pain kept me awake, so good for me. Eventually we made it to the shore and took a moment to catch our breath. We should get home. Mom's probably terrified, Mia said. As we made it to the top of the hill, we discovered that my scooter and Mia's skates had disappeared. Unsurprising. This wasn't a particularly bad town, but we should have expected a couple bad apples to be looking for an easy heist. That, or somebody took them to some sort of lost and found type thing. Maybe we'd been reported missing. Guess we're walking. As we walked through the town, we didn't see a single soul. Nobody, and this was the most populated part of town. Had there been a bomb threat while we were out? I felt a pit grow in my stomach. Something was definitely off. Everything was painted over in a slight sepia tone. Not so intense that everything was the same color, but noticeable enough for the Walmart to appear green instead of blue. It looked like how Mexico is usually filmed in American movies. Wherever we were, I could tell this was not home. It may have been made up of the same shapes, but it was as if I was looking at someone wearing a loved one's face as a mask. The more details I took in, the more dread I could feel building up. The final nail in the coffin, the thing that really cemented the fact that I totally screwed up, was the shape. The shape I saw ducking behind a car. The massive, void black mass, and the one piercing white eye. The monster only I had seen. Vivian! A voice blared into my mind the moment I made eye contact. Its voice sounded, well, just about every adjective you could think of. It was every accent, every pitch, every gender, every tone, every emotion, everyone. I only managed to pick up two things about it. Despite its omnitonal nature, its voice felt predominantly, almost, motherly. Like I had shown up to a family reunion. It was happy to see me. Hell no. Shit. I repeated to myself as I ran as fast as my ribs would let me. I can't help but be thankful that this place matches my home to a T. Otherwise, I never would have been able to figure out my way around. I rounded every corner after corner until we made it to my street. Every house on the street looked the same as their real-world counterparts. All except mine. I can't even really use the word different to describe it. It was just gone. Like it wasn't there. Not even an empty field of grass in its place. When I got closer, It was as if my house had been swallowed into a bottomless pit. No doubt Mia's house was like this too. Was this the same for all the other missing kids too? I looked down the street, and I felt it. I grabbed Mia's wrist. We need to hide now. I dragged her to the home of the Amaris, our next-door neighbors. Their door was unlocked. Before stepping in, I glanced behind me down the street again. Whatever presence I felt, I couldn't see it. Was it hiding from us too? I didn't think about it a second longer. We rushed in. We looked around for a place to hide, eventually settling on the wardrobe. Creative, right? Shut up, we were in a hurry. There we sat in silence with our knees to our chests for what felt like hours. That feeling of dread never got any better. Finally, Mia broke the silence. Who? Her words were cut short by the sound of the front door slamming open. One thing about Mia you'd notice first upon meeting her is how she'd always have this general zen about her. There was nothing I knew of that could frighten Mia enough to let down her cool aura. That being said, you could imagine seeing the color drain from Mia's face in the dim light would make my nerves run frigid. The sound of something heavy shifting against the carpet caught my ear. I knew I shouldn't have looked, but against my better judgment, I moved in and peeked through the slits in the closet door. Even in the natural light, the creature was still black as night. It knew we were here. I watched as it lifted its malformed hand from the ground and tipped over a couch with minimal effort, taking a moment to examine the floor underneath. It as if we could have possibly hidden there. Maybe it wasn't very intelligent. I speculated that maybe the creature had poor eyesight. My theory was cemented as the creature had to come very close to just about every piece of furniture, taking a few beats to identify them. The wardrobe must have blended very well into the wall because not once did it flicker its eye towards us. The deafening silence had mostly been filling my ears since I got here. Well, this creature overrode that. It made its presence known through a constant ambient hum, like something of an oscillator. With our cover, I was able to make out some more details about the creature. Chunks and chunks of it seemed to have been taken out. I could see the bones in its bigger arms, biceps, and what was behind it? Something had ripped its lower jaw in half down the middle, making it look like the mandibles of an insect. From its various wounds, dried out veins stuck out in a zigzag pattern. These were the only real details I could discern, as all I had to go off of was the silhouette form it took. All we had to do was maintain dead silence as the creature searched the other rooms. I had one job. After about 30 minutes of searching the house, I heard the creature let out some sort of exasperated sigh as it dragged its oversized hand through the living room and towards the door. I waited until I heard the dragging noise switch from carpet to concrete. A sigh of relief is what would have left my body had my ribs still been intact. What instead came out was a jolt of pain, followed by a coughing fit and a tidal wave of agony. As I caught my breath and wiped a tear, I noticed Mia's face. Her eyes pierced my soul, wordlessly screaming at me for dooming us both. I heard the creature snicker under its breath. Great, I thought. It had a sense of humor. Mia was shaking in her boots. Her eyes were wide, but behind them I saw a kind of softness. Acceptance, I assumed. There likely wasn't much of a chance of us getting out of this. As the sound of the creature's massive hand dragging across the carpet grew closer and closer, Mia's expression shifted, hardened. Mia grew steely-eyed as she felt around her belt and unsheathed one of the hunting knives she had brought with her. It was partially caked in dirt, and the blade was somewhat jagged after what seemed to be years of use. The creature's ambient hum grew in volume until I swear I could feel it shaking the closet door slightly. I was frozen as a statue, forced to watch as Mia stood up, still slightly trembling. Her determined look quickly shifted to rage as the door finally swung open. I could see it was at least 3 heads taller than Mia, and Mia was among the tallest girls in our grade. Mia made her move immediately, lurching forward and plunging the knife deep into the creature's stomach. She did it with such force that the beast seemed to be pushed back a few feet from just the knife's hit. Her eyes shot to mine, and she opened up a hand. I took it, and we bolted around the creature as it clutched its abdomen, screeching in agony. I've grown accustomed to that noise, but the first time I heard it, it stayed with me for a long time. We sprinted as fast as we could for a block or two, finally stopping to hide behind a Volvo outside a massive house. I racked my brain for ideas on what to do. Mia tapped my shoulder with the back of her hand. "The school," she said. "Huh?" Mia's eyes had lit up with hope. "People talk about this place a lot, right? Maybe somebody has the way out written somewhere." I loosely crossed my arms. "I doubt it. If nobody got the way in right, how can we expect someone to get the way out right?" "You're forgetting," she said. "The only reason we heard about this place is that people managed to get here." The realization slowly started to come together in my mind like puzzle pieces. Sammy, Xavier, Vinny, Dom, Chris. One of them must have known. Wrote it down, maybe. It clicked. Everyone always has left their notebooks and folders at school, only using their bags to carry more personal belongings and books. They'd only take their notebooks home in the rare case a teacher assigns homework. Otherwise, they'd leave them in their lockers. If we could look through enough notebooks, maybe we could find a way out of here. We were about 60% of the way there when something caught my eye. We had ducked behind a tree when the creature passed us. I peeked out to make sure the coast was clear when I spotted something in the window of a house across from us. A head poking out from a window. A person looking down both sides of the street cautiously. I couldn't make out many details due to the black hood they were wearing. The person seemed to calm down, standing up and retreating out of my sight. Whoever this was, I could assume they were like us. I filled Mia in, and we agreed to investigate further. Maybe they could help us. Strength in numbers. We cautiously crossed the streets and tried the door. It opened. For a second, I was dumbstruck as to why someone would leave a door unlocked like this, but then I came to 2 realizations. 1, I hadn't even attempted to lock the door when we were hiding in that house earlier. 2, the door doesn't have a lock. The door itself was clearly aged, its blue paint stripping off and covered in cracks, but the doorknob looked like it had been replaced not but a day or 2 ago. It had no lock, and it was made from smooth marble. After jogging my memory, I realized this was the same doorknob that the Amari house had. Whatever reasoning this might have had, I didn't have time to linger on as we quietly entered the building. On the coffee table in the center of the living room was a stack of papers and a box of pencils. Hung around on the walls were various pencil drawings. Some of them depicted the creature, some characters from different animated shows, and one of them was a map of the town, spread out along numerous sheets of paper connected with masking tape. "Hello?" I called out in a hushed voice, hoarse from pain. No response. Whoever this was wanted nothing to do with us. I did my best to ensure we meant no harm. We're not here to hurt you." Mia joined in. "We're stuck here too." No response. I like your drawings," I added. Slowly we walked through the house, examining each room. The bedroom was empty. The kitchen was empty. The garage was empty, but the feeling of this person's presence persisted. We were just about to call it quits when I heard something fall over in a room we'd already checked. "Hello?" I called out once more. I cautiously approached the door when a figure jumped out from behind a dresser, pointing a short sword at me. I immediately threw my hands up and backed away. The person's face was obscured by the shadow of their hood and a black face mask bearing an Oni design. They breathed heavily, alternating between pointing the blade at me and Mia. They lowered the sword a little bit. "Holy shit." They finally spoke. "Vivian." The person relaxed, pulling down their hood to reveal a head of hair dyed bright pink. At one time, it went down to his shoulders, but he seemed to have sloppily cut it short. "Dominic," Mia said. Dominic was one of the 5 kids who went missing, starting this whole ordeal. He was one of the nerdier kids, getting straight A's in most of his classes. We were both part of the same party in the school's Dungeons and Dragons Club, where we'd stay at school for 3 extra hours every other Thursday. Mia began. "Do you know where the others are?" Dominic's expression hardened a little. He shook his head, but the guilt I saw in his eyes said otherwise. "I'm so sorry," I said. After a beat of silence, Dom's eyes widened. His guilt shifted slightly into fear as he asked us just what the hell we were doing here. As we told him the whole story, his breathing steadied. "If you don't mind," I began. "How did you get here?" He sighed. "Well, you might not like to hear this, but I became friends with those kids. It started with them taking jabs at me, of course, but I played along, and, well, I guess we just kinda got along. I think their attitudes rubbed off a little on me. I was the one who gave the idea to come here in the first place, and I was the one whose idea it was to drag Sammy along." I blinked a few times at that sentence. Behind me, Mia spoke. "You knew?" Dom laughed. "You'd like to think that, wouldn't you? No, I didn't know squat. I thought this would just be an easy laugh. Who doesn't love a good scare, you know? I pretended to know the password, and I guess I got it right. I took shelter in this house about a week ago, scavenging food from other houses, drawing whatever's in my head to keep me sane, and hiding whenever I sensed that thing drawing near. As of now, it hasn't even glanced in my direction. This place belongs to it. Everything's the same, but doorknobs have been replaced. No guns, and from what I can tell, food doesn't expire. This thing doesn't want us to die from natural causes. It wants us all to itself. I'm probably not getting out of here anytime soon, but I'll be damned if I let that thing get what it wants." "Well, you might not be planning to leave," Mia said, putting her hand around my wrist. "But we are." As Mia walked me to the door, Dominic followed. "There's nothing for you out there," he said. "Without anything to defend yourself, that thing's gonna tear you to shreds." We stayed silent. "How do you plan on getting out?" Dom added. "We'll find a way," I told him over my shoulder. "We need to." And that was that. Dominic was, albeit reluctantly, aboard, and we had our plan. We just needed to figure out how to get the lockers open. We crossed through the town, taking care to be hard to spot whenever possible. One of the downsides of being out in the daytime is that you're naturally easy to make out in contrast with the yellow grass. An upside is that it's easier to see the thing. So, win-win, I guess. When we finally made it to the school, the entrance seemed to tower over me, even though it wasn't really all that tall. This would be the place I'd be risking my life to enter week after week, and I knew that. Despite its foreboding nature, A sense of calm washed over me. A sense of calm that I could only really feel at school. Yeah, weird, right? I'll spare you a lot of the details, but my dad wasn't the greatest person. In fact, he was so not great that when I was 11 and he died in a drunk driving accident, neither my mom's nor my dad's side of the family sympathized with him. He really screwed me up for a while, and something about school in general, and the sanctuary from my dad it gave me, is why it's been in a special place in my heart for so long. I assume Mia saw me relax my posture as she put a hand on my shoulder. She pulled a couple knives from her belt. 6 left. She handed me a knife and flipped hers around to a stabbing position. Dominic seemed caught off guard. You brought how many knives? Mia smiled. What? Too many? Only 9. Rookie numbers. I answered as I put my hand on the door. Even with how obvious this place's mimicry of the school was, the calm I felt was just the same as it would have been had I entered the original building. The fluorescent lights were on, making their signature quiet buzz. I was still a little on edge because of the whole thing with us being hunted by Big Hand McGee, but other than that, I felt safer than I'd felt before. Our first stop was the office. We'd most likely find the locker combinations there. The building was designed like a maze, but our familiarity with it saw us through. I'd say we were halfway there when the lights above us began to flicker, and with it those feelings of safety I described in such detail flickered too. The tone that the creature constantly emanated began to fill my ears. If you've been following, that isn't a good thing. It wasn't long before I saw it round a corner and look me in the eyes. I was frozen in my tracks. Even as Dominic pulled on my arm and Mia begged me to run, all I could do was look at this thing as it trudged toward me, shutting off every light it passed underneath. Eventually a sharp slap to the face broke me out of my trance and we bolted. This guy doesn't wait around, Viv, Dominic told me. You want to make it out of this place or not? Eventually, we rounded a corner and came to the door of the office. The two of us exchanged a brief look of confidence as Mia opened the unlocked door. The two of us. Shit, Dom, I blurted out. Wherever Dominic was, it wasn't here. You get him, Mia told me. I'll get the locker combos and we're out. We'll come back tomorrow. As I ran down the halls, my eyes scanning frantically for Dom, I started hearing screams emanate from all around me. I tried taking my mind off of it, but it wasn't hard to discern that these screams must have belonged to the numerous lives that were lost in this purgatory. I picked up my speed a little, not wanting my voice to become one among those millions. And then, a yell. Not a persistent shriek of torment like the ones surrounding me, but a sharp, sudden, startled yelp. It was right in front of me, and as I strained my eyes to see what it was, I realized that the halls were filled with some kind of black fog, making it hard to see past 20 feet in front of me. As I connected the dots in my head, it clicked when I saw a smudge of pink on the floor in the mist in front of me. Dominic. Dominic was on his knees facing toward me, away from something else. He winced as he held on to his left hand, blood oozing from it. The sword he had carried lay a few feet away, stained crudely. I turned my head up and, almost indistinguishable from the fog, the thing was there. It advanced towards Dominic like a slasher villain, slowly, coldly, imposing, insidious. It was relishing in Dominic's pain. Have you ever had one of those dreams where you try to run, but you can barely move an inch? That's sort of what was happening to me. I was completely hopeless to watch as Dominic's eyes caught mine. Viv? And were obscured by the thing engulfing his head with its massive hand, effortlessly lifting him into the air. I was running at full speed. I saw the floor moving under me, but it seemed to slow down the closer it got to the creature. Even as tears streamed by me and the walls blurred with speed, I wasn't getting any closer, even as I felt the wind fly past my face. It was toying with me. My mind was being assaulted from all angles. My ears were flooded with a torrent of screams. The ones surrounding me, the muffled cries of Dominic, and my own. My nose started picking up a tinge of metal and the gunpowdery smell that had filled the halls not 10 seconds ago. I saw red start to leak down Dominic's shirt as his body grew limp. It was too much for me to handle. I still regret what I did next, but looking back, I knew it was my only option. Squeezing my eyes shut, I hurled my knife at the horrific scene with every ounce of strength in me, drifted to a 180, and started bolting the other way to tell Mia to get the hell out of here. A more mangled variant of the signature screech I had first heard in the Amari house caught my attention, and I looked over my shoulder to see the creature clutching its neck. I always was a good throw. My short burst of self-confidence was quickly snuffed out by the blood-spattered mess that used to be one of my closest friends entering my focus. Tearing my eyes away from the scene, my mind kicked back into gear, and my speed began to pick up. This time, I was actually getting somewhere. After making it back to the office, I saw Mia stuffing a paper-filled binder into her bag. "Viv, where's..." Without a word, I grabbed Mia's wrist and bashed into the closest window at full force, nearly destroying my shoulder in the process. Shards of glass rained upon us as we tumbled out of the building. As we sprinted, Mia must have noticed my tears and knew. I'd let him die. All I did was watch until it was too late. At least, that's what I told myself for a while. We weaved through the streets and made for the Amari house, where we would stay while I attempted to recover from my injuries. Surprisingly enough, we found the pantries lined with canned food that wouldn't expire for a while. It occurred to me that maybe we could ransack some houses for seeds to plant, which is just what we did. I'm not surprised the curse provides us with these tools. It wants our blood to be on its hands only. We tried our best to give Dominic a proper memorial. This is what we've been doing for the past couple of years. Every few days, we risk our lives to loot a few lockers for notebooks to flip through, in hopes of finding any key to leaving this place. We aren't close to hitting them all, but we aren't giving up just yet. We fortified the Amari house and have our methods of defense down. We haven't killed the thing just yet, but it seems like all it needs is a good sharp poke and it'll back off for a bit. The harvest is bountiful, and the reinforcements are solid. It's safe to say we have a bit of time to find our way out of here. Recently, I've managed to find an internet signal, albeit very poor, on the bridge just above the rift we entered through. Isn't that convenient? I hadn't thought my phone would do so much use here, but hey, here we are. And here I am posting my story here like anyone will believe it. You know what? I think it's time to confess. I have made the choice to forego all location-based details because Mia and I do not want to be found. My name is not Vivian Tobias. Her name is not Mia Lawless. His name was not Dominic Tenchi. I see now why people tried to change the details. I came up with every name in this post at the drop of a hat. Several details were fabricated. I won't say what I made up, but just know that I did all of it on purpose. To make it harder to get here. To throw people off. To keep people safe. All of the pain I've gone through, and everything I saw while in this hell through, all of it was real. If you don't believe this story, trust me, that's fine by me. Hell, I don't want people to believe it. if it keeps them safe. Let this story serve as a warning. If you choose to look further into this, even go as far as to come here yourself, I understand that I cannot stop you. The most I can do is beg you not to. We're trying to find our way out, but if we do, we're staying quiet about this. And we don't trust you to do the same. Please don't try to find us. It's for the best. When I was 6 years of age, all of my father's cows fell dead to a disease I can only remember as the eyeball-bursting evil. For that is what I heard my mother refer to it as on the phone during a sobbing call with my grandmother. The only thing I can recall from the mist that are my childhood memories. My parents were both frantic about keeping me from seeing the aftermath of the plague, so I never did. My only glimpse being the last sight I had of the cattle from my childhood farm as the horses dragged away with sore, cold limbs. Their peaceful silhouettes littered on the viridian field, bloated and rotting, resting under a robin egg blue sky, lifeless and, by consequence, worryless. A couple of years down the line, I would begin to envy them. I was but a mere infant then, when we lived at the farm, but despite the unripeness of my young brain, it allowed me to remember things my little sister never had the chance to. I remembered the brick roads and the scent of the bakery's pastries hand in hand with the organic spore of an afternoon downpour. The walls of our house, the hardwood floors, and the oil painting of a queen whose sclerae were white with lead and crown, yellow with chromium that hung over the fireplace. I remembered a vinyl disc in Polish that my dad used to love, and how I could hear it, muffled by the shut door of my room, when he stayed home from work on Saturday evenings. And I remembered the summer dress wearing stuffed bear and its tiny hat, who I had to leave behind, of whose fate I cried at the thought of. I believed it, too, would fall victim to the eyeball-bursting evil, not knowing yet its eyeballs were nothing but glass marbles, and as evil can be, it cannot mess with those who aren't cursed with a beating heart, regardless of fragility. And I think I would have forgotten all those details from my short life at the farm if it weren't for the ghost that seemed to haunt me the moment I stepped foot on the haunted town, and which made me hate its very roots, clinging and cherishing any and all moments I could recall from before it. I had heard it countless of times. Gratitude. When my father's livelihood perished alongside 8 cows, my grandmother offered us her home as a temporary hostel, which meant leaving the country my parents had inhabited for longer than the existence of many of the larger cities that had, seemingly, sprouted out of the ground in the last decade, coughing sulfur, smoke, and soot, piercing kids' lungs. My mother met my father when they were both in college, her for nursing, him for law, although they both wished to be painters. He always said her accent was one of the many things that charmed him as a young man, and my mother? Well, she never really talked about my father, usually stoic and solemn throughout their 30 years of marriage. As a child, I began to resent her portrait stillness. Soon, I would come to miss it. We moved countries and across Europe during 3 grueling days on a crying, coughing train. It could have been the piercing cold that seeped in from under every door of the harrowing old house, but I was not able to shut an eyes for the blue entirety of the very first night, unable to peel away my pupils from the window beside my stiff bed, hearing the distant sound of my mother's habit of talking in her sleep, and watching the moon crawl like an ice beetle through the English violet sky, plunging with all the time to spare and none at all. behind the hills that covered the horizon, which shone, carpeted with white snow, under the light of a newly born sun. The glass pane quickly lightened in tone, shining clarity over the landscape around me, its tall, elegantly dressed pines, rogue, pointy bushes, and frozen lakes. A sight worth sighing for if it weren't for the sinking hole in the depths of my guts. I got enrolled into the local school not long after. My mother wished to find another Christian institution like the one before, but for obvious reasons she couldn't, or wouldn't, comprehend that wasn't possible. People from my grandma's town held beliefs and ideals that my mother did not understand, and so she feared them, and loathed waving me away every time I left the house, choked by a tie and a polyester sweater. I could see it in her eyes. She wished for nothing more than to grab my wrist, pull me back into the living room, and slam a Bible on the old wooden table for me to read until I bled the blood that fell from Jesus' palms through my eyes. And I found a deeply unknown sense of selfish satisfaction from watching her grieve in silence at the thought of the poisoning of my mind through academics, far from the hands of her God. But alas, I am not to talk about my troubling relationship with religion, and the one who may, or may not, have built everything and everything beyond. For my hand would probably cramp and fall dead as a victim of necrosis, like a forgotten hiker on top of a mountain veiled by snow. That is not the story I wish to narrate this time. I came back from school one particularly gray day to the sound of mutters and hushing getting louder and louder as I approached my grandma's house. I was left outside, surrounded by curious neighbors with big eyes and sharp tongues. My mom had jammed the handle of a spoon from my grandma's silver cutlery into her ear, and was being transported to the hospital. I could hear the wails of an old woman from inside the house, and, not long after, my grandmother stumbled out, held by my father, both speaking to each other in soft words as if to make the other's grief lighter. I knew it all to be pretense, though. They worried not about my mother, but about the way an act of such barbarity towards her own self had shaken their lives. How dare she shatter their precious window of normalcy? They hated what my mother had done to them by doing it to herself, and it that she did was destroy herself with a spoon and stain the carpet with blood. A stain that was probably not going to come out anytime soon, and it would cause it to be replaced. Good, because the carpets were very old. Anyways, and they made the place smell like mothballs, and the ghost of a cat that died a while ago. Once my mother was able to speak without crying her insides out, she was questioned to death, but she had only one answer. I could not keep hearing the words of those demons. It was just too much for me. An answer that did not satisfy my grandmother or father, as they still held on to their sense of happiness and comfort by their cuticles and hoped for an I slipped and accidentally jammed 10 centimeters of silver into my skull. My mother lost hearing in the victim ear, but was, otherwise, clear to come back. But she wasn't, was she? She refused to leave the hospital bed and screamed at the sheer thought of glancing into my grandmother's house. Eventually, they managed to convince her to come back home by promising one thing. Before she came back, they were going to have a priest over to exorcise the house. I had never seen a real exorcism before, and had only heard gruesome and dramatic tales that I would not have believed if I had heard them at any age other than 7, and in the process of being scared by older girls who read gothic novels. It was not like I was excited, but the thought of it did make me shift in my seat as I completed my homework, paying it less than half mind. The priest arrived around noon, the only Christian priest in town and those nearing it, and he had to ride a screeching train for 4 hours. I could see it in his eyes. He felt something as he crossed the doorframe and found himself standing in our living room, sending me, sat at the table, a quick glance of nervousness. I wondered if it was really an evil energy clashing with his God-chosen gift, or if it was just a visceral reaction to the blood stain the size of a sleeping, big dog ingrained in the ugly, half-taken-out carpet. He saluted me, and I saluted back, asking whether, if he could, feel anything. He answered back with a question, an evasion tactic I often saw with my father. Is there anything I should be feeling? And so, I said that I didn't know, but it must be strong enough to make you want to stuff a spoon inside your ear. My dad and grandmother came out of their rooms not long after that, and they greeted the pastor with joy, which I knew was fake from both of them, albeit for different reasons. After pointless chatter of the journey, and the weather during the journey, the pastor started the ritual. I was not sure of what I was expecting, but a conversation was definitely not it. The pastor drizzled us with holy water and spoke to the walls, the ceiling, the furniture, and the blood-stained carpet, asking for any evil forces that went against the word of God to leave the premises at once, for they were not welcome there, or something of sorts, demanding, in the name of Jesus, their quickest evacuation. I watched him closely, imagining myself in his place, and could not help but feel the slight ache of second-hand embarrassment. Nevertheless, he poured his heart and soul out about his God to the invisible, intangible, insensible entities that may or may not have been there, and afterwards, he left, sore-throated but highly paid. Nothing had happened except that, now, a golden cross hung from one of our walls. Our house was blessed by a screaming session from a middle-aged man, and an uncomfortable meal of shaken silence afterwards. But that seemed to satisfy my mother, as, the very next day, she was back, and she greeted me after school with the jolliest of moods, radiant as ever, high on placebos and faith. Yet, that wasn't it, now was it? It never is when it comes to the spiritual and the beyond the body. That was not near the end, but perhaps the beginning of it. I had never felt welcomed in my grandma's house. Not because of her, of course, as she was as kind and understanding as an old lady could be after receiving one of her children back home, accompanied by the husband she never really got to like, and their 2 pale kids, but by something else I could never really describe with words other than the sound of creaking doors and the flashing, yellow light of flickering light bulbs over my head as I ate breakfast in the morning. The sky outside a monotonous iron gray, something intangible and, at the same time, larger than life. I tried to pay it as little mind as I could and decided to think I was just homesick for the country we left behind. No one else seemed to feel the way I felt. My dad and sister had acclimated well to the new settings. Her, quickly surrounding herself with new friends, and him, disappearing to work every day, just as he did before. My mother was not as sound as them, but, yet again, she was my mother, so everyone thought she was okay, considering. The spoon incident seemed to disturb this peace they had crafted for themselves, and so they were more than excited to leave it behind and welcome her back home with smiles and a blind eye for the past. It all seemed to work for the first couple of days, and I saw my mother smiling around the house until she stopped once more. I could feel it in the dense green air as I came back from school and found her sitting in the living room, eyes glued to a novel, yet not reading at all. The soft music of the phonograph, loud enough to be heard even from the insides of my room as I closed the door. The harrowing howl of a dying wolf. I was never one to question things, but my sister was. I heard her fight with my father about it on multiple occasions. Accusations, demands, cries, and reprimands, and every time she left his room with tears in her eyes and sheltered away the rest of the day, barricaded behind a closed door. I often wondered what was it that she expected him to say. What could possibly fix the slimming waist and Bible-holding hands of my half-dead mother, as the walls of this very house closed around her neck? It surely was not my father's dark eye-bags, or his quick tongue when it came to bourbon. But I never mustered the courage to ask. Just how I never mustered the courage to approach my mother and cry. Hold her like she once held me when I was small and she was bright. Beg her to come back. Regrets aside, I mentioned before not having a close relationship with religion. Something I think my mother always resented me for, at least a bit. Yet there is more than one reason to why I could declare myself agnostic, although a superstitious one. I had never been the smartest, granted, not the most hard-working either, so the ways the world worked were still mysteries to me, and my knowledge of science relied greatly on trusting the brighter minds, believing what intelligent people said after decades of research instead of an old book and old people reading old passages. But, and perhaps most importantly of all, the series of events that followed the exorcism of my grandmother's house, which I may never forget or even begin to comprehend, no matter how hard I try. Everything could be said to be the most misfortunate, coincidental series of events to ever damn a poor soul. It could all be explained by calling me the unluckiest bastard to ever live, which at the end of the day, someone has to claim that title, right? But still, it is hard to not think that someone, or something, was playing me a nasty one, a deity's dark sense of humor. My grandma had a heart attack in the winter, perishing under the moonlight that came through her bedroom window, and cold and stiff by morning, the house smelling of dew, silence, and algor mortis. My mother wept in a way that could have split the earth in two, cries of forerunner pain even more intense than when she obliterated her own eardrum. A doctor came, although she was already the color of uncooked dough, and 3 days later, we buried her in a walnut casket under the cold morning rain, and had boiled eggs for breakfast at 10, which I later heard my sister vomit and wash away. And although they say there's calm after the storm, the tempest for the House of Whispers never ceased. For only a week after my grandma's heart stopped in her pale chest, my mother shoved yet another spoon into her healthy ear, and my father screamed himself breathless as they took her away. My now deaf mother, upon awakening, refused to go back to my dead grandmother's house, and had to be, well, dragged back. When the medical bills were mounting high, launching herself into the dying, yellow garden, desperately and sleeping the evening away in a fetal position, her skin seemingly burning, if ever, between its four walls. I wondered what it could be like to lay with not a sound disturbing your slumber. How similar that must have been to being dead. Nevertheless, my father resented her greatly, saying it out loud to my sister, and crying about how she thought of no one but herself. It only made our lives harder and harder. My sister did not take this lightly, of course, and the screaming match filled the hallways without a rest every time I entered the house. Glancing at my mother in the patio, who was growing dirtier and sicker by the hour as she refused to come back inside, and thinking that she could not hear any of it. She's going to take herself out with pneumonia out there. The woman is insane. My father's prophetic words bounced around the hallways, and sure enough, his poisonous spit became a whisper of air and a corporeal realization, and my mother never saw the morning sun again. Although it wasn't pneumonia, for pneumonia does not leave a corpse with 32 stab wounds to the chest and a sock stuffed into its mouth. I found it weirdly funny to think about last month, for I would never have guessed that in less than 30 days, I would be sitting in the middle of a station with the shivering body of my sister beside me, getting a couple hours of sleep drenched with anxious nightmares of dead grandmothers, murdered mothers, and murderous fathers. Hard to not think that someone or something was playing me a nasty one, a deity's dark sense of humor. We were briefly taken to our grandmother's house to pack away belongings and leave for foster care. The blood stain on the never-replaced carpet reminding me of better times. Folding my clothes from the closet and into my suitcase, I couldn't help but stare at the insides of my half-empty room. Even though everybody was gone, I could still feel it. I now realized it was not my grandmother. It was not my father, and it even was not my mother. The feeling of acid unwelcoming still lingered in the air like the faint smell of manure in a field of flowers covered with dead cows with bleeding eyes. And then I finally saw it. I turned to the tall mirror next to my bed and caught a glimpse of a figure that was far from mine. And when it saw I was able to catch it, it froze, giving up on trying to sneak. It looked like a woman, although the crudest version of one. Its eyes were the size of limes and its smile was like that of a sharp-toothed bat. Its skin was fairer than fair, so it almost camouflaged with the white of the walls, and its ears were long and pointed backwards. It was taller than me, naked and macillent, and a curtain of long hair covered most of its back and arms down to its knees. The moment I laid eyes on the creature's grin, I knew it had to be the cause of all my sorrow, and malice never seen hid in its large black pupils. I had to ask, why? What had I done? How did I wrong it so terribly as to warrant the walls of our universe being taken down with a wicked grasp and a merciless laugh? It looked at me for long, and then vanished into a cloud of fruit flies, leaving something behind in the different dimension that was the mirror, the golden cross that hung from our wall, now broken into 3 pieces. So I understood, and I finished packing my bags. For heresy is a wavering sin, dependent of whose hands your fate happens to fall in. Back in the early 1990s, my uncle worked on board a commercial fishing vessel out of Cape Cod, Massachusetts. It was a 95-foot trawler operated by a 7-man crew and would take regular runs anywhere between a few days to a week out at sea. It was a dangerous job. The North Atlantic was a cold, cruel place. When you're 100 miles from shore in the middle of a storm, with waves battering the rusted hull of your boat, your only protection from the fury of the sea, you really feel true isolation and terror. For those who aren't familiar, trawling is a fishing method which involves casting a net into the ocean and dragging it steadily through the water, picking up anything that gets caught. The net would then be pulled out of the water, and the crew would sort out which fish to take to market and which to throw back. Bycatch was very common. Oftentimes, other animals would inadvertently get caught in the net, such as dolphins, seabirds, small sharks, seals, and sea turtles. Those would be released back into the sea, but not without almost certainly being injured or killed by the net. It pained my uncle to see these creatures like this, but he was young and had to put food on the table for his new family. However, the ocean does not make it easy to do this kind of work. Commercial fishing was a risky endeavor. It wasn't uncommon for entire crews to die out there. That was a possibility that weighed on my uncle's mind every time a storm was brewing while he was at sea. One such trip finally made him quit, and to this day, the memory of his former friend and crew member still haunts him. It was supposed to be a short 3-day trip to bottom trawl for halibut. Being the dead of winter, the crew did not want to be exposed to the unpredictable weather for too long. The quote often goes, "If you don't like the weather in insert place, just wait 5 minutes and it will change." Everyone says this about their region, but the quote was first penned by Mark Twain, specifically about New England. The trip started on a brisk but Sunday morning, but as the day went on, dark storm clouds gathered and stayed in the region for the entire duration. Out there, scattered showers pelted the crew and towering waves rammed and tossed their boat. The cold and the wet chilled their fingers to the bone, making a difficult job even harder. Then they began to notice barnacles spreading through the hull, starting at the bow. They were few at first, staying well below the waterline, but as the day progressed, more and more appeared, growing unusually fast. Their captain, Mateo, was puzzled, for the crew had recently removed all of the barnacles before heading out. How could they return so quickly? But since that was an issue that was much lower on their list of priorities, they chose to ignore it for the time being. That first night, while my uncle was enjoying his 4 hours of sleep, he had an unusual dream, one where he was standing at the bottom of the ocean, looking up at the surface far above him. Though he was underwater, he was breathing perfectly fine. The light above was a pale pink-purple hue, shifting and pulsing with the flow of the water. All around, the carcasses of fish, squid, whales, and other sea creatures rained down in slow motion, leaving trails of bubbles in their wake. Then, the sea grew darker, enveloping him in a shroud of complete blackness. With it came a long, deep rumble in the distance, which caused his entire body to vibrate. The light coming from the surface faded, and right when the last inkling disappeared, he woke up. In the morning, he casually mentioned his unusual dream to the others, thinking nothing of it. But when they heard his story, their faces went flush, and they reluctantly admitted that they too had experienced similar dreams. Though not exactly like my uncle's, they each saw their own version of it. Lancaster, the fisherman whom my uncle was closest friends with, said that in his dream, instead of standing on the ocean floor, he was hovering with hundreds, even thousands of feet of water above and below him. He couldn't even tell there was a floor to begin with. Then, as the darkness closed in around him, and the grinding, bellowing noise came, he looked down. Slowly the ground opened up, a yellow glow emanating from the newly formed fissure. As the fissure grew wider and wider, he suddenly realized what he was looking at with an enormous eye. Despite this, Lancaster and the others, being the tough-as-nails blue-collar men that they were, did not let their demeanors falter in front of each other. They brushed the dreams off and stayed focused on the work ahead. They still had several tons of fish to catch and a fat payout to chase. Lancaster, however, was especially quiet after that. That day, they were at the mercy of the waves, which came with more aggression than before. Some were nearly 10 feet tall and hammered the deck, soaking the men in freezing cold water. The barnacles had grown even more, and by now they were beginning increased drag on the vessel. It was when the crew approached the continental shelf that things would take a turn for the worse. Right before the drop-off, the crew lowered the drag arms and tossed the trawl nets down, cruising at a steady 3 knots to drag the nets on the bottom of the ocean. All went well at first until the starboard net had suddenly been caught. This was not usually a concern, but as hard as the crew tried, they could not pull it free. On the sonar, they saw a large, indistinct shape in the water, right behind their trawl. The outline of it was hazy. They couldn't determine what exactly the shape was. At first, they thought it was a school of fish. but that didn't explain what was keeping their net from moving. As they watched, the shape grew larger and larger. Matteo scoffed that the transducer must have been malfunctioning. They tried to reel the net in, hoping to cut their losses before it took too much damage, but the winch wouldn't budge. Whatever was holding the net in place, it was too strong for the winch to pull. By now, the engine was straining, and the stronger they pulled, the more the boat's starboard side was pulling down, tipping it dangerously into the water. Black smoke billowed from the exhaust as the engine began to shut down. In all the chaos, my uncle looked over at Lancaster and noticed he had completely blanked out. At first, my uncle thought he was frozen in fear, but that didn't make sense, because Lancaster had more experience than him, and was no stranger to high-intensity situations like this. He remembered how shocked Lancaster was in the morning, and realized something must have really gotten to him. But this was no time to ask. My uncle grabbed him and had him assist in hand-pumping diesel fuel into the engine until they could get the air out of the line. If the engine failed, they would be stranded at sea. Whatever it was that had a hold of the trawl net, it was unfathomably strong. Then, after struggling for what felt like forever, the net finally came free and the men were able to reel it in. On the sonar, the shape quickly withdrew, as if it was just an anomaly on the screen. They managed to revive the engine and sped away from the area, not wanting to stick around any longer. The drag arms brought the nets up onto the deck, and the men quickly sorted through their fresh catch. Immediately they realized among the creatures they had dragged up was an enormous oarfish, an absolute monster from the deep. It looked to be about 30 feet long. Though it was dead, the body was still fresh, meaning it couldn't have died too long ago. One crew member, Isaac, wondered if that was what caught the net, but the idea was quickly dismissed because there was simply no way an animal could have done that, and the thing detected by their sonar was much, much bigger. Still, the men were puzzled by their very unusual find. Oarfish typically lived at depths of up to 1,000 meters, and would only come to the surface if they were sick or dying. On rare instances, they were caught by fishermen, or their carcasses would wash ashore. Another crew member, Ortega, warned that oarfish were bad omens, and that they should throw it back as quickly as possible. The others, including my uncle, objected the idea, and reassured Ortega that everything would be fine. They decided to keep the oarfish as a memento. After putting all their catch on ice in the hold down below, they put the oarfish on a hook and hung the carcass with cordage from one of the drag arms. Looping their course back to shore, my uncle realized that Lancaster had been silent the entire time, and when his eyes weren't locked in a dead stare, he was constantly taking nervous glances at the oarfish. My uncle asked him what was wrong, but Lancaster didn't know. He just felt that there was something off about the carcass, a looming sense of dread that he couldn't explain. "We really should have thrown it back," he finally said. That night, the two were working together as the others slept. Lancaster had grown increasingly distant, barely responding to my uncle, and when he did, he merely gave quick one-word answers. Multiple times my uncle caught him leaned against the railing, staring off into the inky blackness of the ocean. In one final instance, his head struck out so far that it looked like one bad wave could send him overboard. My uncle had to stop him. He grabbed Lancaster by his shoulders and demanded, "What has gotten into you?" Lancaster, unfazed by the jolt he had received, asked in a calm monotone, "Do you see it?" "See what?" my uncle replied. Lancaster's behavior made him finally admit there was something deeply wrong with his friend. Maybe the sea was finally getting to him, or was it something worse? He struggled to stop his mind from tumbling down the slope of possibilities he did not want to go. Lancaster simply continued staring, his gaze as empty as the endless void below them, as if to say that his silence was the answer. My uncle felt a chill run down his spine. He let go, afraid and unsure of what to do. "Sit tight," he said, shivering. The air was freezing cold, as it had been the entire trip, but he did not feel it biting into him until this very moment. "I'll get Mateo, okay?" Lancaster didn't respond. Instead, he turned back to face the sea again. My uncle rushed below deck to wake the captain, who was a bit grumpy at first for being interrupted from what little sleep he had, but obliged to go up and help. Stepping out of the cabin, they stopped. Lancaster was gone. All that met them was the wet, limp body of the oarfish, swaying back and forth with the gentle rocking of the vessel. Its silvery scales reflected hauntingly in the pale yellow deck lights. Along its body was a massive gash, revealing its hollowed-out insides completely void of internal organs, like an empty, discarded husk. They woke the rest of the crew, and soon all 6 men were desperately searching for Lancaster. They searched the entire vessel and shined their lights into the water in case he had gone overboard. Mateo swung the boat around, frantically scanning the water for any sign of him. Taking a closer look at the oarfish, their stomachs dropped when they realized it didn't look like something or someone had cut it open and gutted the carcass. It looked like something inside had torn its way out. Not taking any more chances, the crew cut the oarfish loose and tossed it overboard to be reclaimed by the sea. Following the disappearance of Lancaster, the Coast Guard led a massive search effort to find him. Sadly, they had to admit that, judging by the conditions of the sea at that time of year, he would have died very quickly from hypothermia shortly after entering the water. After that, scavenging marine life would have picked the body apart. Their only hope was to recover any human remains they could, any trace of him to bring back to his family. Sadly, nothing was ever found. My uncle expressed his condolences to Lancaster's family, and to this day, he deeply regrets leaving his friend all alone on that cold night. My days of being a nosy neighbor are over. It started about a month ago when I was pulling in from work. I saw a tall, slender-looking man fiddling with a pair of keys in the door of the conjoined duplex right next to mine. I usually stayed to myself in most instances, but thought it'd be rude to just walk straight into my home without at least introducing myself. I walked up to him as he was starting to open his door. "Hey there." The man had nearly jumped out of his skin and quickly turned to face me. He had a fairly pale complexion with dark black hair, while his eyes were hidden behind a pair of sunglasses. "Hi, you'd think I'd know how to work a key by now." He shyly responded with a slight smile while extending his hand. "I'm Troy, your new neighbor." "Nice to meet you, Troy. I'm Danny." I grabbed his hand, which oddly seemed a bit sticky. As Troy swung his door fully open, I could see his eyes light up. Wow, lots of room for activities. That was kind of a weird comment to make, I thought. What was even more bizarre was all of the furniture left over in the house. I looked back at his driveway and noticed he only had his car sitting there, and all Troy had on his person was a Polaroid camera around his neck. Curiosity finally got the best of me. "Did you pack pretty light?" Troy looked back at me with a perplexed look. "Oh, yeah. The movers are going to be a few days late." He stood in his entryway looking at me like an NPC waiting for their next command. I took this awkward moment as my chance to get out of there. "Well, let me know if you need any help unpacking when they finally get here. Nice meeting you, Troy." He kept staring at me and smiled. "You too." Troy began shutting his door, but stopped just before it was fully closed. I could see his face glaring at me through the crack in his door. "Our new neighbor is pretty damn odd, honey." My wife had just gotten back from picking up some groceries, and she was already hearing it from me. I just think it's bizarre how Sarah, our landlady, always happens to find the weirdest of tenants to rent to. My wife sighed. Well, he's probably a step up from the last guy. Greg? That's a pretty low bar. How did Sarah even find a tenant so quickly? I hadn't seen Greg in a few days, but I had no idea he moved out. After dinner, I went to roll out our trash bins to the curb and happened to glance over at Troy's place again. The door was still propped open, a little bit more than earlier. I squinted as nonchalantly as I could, and could have sworn I saw the outline of Troy's face creeping through the darkness. My God, Danny. He was not waiting in his doorway watching you. You're just being paranoid. My wife apparently mistook my intrigue as paranoia, as I gave her the details of my latest Troy sighting. How do you explain him having his door propped open then? I don't know. Maybe the AC is down and he's trying to bring in some fresh air. Greg probably tarnished that place with all the smoking he did. As my wife said that, my eyes wandered outside to see Troy struggling to bring in a pretty sizable sleeping bag. I wanted to make more of a case with what I had just seen, but maybe she was right. I was done debating for the night. We both hopped into bed, turned on our TV, and watched a few episodes of a series we were binging before we both fell asleep. I went back out the next day after work to go bring our trash bins in when I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder. Hello, Danny. He couldn't even look me in the eyes, but I noticed Troy seemed a bit more excited. Oh, hey Troy. How's the move going? It's going well, thank you. I'm having a game night tonight. Would you and your wife care to join me? My wife was going to be out at her friend's bachelorette party, so that left me with an empty home, and it also left me with no plans or excuses. Luckily, my previous career in sales made me an expert bullshitter. Sorry, I can't. The wife and I are going out of town to see her in-laws. Maybe some other time. Gauging from his facial expression, I could tell he was pretty disappointed. I gave him a wave goodbye and started my way back in when I heard him mutter, You know we can't play unless you come in, Danny. That line sent a chill down my spine, but I tried to keep it cordial and did my best not to engage. Enjoy your night, Troy. My wife brought back some B-dubs before heading out to her bachelorette party that night, so I kicked back, cracked open a couple beers, and turned on the TV to celebrate the start of the weekend. An hour or so in, I heard a car door slam outside. I looked out our window to see 3 people, 2 guys and a woman, walking up Troy's driveway with bottles of liquor and a case of beer. I realized I had seen these 3 previously when Greg was living next door. I'm pretty sure they were his rowdy drinking buddies. Maybe that's how Troy had heard of this place. Perhaps Troy was just one of Greg's artsy stoner friends who happened to sublease for him. Usually, it'd be annoying to see a bunch of college-aged kids going in for a house party, but seeing those 3 relieved me a bit. It was good to see Troy at least had friends. It humanized him a bit more. Those cheery thoughts of mine were soon interrupted when I heard them pounding about almost immediately, and soon after that they were blasting some pretty odd music on and off. I was back to being annoyed as I thought about slamming on the wall to get them to quiet down, but then I remembered I had lied to Troy when I told him that we would be out of town. I buckled down and just dealt with it. As I was getting ready for bed, I heard the slam of a car door and the rev of an engine as it peeled off into the distance. Finally, some peace and quiet. I woke up in the middle of the night, needing to take a piss. As I rubbed my eyes and turned over to get up, in my peripheral, I thought I saw something scurry through our hallway. It was incredibly brief, but it almost looked as if someone had just crab-walked past our bedroom door. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept underneath my bed, and approached my hallway with shaky legs and looked both to my left and right. Nothing. I turned on all the lights in our place, and searched our entire place, but came up with nothing. After taking the most frightening piss of my life, I saw our porch motion lights had gone off. This sounds like an incredibly dumb move, and maybe the baseball bat gave me a little too much courage, but I decided to step outside to see what it was. There was a certain stillness outside, but something immediately felt off. In the distance was a rustling noise. A few steps out towards my driveway, I found where the sound was coming from. Troy's place. The rustling was followed by a giggling sound. I peered around the corner to see his door was again propped open, but even wider this time. Almost fully open. The perspective gave me a full view into his entryway and living room. In the corner of his living room stood Troy, back turned to me, wearing nothing but his briefs. He dropped something and stuttered, "You're here to play." In that moment I felt frozen, but I did my best to puff out my chest and called out, "Troy, is everything all right?" Just then he darted across the room to hide behind a wall. Another giggle. His pale face popped out from behind the wall. Troy put his right hand over his mouth and pointed at me with his left and started giggling. His motion was so unnatural as he ran across the room, arms flailing above him to hide behind another wall, and started giggling again. His arm poked out to grab the item he had dropped earlier. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" He popped back out to stare for a second, and then hid back behind the wall. A few seconds go by and I began to hear a childlike whimper. "Why won't you play?" I started to find my footing again and began to back away. I reached for my phone to call 911. "Why won't you play?" Just then Troy started storming towards the front door with a knife. I quickly slammed it in his face and ran to my car. He pounded on his door from the inside as I threw my car in reverse and quickly got out of there. My call to the cops didn't initially lead to much. They said they checked out the place, knocked on the door to no answer, and that they couldn't do much without a warrant, but that they'd keep an eye on the place throughout the night. Luckily, my buddy Drew was able to wake up to my constant barrage of calls and let me crash on his couch. I texted my wife what had happened and to not go to the house that next morning here, and I met for breakfast and called our landlady Sarah afterwards. "Hey Sarah, we were just reaching out to let you know that we've been having some issues with your new tenant next door to us." There was a deafening silence before she finally spoke up. "What are you talking about? What new tenant?" A breaking and entering report was enough to finally get the police involved. They asked me a few questions about Troy, but I feel I didn't give them much help as to who the guy was. Sarah apologized to us profusely. She mentioned being at a funeral that week and felt terrible for having us been wrapped up in this situation. She couldn't tell us much other than Troy had apparently gotten a hold of Greg's phone and his house keys, and that there was an ongoing murder investigation. Sarah gave us the unfortunate news that Troy was still out there, but she would do everything in her power to make sure we felt safe. A few patrol cars would continue to monitor our place for the upcoming weeks, and Sarah had installed a ring alarm system. While we appreciated her concern, this was enough of a sign that we needed to move. We had saved up enough for a new place anyways, and this was the best excuse to get our asses moving. We got extremely lucky and found a place within our range, and a few days ago we had finally got everything packed up and ready. The movers packed everything up yesterday morning, and as they were backing out, I saw a manila envelope placed on our driveway. I opened it to read a note that simply said, "We still need to play. My door's always open." A few Polaroids fell out and my heart sank. One showed Greg with a part of his skull cracked open. He was jammed tight, sticking out of a freezer. The photo was labeled "freeze tag" in red writing. Another Polaroid was of the 3 people that went into Troy's house that dreadful night. One person was laying face first on the floor, bleeding out well. The other 2 were tied to chairs with gags in their mouths, with hardly any clothing. They had this incredibly sad and awful look of fear and despair on their face. This one was labeled musical chairs. I looked at the final photo and my chest began to feel extremely heavy. My breath was becoming more shallow. I think I was having a panic attack. The photo was a shot of me from behind, most likely pretty recently. It read, "Hide and seek." My name is Jem, and this is the story on how being a horror movie buff at a young age saved my life. To start off, I should tell you that I lived in a very old, broke town in North Carolina from age 10 to 16. I lived on the same street as a graveyard full of Confederate soldiers, and it was just generally not the safest town you could imagine. I believe the town is very haunted, because this isn't my only story. This is just one of the ones I happen to have experienced with other witnesses to the event. Our town was surrounded by deep woods, and I played there all the time. During the day, only during the day. At night it was terrifying, and I always felt like I was being watched, so I avoided them after the sun went down. One day during the summer, when I was around 13, all four of my brothers went to have a boys' night at their friend's house while I had all my girlfriends stay at my house. It was a blast. We watched movies, ate junk food, danced around the house to music, all the fun sleepover stuff you'd expect out of teenage girls. The area we lived in didn't have light pollution, so we could see the stars. The night was a clear night, so we went out onto the lawn to stargaze. So my 5 friends and I all laid out in the grass and were there for probably about an hour until we noticed there was noise coming from the graveyard. We all shut up so that we could listen to whatever it was. There had previously been sacrifices at the graveyard, but that's a whole different story. We just wanted to make sure we weren't about to be murdered by a bunch of asshole kids trying to summon a demon. Again. After listening for a moment and not hearing anything, we all laughed it off. That is, until we heard someone call out. And then we went silent again. Someone was screaming from inside the graveyard. Someone was screaming for me. Someone who sounded exactly like my oldest brother. I should explain that my brother was overprotective of me and always had been. Anytime there was danger, he would tell me to run as fast as I could until I got home. He also always made a point to tell me that if something bad were to happen to him, that I should just run and not look back. So hearing my brother scream my name was extremely off-putting and out of character. Still, I could hear him screaming, "Jem, help! Come help me!" My friends and I all jumped up off the ground together, but they started down the street. I, however, am now and always have been a horror movie fanatic. I told them to stop because something was very much not right. I pulled out my flip phone and called my brother's cell. "Hello?" He answered, sounding annoyed as any older brother would have, to his kid sister calling him while he was over at his friend's place. "Jack, why are you screaming my name from the graveyard? You know we aren't supposed to go there after dark," I said angrily, because first of all, he was breaking the rules, and second of all, this prank was not funny. Not at all. Then I paused as I heard the sound of Pokemon being played on the Nintendo 64 in the background. "Jem, I'm not in the graveyard. I'm at Corey's house." I looked back up and down the road at the graveyard. There was a figure under the light, and it screamed my name again. This time, though, along with my brother's voice, was some sort of distorted sound underneath. "Jem, get in the house now," I heard my brother say suddenly. There was an edge of panic in his voice. "Go inside and lock the doors. That's not me." I yelled at my friends to get inside immediately. We ran inside and locked the doors, as well as going around to make sure the windows were locked too. We all huddled in the living room after closing the blinds. Two of my friends were crying and wanted to go home, but my mom wasn't back home from work yet. There was no way any of us were going back outside. We could hear something outside, so I took everyone upstairs and told them all to stay there and to ignore anything else they heard. I had a baseball bat. Not that I could have done anything at 4'2", weighing 70 pounds, but I was ready to at least try in the case that something actually happened. Eventually we fell asleep, and by morning the thing was gone. But to my absolute horror, there were tracks outside the house that looked like something had been dragging its foot behind it as it walked. I encountered the mimic a few more times before I moved away, but I always ignored it because, well, that's what you're supposed to do. Thank God I watched horror movies and knew better than to make the classic mistake of investigating the weird noises in the graveyard. But last night, I heard my brother call my name outside my window. He's thousands of miles away from me. I saw my dead friend online on Xbox. Where do I even start? I'm scared, and for all I know, I am screwed. Typing this is my only way of coping with the situation. I can't even leave the house until the police arrive, especially when he is outside. The police are taking forever, and eventually, the front door won't hold anymore. I should have never messaged my friend Alex back, especially since he is very much dead. Alex messaging me should have been the first red flag. Anything related to Alex still hurts to talk about. Part of me believes that his death was definitely not him taking himself out. We were close, and I knew him to be an enthusiastic, funny person. People say that being funny can be a mask for depression, but I knew this wasn't the case. We made all sorts of promises that we'd have each other's backs. He suddenly vanished for weeks, and then they found his body in a nearby river near his house. Apparently nature took its toll on his body, and we couldn't even see him for the last time. My parents started to cry for him, and I even start to imagine the pain of his parents. Alex's parents couldn't talk about his death, and most of us believed that it was because of grief. After his funeral, after I said goodbye, my parents received a strange visit from a man in a black suit. My parents refused to talk about it. My mom seemed to ask other questions about anything else. My dad straight up got angry. I often wondered if we were in any sort of danger. We moved just 2 weeks after the funeral. It was sudden. My dad came home with a worried look and said to my mom that it was time. We left most of our belongings behind. There was no time to say goodbye to our friends and family. I packed my backpack with clothes and other valuable things. I distinctly remember yanking my Xbox at the last second and jolting towards the door. Everything I had done with my friend was held within the Xbox, and I couldn't possibly leave it behind. "What took you so long?" my mother asked. I didn't respond, and we left the house and headed straight towards the car. While the dinner on the table was still warm, my father didn't tell me where we were going. We spent days on the road, driving and driving. Eventually we reached a home, a lone building near the coastline. The house was big and already furnished. It was beautiful. A year after Alex's death, we lived in a new home, across the country in California. We originally lived in Pennsylvania. My parents still refused to talk about anything related to Alex. I was playing on my Xbox, Rainbow Six Siege, a game me and Alex used to play all the time. Whenever I would scroll through my friend list, I would see his name on the top, listed as favorites. Good Times 211 was offline forever. He would never come back, or at least, I thought. My parents were always looking for something. They were always cautious. My parents left for a business trip. It was urgent and apparently really important. So I had the house for myself, but before they left, they told me if I felt like I was in any danger, The shotgun was in the basement. I was playing a casual game when Alex messaged me. I froze. Confusion and terror washed over me. Immediately I thought, Alex can't actually be messaging me. I left the game and opened the message. Hola, he messaged, the text in a bubble of green. Me. Who are you? I'm Alex. Long time no see. You already forgot about me? You aren't Alex. Alex has been dead for a year. Yes, I am 100% dead. You are talking to a zombie. Whatever you are doing with my friend's account, this isn't a funny joke. You need to stop. And then they just responded with LOL. I started to type stop when he sent me an invitation to join the party, which is a group call you can do on Xbox. It was very horrifying. I was nervous about what would happen if I actually opened up the invitation, so I declined it. He sent another invitation, then another. Curiosity got the better of me and I opened the invitation, expecting it to be some sick joke. I wish it had been. Just an ear-hurting symphony of painful noises. At first it was silly sounding noises. Noises that would be used in some sort of cartoon. Then it became sounds of low-pitched screaming and distortion. All of the noises were as loud as my headset could produce. Within 10 seconds after I joined the party, the noises stopped. It became noises of heavy, angry breathing. I took off my headset and ran to my phone, which was charging in my bedroom. My parents needed to know. The phone was already on. On it were multiple notifications. My dad texted, "You need to leave the house immediately." Following that message was, "He found you." Below the text messages were notifications from Ring, and a lot of them too. The first few were, "There is a motion detected at your doorbell cam. There is motion detected at your driveway. And there is motion detected at your backyard." I left my room and looked outside, and a man stood in the middle of the road. He looked like he was staring at me, and he was holding something. His appearance was dark as the orange streetlight illuminated the surroundings. He started to walk closer. The light of the house slowly veiled his figure, a man with a huge, threatening grin. His eyes were wide and void. He looked to be a middle-aged white man. He wore a black trench coat and a brown fedora. His wide eyes looked up to me. I was paralyzed in fear. Who the hell is that? What is he holding? Is that a gun? His arms raised towards the window like he knew I was there, and shot a couple rounds. The ear-piercing noises, unmistakable sounds of a bullet popping with each bullet. The glass shattered, and I sprinted towards my room and locked the door. I had no time to get the shotgun. I called the police, but all I heard was the strange, loud noises. I tried calling my mom, my dad, anyone really. All of them kept transferring to that forbidden noise. The noises I heard on the Xbox. Right now, I am inside my room underneath the bed. The door kept pounding, but then a big, banging noise blasted through the house. Then I got a notification from Ring informing me that the entry delay is in process. Another notification came from an unknown number. Found you. My bedroom door was slammed open. I know most people are going to think I just had a bad dream, but this experience was 100% real, and it still haunts me to this day. It was midsummer and I had just finished my junior year of high school, and now that I was 18, I moved back in with my dad and started working part-time to help with bills. Since it was July, I hadn't yet gone back to school, and I had taken a few days off from work to relax and spend some time with the family. My dad had gone up north fishing for a few days, so I had the house to myself for the weekend. After a day full of lounging around and gaming, I decided to call it a night and plopped myself onto my bed before knocking out completely. I finally woke back up sometime later, and unsure of the time, I glanced over at my digital alarm clock. 3:04 a.m. it read. My room was dark and quiet, with the only light source being the alarm clock. Not sure as to why I had awoken at such an odd hour. I sat up in bed and rubbed the sleep out of my eyes, wanting to get a better view of my surroundings. I searched for my phone and clicked on the flashlight app. Once the room was partially illuminated, I saw something that sent a chill down my spine. My bedroom door was open. I always close my door when I go to bed. So, I know I wasn't the one who left it open, and my dad wasn't home at the time either. Not sure of how it happened. I crawled out of bed to close it, and as I reached my hand for the doorknob, I was instantly hit with a wave of terror. My skin started to crawl, my stomach was in a knot, my throat tightened up, and my heart started racing. Every fiber of my being was telling me that I wasn't alone, that something was out there, and that touching my door was a death sentence. I tried to peer out into the living room, but it was pitch black and I saw nothing. Then I turned my ear to listen for any sounds, but heard nothing. Whatever lurked out there could be neither seen nor heard, and it only served to intensify my already massive feeling of dread. So, following my gut feeling, I slowly sauntered back to my bed, crawled under the covers, and shut my eyes tight. I laid there for what felt like an eternity, afraid of whatever that thing was, wondering if it was going to come for me, or if it was waiting for me to come out. Before long, I drifted back to sleep. I awoke the following morning to discover my bedroom door properly shut again. My dad got home from his fishing trip sometime that afternoon, and I asked him if he'd seen anything strange outside the house. He said that he hadn't, but then he asked me a question that still echoes in my mind to this day. Why'd you leave the front door unlocked? I was 17 when this happened. It was in the summer of 1998. Me and my friend, we'll call him Dennis, used to drink and smoke. I know, we were underage and shouldn't have, but when everyone else at your high school is shooting dope and snorting coke, I feel that drinking a little Bud Light and smoking a few cigarettes a year before you are legally allowed to is comparatively fine. Our parents and the cops didn't see it that way, however. So we had to find a place that was secretive. After a lot of trial and error, once involving me nearly having to spend a day in jail, but that's a story for another day, we eventually found out that smoking and drinking under the cover of night at the local graveyard was the best way to stay out of trouble. It was freaky at night, but once you had a good buzz going, you stopped caring. So, this graveyard had this small mausoleum in it. The city paid for it to house the corpse of some sheriff who'd apparently caught some really bad serial killer way back when. The mausoleum had no doors on it, but just this rusty old gate. Weird, right? Anyway, if you went inside, you'd see a few steps downward that eventually led to this fabled sheriff's coffin. We used to throw our beer cans down those steps. We were stupid and drunk kids, okay? Just remember that mausoleum. I know that I always will. So one night, we were doing our usual, smoking and drinking. It was about 2 a.m. The grass was wet due to a heavy rainstorm the night before. We were actually just about to leave when Dennis suddenly turned to me with this look of bewildered horror on his face. He pointed to that old mausoleum with a shaking finger. "Hey man, what the fuck is that?" he stammered. I looked to where he was pointing and froze in terror. The rusty hinges squealed like mice as that thing opened those dreadful black gates and stepped into the small amount of white light cast by the full moon. It was a skeleton. It stood there for a moment, just observing our terrified and shaking forms. Its clean, white as paper bones gleaming in the pale moonlight. Its black eye sockets directed at us. It was wearing a hat, the type worn by sheriffs back in the times of cowboys and cattle rustlers. Hooked around one of its ribs was a rusty golden star with the word sheriff etched across it. In its right hand, it carried an antique revolver that looked like it would explode if fired, and in its left, one of our empty Bud Light cans. It pointed the revolver directly at me and threw the empty beer can to the floor. It spoke in a horrifically high-pitched voice that sounded exactly like the voice of Judge Doom at the end of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. "I've got a bone to pick with you," it cried in that awful tone and fired the gun. As I had previously predicted, the old and battered gun exploded, but not before a bullet managed to exit it. The bullet whizzed through the air and became embedded into a tree maybe an inch away from my right ear, sending pieces of bark flying outward, its course altered by the sudden explosion. After the smoke from the explosion had cleared, it became apparent that the skeleton's fragile arm obviously couldn't handle the sudden increase in force, and had exploded along with the firearm. White bone fragments littered the grass along with the smoldering internals of the gun. "Jesus fuck, man, let's go!" I yelled to Dennis, and we ran. While making our hasty escape, we heard that thing laughing in that high-pitched voice. All the while, my mind yammered. It wasn't a dude in a costume. You could see through the gaps in its rib cage. It wasn't a dude in a costume. You could see through the gaps in its rib cage. We made it back to our home safely. We tried to forget it, but I just couldn't. So the next day, I went back to where we saw that thing. The bullet was still in the tree, and the pieces of bone and revolver were still in the grass. I opened the gate to the mausoleum and saw wet footprints leading down the steps toward the coffin. Skeletal footprints. When my brother and I were kids, we didn't get to create fond memories with our grandparents like most children do. My maternal grandparents died shortly after we were born, and my paternal grandparents were strange. The only communication we had with them was through letters sent at Christmas. Every so often we would get a letter addressed from the rest of the family that just contained random scribbles and hellos. Apart from my grandparents and the ominous letters, I never had contact with my father's side. I never even met any of them in person. I still remember the day we were dropped off in front of my grandparents' house. Not because it was the first time we were to meet them, but because of the reason, and because of the horrors that unfolded that day. My grandparents lived in an incredibly old century house that was one painted white but had begun fading and peeling long ago. The house was wrapped in a dead garden and terrible dark vines looking as if they were going to pull the house down. But the strangest thing of all was the boarded second-story windows. My mother and father had just got divorced. It happened suddenly, when it dawned on my father that she was having an affair. He didn't have time to find a living space so quickly, so he arranged to stay at a friend's place and dropped us off at my grandparents' for the meantime. My father was a sweet man. He would do anything for us, which made it all the sadder when he had no choice to leave us in what to us was a stranger's house. We had just pulled in the driveway when my dad killed the engine. He looked back at us in the back seats with a grim expression on his face. "I need you both to behave while you're here. Remember, it will only be a week, I promise." He choked on the last word as his eyes glistened with tears and shame. I never blamed him for what happened, but I guess that never really mattered. I looked over at my brother. He was only a year younger, but I felt protective over him like he was still a baby. He was drawing a picture while my father spoke. It looked to be a hero swooping in and saving us all. "Boys, look here for a minute." His loud, masculine voice demanded our attention. We both stared at our father in silence. "While you're here, you need to follow one very simple rule, okay?" We both nodded. "You need to stay on the main floor, okay? Don't go up the stairs for any reason, alright?" I nodded, even though it sounded silly. I wondered what could be wrong with going upstairs. Usually, upstairs was where bedrooms were. Then I began wondering where we'd sleep. If only that was where my troubles ended. Tim seemed unfazed and just started coloring again. My father noticed and snatched his book out of his hands. I began to feel nervous as my father's actions were becoming uncharacteristically erratic. "Tim, this is important. Are you listening to me?" My father instantly regretted his outburst as tears welled up in Tim's eyes. He looked to my father and spoke. "I'll be strong, Dad." I had no idea where that came from, but I'll never forget it. It was the only time I saw my dad cry. "I know you will, buddy. Dennis, look after our little hero here, okay?" "Yes, sir," was all I could muster because I couldn't tell what was wrong with my father. Was he sad? Mad? Did Tim do something? But I figured it was probably because Mom was gone. I hopped out of the Cadillac and my dad brought our few bags to the door and knocked. He looked pale in that summer sun. A moment went by, and he knocked again. The door jangled and a gruff voice could be heard on the other side. "Keep your fucking shorts on, I'm coming." Tim and I snickered, as my father rolled his eyes. I could hear 1,000 locks being unlocked and the door finally flung ajar. The gruff voice suited the old man that stepped out. He wore a dirty white shirt and black suspenders. He had short white hair that blended perfectly into his white stubble. "Oh my lord, are these my boys? Look how you've grown." Our grandfather ruffled our hair as I wondered if he had ever seen us before. He ushered us into the home. It smelt like old cigarettes and most of the furniture was caked in dust. We were told to drop our bags in the room at the end of the hall. As we did, I could hear my father arguing with my grandfather. The room was small, with a double bed and a small desk. I guess Tim and I would be sharing. My father appeared in the door and held out with arms for a hug. He held Tim and I together, tightly, and then abruptly got up to leave. He just managed to muster an, "I love you, boys," before he made it out the front door. As soon as the door shut, our grandfather gave us a list of chores for the week, and then looked at us with a glint in his eye and a snarky grin. "Have you boys seen Billy Cannoli?" Our night was spent with so much laughter it hurt my ribs. Tim and I were both rolling on the ground in front of the television. Billy, a stand-up comedian, was swearing like a sailor. We never got the jokes, but we knew what bad words were, and they were hilarious. Our grandfather had given us milk and cookies, and it was difficult to not spill them everywhere. He sat and watched in his recliner, smoking a cigarette, and sipping from a glass of some vile brown liquid that smelled like chemicals. We tried to ask him questions during the commercials, like where Grandma's was, or why he never came to visit us. The only reply we got was that they have been taking care of the family. It wasn't enough for me, but the comedy show kept me quiet. I sat up, wiping the tears from my eyes with laughter. I had a perfect view of the landing above, the upper floor. There was no railing, but it appeared there once was. The stairs leading up looked old and battered, and the wallpaper looked like someone finger-painted black all over the walls. My grandfather caught me staring. "Your father warned you, didn't he?" He spoke slowly and pointed a crusty finger at me, as if accusing me of some terrible crime, the way he wagged it. "Now, if I catch either of you buggers up there, I'll tan your hide." A chuckle followed, and I dropped my gaze to Tim, who continued to draw his little superheroes on paper. It was not too long after that Tim and I were sent to bed. I was tired, but my mind was racing. Why couldn't we go upstairs? Then Tim nudged me. "Do you hear that?" he whispered to me. Only his eyes could be seen from the covers. "Huh?" I was confused and tried to focus on listening when I heard a tapping sound. There was no rhythm, but it kept getting louder, and it was coming from upstairs. I looked at Tim, who was already stepping out from the covers. I quickly followed and rifled through my bag to grab my flashlight. We stepped out into the hall, with each step audible in the old house, but the tapping continued. We passed our grandfather's room. He snored away the creaks and groans we created, thankfully. A moment passed and we were at the first step to the old stairs. The sound was clearly coming from up there. That much was obvious now. I looked to Tim, who looked to me, and we both took our first step. When we reached the top, we saw there was only one way to go. Immediately to our left was a long, dark hallway. I shone my light and saw something disturbing. There were hand marks all over the place. It looked as if someone was walking on the walls and ceiling with their hands. I felt uneasy, but my curious nature pushed me onwards. The handprints were less spaced out on the old yellow walls as we pressed forward, making the walls look black. A door was now in front of us. It was large and solid, with the tapping just beyond it. I looked at Tim, who looked to be just as determined as me, and opened the door. It flung open wide to reveal another long hallway, this time with a horrible odor. The walls were pitch black, but something else was also splashed on them, just as black. I shone my flashlight dead ahead of us as it flickered in and out. I couldn't quite make out what it was. The tapping stopped abruptly, and a cold sweat instantly dampened my clothes. I banged my flashlight against my hand until the light held. As I shone it forward once more, something I instantly regretted. What came before my eyes was an image that would be burned in my mind until I die. It was arms. Pale, sickly-looking human arms, all tangled together like a ball of yarn, each one vying to take their mass in a different direction, each limb acting on their own. Some banged the walls, others grabbed and scratched at one another. But when I shone my light at this abomination, they moved with purpose. In an instant, it wrangled towards us with incredible speed, each hand crawling, pushing, and scratching at the walls to reach us. We both screamed and ran for the stairs. A low wailing began emanating from the monster's core. We had both reached where the banisters should be when my brother pushed me. In an instant, we were falling. We were about to crash into the TV when an arm extended and grabbed my brother. I didn't even hear him scream as I crashed and was knocked out. After that day, I never saw my brother again. The police were led to believe he ran away and went missing. The truth would have never been believed. My grandfather passed soon after due to grief. My father took over taking care of the family. I ended up staying with my mom until I could move out, never seeing my father. It wasn't until last night that I got a letter from him asking for help. Attached to that letter was the random scribblings we always got as kids, but at the bottom, I saw something that made my whole body shake and I began to weep. It was a picture of the superheroes my brother used to draw, along with a little note underneath. "I love you, big brother. Be strong for Dad now." I opened my closet to a wormhole the other day. It was generic like in the movies. Big 4-foot black hole in the middle, with galaxy-like purple spirals slowly turning around it. I just stood there blinking. I rubbed my eyes, but it was still there. I tried waving my hand in it to see if I was hallucinating, but my fingers disappeared as they went into the blackness. I guess I'm not getting my jacket, I thought. I finished getting ready for work and walked out into the winter air. I'm close to work, a 3-minute walk, so I didn't drive. I sat in my cubicle thinking about it. It was hard to focus on working. I ended up my 8-hour shift with a short stack of papers left that I didn't do because I was so distracted. Luckily, I was using good with getting things done on time, and my boss was cool, so I'd be okay. I walked home to my apartment on the 2nd floor and immediately went to my bedroom. I needed to see if I was hallucinating still. I opened the door, and the eerily silent apparition was still there. That was one thing. It was dead silent, which made it less real. I just stared for a few seconds, then closed the door. I played video games for a few hours and then went to bed. The next day I didn't have work, so I was just going to chill all day, but this wormhole was eating away at me. The first thing I did after getting out of bed was opening the door. This time curiosity got the better of me and I decided to step through. When I stepped through the blackness, I was facing my open closet door from the inside of the closet. It was like a mirror. I took a couple steps into my room, then turned around. The purple spirals were now red. I looked around and everything was good. Nothing different. Weird. I went to the computer and turned it on. That's when things went south, and fast. Everything on the computer with writing was flipped, like I was reading it through a mirror. I sat there bewildered for a second. Then I got up and went to the kitchen to look at a calendar to check the words on that too. Flipped. No biggie, I thought. Just go back through. So I went back to the bedroom and stepped through, with the same mirrored thing happening. But this time the spirals were bright banana yellow. Oh no, I said to myself. The computer was still on, but this time both text was mirrored, and the wallpaper was flipped too. Now I started to panic. This time I ran through. Now the entire bedroom was mirrored on top of everything. I ran out of the room, not paying attention to the new color. My whole apartment was flipped. So long story short, I kept running through, the color changing each time. Now the flipping has gotten too bad, I'm walking around on the ceiling. I managed to figure out my phone to make this post and call for help. If anyone has any idea of what to do, I would appreciate it. I'm afraid to go back through. And I would have to climb into the closet now. And I am afraid to go outside because I'm worried that I'll fall into the sky. What should I do?